sports fans, and welcome to another edition of NDB Media's Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. Yes, we are live, and no one is safe while we troll the digital airwaves. Join us as we discuss the latest news in the world of sports and review the events of the past week. No fantasy sports here. We keep it real. And you need to remember, we kill brain cells. And as such, we just might be, no, we not might be, we are the purveyors of zombie apocalypse. You have been warned. We are repetitive and redundant. And we have no peers, as obvious. We are the internet's ongoing traffic wreck, and we carry more water for depends than sports can handle. I deliberately reversed that one because I'm not feeling it. Good morning, and good morning, Aisha. Thank you for the love this early in the morning. And we are getting it going, folks. We are going and blowing this early in the morning. Really excited to be here and just absolutely jazzed. I'm the Scorekeeper, as you know. Yeah, you know. You're here. So we're going to get to it. We're definitely going to get to it once we get to it. It is 65 degrees here in hell. It's going to get to an high of 89. Ooh, overnight low of 65. So just as cold as it is now, it'll be cold overnight tomorrow morning. So I like it, and it's going to be 89 degrees. I'm loving that because it looks like I have a summer cold. I don't believe I have COVID, but everyone in my universe has tested positive. No one in my immediate family, but at my place of business, 5, 6 people have tested positive. So that's not a good thing. We shall see what happens. But based on the symptoms, based on the fact that I'm an ambassador for my employer for COVID purposes, the symptoms that I have are summer cold, which I've had one before. I've tested negative in perpetuity, so I expect to test negative again. I'm going to test later on this morning, see how it goes, and we'll see what happens. So right now the humidity is 86%. I do feel that. My little kitties outside do feel that. Pressure is 29.86 inches. Visibility is 9 miles. Sunrise was at 5:56, which was approximately 6 minutes ago. Sunset will be at 7:58 p.m. So we've already started the shortening of the day. So we're on our way to the shortest day of the year already. Because I remember last week, I believe sunset was at 8:02 p.m. But whatever. The dew point is 60 degrees. UV index, obviously, at this hour is 0 of 10. And in the moon phase, we are in a waning crescent. Wow. Absolutely jazzed about that. Today in sports, folks, back in 1960, is a big, big day. And I apologize. I had it. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I had that one. I guess I clicked on the wrong one. Back in 1984, Miss America resigns over nude photos. I guess this does. Well, that wouldn't be sports. But you know where my brain is. So what a shock. And yes, I am on drugs this morning. On NyQuil, Tylenol, don't know whatever else. So I will be all over the place. If there are any comments in the chat room, I do apologize. I have not seen them just yet. I'm going to take a look at them now. And yes, sure enough, there it is. Good morning, Aisha. So the light is dimmed in here only because it's going to be like Mugwai, bright lights, or whoever, In 1996, the U.S. women take home gymnastics gold. On July 23rd at the Summer Olympics in Atlanta, Georgia, the U.S. women's gymnastics team wins its first ever team gold. The nickname the Mag 7 or the Magnificent 7 was made up of 7 immensely talented teenage girls: Amanda Borden, Amy Chow, Dominique Dawg, Shannon Miller, Dominique Mosenu, Joyce E. Phillips, and Carrie Strug. Sorry, I have trouble with French names. Should have said I had trouble with French women, but yeah, same thing. The team entered the Summer Olympics with the expectations of an entire country heaped on their young shoulders. Of course they did. They were considered America's best shot ever at Olympic team gold, and something no American women's gymnastics team had ever won. The American women His best finish to that point had been a silver in '84, which was, of course, boycotted by the favored Soviet Union, winner of 8 consecutive team golds between '52 and 1980. So congratulations to them. Quick look in history, and absolutely awesome. This did come across the other day. Why didn't Roger report his stolen credit card? Because Roger found out that the thief was spending less than his wife. So, really good with that. So your space cadet today figures drugs and broadcasting don't mix. Did your mom tell you that? As a matter of fact, she did, but I am the wayward son, so I'm ignoring her. But yes, I am sorry. I'm going to be sniveling and doing lots of ugly stuff today, so I do apologize in advance. I'm going to have to pause much and often. I already have a little mountain of tissues here, and not even new ones, used ones, so I do apologize. So I have another one for you folks. That was the first joke, whether you liked it or not. Complete set of a Encyclopedia Britannica, 45 volumes, excellent condition, $1,000 or best offer, no longer needed. Got married this weekend. Wife knows everything. That was two. That was two jokes. We're going to take a look at national. Oh, wait a minute. Take a look at the calendar. I do apologize for upcoming events. We had the All-Star game, and my assistant and I went to Applebee's to watch the game, and then we were enjoying ourselves, and our favorite barkeep left, so we went to another place to finish watching the game. Boy, was it a star-studded waste of time. The American League, yay, won 3-2. Very happy about that. And Giancarlo Stanton, 2-run blast. Bit surprised he got the MVP nod, but hey, whatever. Was really happy with that. So, terribly jazzed. And American League wins again, as it should be. So, Comic-Con is on this week, so I really doubt the Big Dog will show up. And at the moment I say that, I figure he's going to show up. He'll show up in the green room, but we shall see. And I don't know if Speedy's here, because I think there's a big old family reunion type thing. Good morning, Gridiron Girl. And so she begins yet again. It's one of the emojis that annoys the living heck out of me. Not anymore, though, Gridiron Girl. Not anymore. But thank you for joining us. Quick look at the calendar. Speaking of French, now in France, Formula One is having the Formula One Grand Prix. Oh, my calendar did a little thing after this. I have to prep a lot of stuff. So I guess when I did the calendar late last year, I was through till July. It's very, very thin now in August. So I'm going to write a to-do list to fill in the sports calendar upcoming. So really, really cool. And the girls are saying hi to each other. So good morning, good morning, good morning. On July 31st, Formula One will be in Budapest for the Budapest one. I'm not sure. And good morning, Gridiron Girl. Yes, thank you. I do appreciate, I don't know if you noticed it on the Sports Talk with the Guys page, on our Facebook page, I posted an article that Chicago is going to have a road race, which I guess is kind of cool. They're going to be adding it to the calendar, I believe, for 2023. So that is kind of neat. I know I said kind of. Oh, folks, I apologize. Wow, I am really laboring right now. So hopefully my co-hosts are able to join me today. I just felt it right now. There's no way I'm going to, especially alone, there's no way I'm going to go that long. But that's okay. I want to get to the article for NASCAR. Where is it? There it is. NASCAR at Chicago. To the 2023 season, it's going to be, I mentioned a road course. As you know, when I refer to NASCAR, all they do is they turn left. That's it. They just turn left. But with Sonoma, one of my favorite races, there's ups, downs, left, rights, and a bunch of things like that. Well, Chicago is going to be added July 2nd, 2023. So we'll have to put that one on the calendar. NASCAR, Chicago. I probably won't watch it because it's holiday weekend. I don't know, maybe. Let's see. Next year, see, February this year was a non-leap year, so we don't add a day. So July 2nd will be a Sunday next year, and July 4th will be on a Tuesday. That means I will be taking Monday off. Wow, I am near the end. Wow. I have to make a decision soon if I'm going to continue with my employer or not. Wow. It's moving fast now, ridiculously fast. But there it is. Let me see if I can show a picture of the course itself, what it looks like. There was an image of it, but obviously once you get into the article, oh yes, don't care. Why is it time right to add a road course? That is so stupid. Yes, acknowledge that which is obviously here, right? That is so lame. Okay, let me go back to it. There's the course. It's going to start here on Columbus, go up Belbo Drive, and then it's going to head on over on the shoreline, come back over on Roosevelt, then, of course, back on Columbus, go through Congress Plaza, up Jackson, and around. So that's what the road course is going to look like for July 2nd, Chicago NASCAR. So kind of cool. But speaking of arriving this morning, morning, Speedy, how are you? How was the family reunion? There's a lot of pictures out there, young man.
Yes, there are, and there's some that aren't, and I've got to find out who had those. Cause
Did you have a good time?
yes, I did.
That's awesome. You posted quite a few pictures, which was really cool. And how many family members did you meet that you didn't know of, or vice versa, that you did know of and you did meet, or whatever?
Well, the only ones
I'm
that
on drugs, Speedy. I'm sorry. I have a cold. I apologize. Damn, I think I look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I'm sorry. But tell us about your event, Speedy.
well, the only ones I really needed to introduce myself to, because a lot of my cousins, they all have kids now. They're like, where's yours at? Like, come on, do you see me with anybody?
Hey, well, you never know, Speedy. But that's cool. So how many people were at your family reunion? It's a big deal, man.
Yeah, it is a big deal, but not as many as we've had in the past. And
Oh,
know, people are like, "Oh, I heard from so and so they don't want to come because they don't want to get close because in case they catch something." I'm like,
yeah.
"We need to catch that now. We need to stop being afraid in our own homes.
Le COVID still has
Get
people.
out
I
there
know
and have
that from.
fun again."
Yeah, do you know that it looks like LA County? It's only a matter of time before they introduce the indoor masking requirement. Yeah, it sucks. I'm not looking forward to it. My employer has already reintroduced the indoor masking requirement, and I have my mask with me all the time since I'm in a cubicle and I'm away from everyone. Obviously, I don't have to have my mask on, but when people come close, I do have to have my mask on. And now, before you before you arrived, and thank you for arriving, Speedy. Thank you. I admitted to everyone that people around me are testing positive. They're dropping like flies, man. So, based on the symptoms that I have a summer cold, but it's now going into the second day. And whatever it is, my oldest has it. My oldest doesn't go outside, doesn't. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I do. But let me see. Coffee says he wears masks anytime he leaves the house. It's not hard to do. Trust me, I don't trust the rest of society. I agree, Coffee. I have been lazy because, as you know, I do have allergy issues and I do have trouble breathing from time to time. But I put my mask on. But any chance I get to remove it, I remove it. So Of course, Gridiron Girl might say, well, gee, when I went there to visit you for a financial appointment, you didn't even have the mask on. Well, it's Gridiron Girl. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, Gridiron Girl. Hey, did you have your mask on, Gridiron Girl? It's kind of hard to communicate at that point.
Good morning, everyone in the chat room. Good morning, Aisha. Good morning, Coffee.
I think it is the lighting, but oh no, I am. This is why I was called Death and Zombie in school. That was my nickname. There's the bright light. I apologize. Let it adjust. Yeah, I am. I do not look good right now. So, well, I never do have a face for radio, as I've been told. There it is. I don't remember what I was asking, Gridiron Girl. Why no? Oh no, she did not have her mask on. That's right.
Right. Yeah, that's what you asked her.
Yes. So when he flies on Wednesday, he'll definitely have a mask on. Well, I hope it's to Seattle, young man, and I hope you're going to be doing well over there. I just don't feel it. I met with one of my hosts this past week, Dan Schlossberg. As you know, he runs Travelich Radio here on NDB Media. He used to also run Braves Banter, but he called it quits on that one, and he's still on. He was here for the All-Star game. I had a chance to meet him. We spent some time at Philippe's, a traditional restaurant here in Los Angeles. And I don't know what that means, but what the hell? I will go ahead and see what I can do. So if he is watching, knowing that I put it on the Sports Talk with the Guys page.
Yeah, that's how I got here.
Yeah, thank you. I will now put it in the link of the family. There's a... it's right there.
Yeah.
I'll put it right there. So hopefully that will help. Awesome. Way to go, Coffee. Way to go. I hope you're able to find a job over there, man, and make the transition. That'll be awesome. So if you could get her to move to California, just hear me out, Coffee. If you get her to move to California, she then cannot move without, going through the court team, and you don't have to chase her or anything. Not that you are. Just saying, move to California. Make life a little more difficult for both of you. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let me see. What is so if you don't feel too bright, will your co-host take over when you bail out? Hey, I'm going to stay here for as long as I can. But Speedy always gets screwed here on Sports Talk with the Guys when it comes to wrestling news. And I've been trying to go to Speedy more often. But Speedy's such a good guy. He needs to say, hey, Scorekeeper, shut the hell up. So, but I'm waiting for Speedy. You see, that was a moment. He should have said, well, shut the hell up, just like you said. I posted another article on our Sports Talk with the Guys page.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I saw that.
Do you believe that, Speedy? He's really leaving wrestling?
Well, we'll just get into it now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you saw SmackDown last night, for the longest time, he's been appearing on Raw and SmackDown, opening the shows to people.
Speedy, we're getting quite a bit of breakup. You've also frozen. Okay.
Oh.
Hi, Casey. Is he frozen? Okay. When she does that, that's code for yes.
I muted myself in case I was the culprit. I wasn't sure.
Oh, not at all. Okay, now you're live again, Speedy. I'm so sorry. I apologize. But there was a lot of digital breakup. But very quickly, good morning, Casey. Thank you for joining us this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Casey is on our program, on our network. She does 2 programs and up to 4 a week, depending on her mood or however gracious and charitable she's feeling to the rest of us, because she saves our butts many times. So it's really, really good. Now, I'm going to bring him on right now, and I find this terribly amusing that I sent the link to Almighty because he couldn't find it. But gee, how did Casey find the link? Well, what do I know? Good morning, Almighty.
Hey, what's up?
taking shots at you without you even being on the program. What's going on? You
This
know?
is great. Yeah.
Well, we all know that you have a big mouth. So I couldn't. When I got into the studio, I didn't show like a list of shows. You know how when you log into the StreamYard and it says here are all the shows that are coming up, right? I mean, and then it says enter studio. Well, for some reason, when I went into the studio, there was nothing there, so I asked for a link, and that's it.
Oh no, we lost Casey.
Oh no,
We definitely lost Casey.
yeah, maybe she's at bat.
That was quick. That was really quick. But good morning, Almighty. Thank you for joining us. As I
Hey.
wanted to say, Casey is on many programs on the network. She does the rock and roll sharing with Dr. Stephen Mathis, a well-known doctor in Florida. And they're on every other Wednesday. So they were on this past Wednesday. But we had to do a rerun because of a personal, professional situation that was going on. I won't get into any of the details. If Mr. Mathis desires to do so, he'll be able to.
So it was
But-
supposed. So it was supposed to be personal, not personnel.
I'm not feeling well, Almighty, so you're going to be catching me all day
No,
guffing up.
no. I'm just saying when I saw the message, it said personnel.
Oh, awesome.
I'm just anyway. How you doing, Speedy?
Good, good.
How you
I'm doing good.
Almighty?
How are you doing, Almighty?
I'm doing fine. How you
God,
doing, Rob?
left, Casey, and they already took shots at me. I mean, you were gone, and they were already slapping me.
Anyway,
Wow.
how you doing, Scorekeeper? He said you weren't feeling well. What's wrong? Your stomach? Your back?
Actually, I am having problems in my stomach now that I think about it. But no, it looks like I have a summer cold, so I'm in a bit of denial.
I see.
I'm on the river, denial, and everyone around me has tested positive. Not here in my family, but over at my place of business. So I am a tad worried. But
Positive for what?
for le COVID.
Oh, okay.
But I believe I have a summer cold. Once again, based on the symptoms that I have, I think that's what happened. The NyQuil works, and if it was COVID, the NyQuil would not work. So
Well, do you have a home test?
yes, I do, and I was going to do that
Okay.
right after the program.
All right. Well, anyway. Okay.
I was so much in denial yesterday that I was going to go to a baseball game. I was going to go out for lunch, go see friends and family, and I took NyQuil, and all of a sudden it's 8:00 at night. I'm like, oh, what the hell happened? So
NyQuil.
Yeah.
What about night? Don't you understand?
let me tell you, it worked.
That's all that matters. But still, you took NyQuil. I mean, what? I mean, yeah, you're supposed to pass out. So.
Yeah, otherwise they have Dayquil for that, Roger.
Yeah.
You need the orange part, not the nasty green part.
Based on the political atmosphere of the last 6 years, I have an aversion to orange, but that's neither here nor
Okay,
there.
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want that in my mouth either.
That was kind of funny. I'm sorry. I know that's a political thing. I'm only kidding, folks.
And unlike the rest of you, you're not. Nobody else here is going to get carded. Can I see your ID for this NyQuil, sir?
Oh, oh my, Speedy, we really kid around. And folks, the reason why we explain it every once in a while, for the longest time, up until even just a few years ago, Speedy still had his like middle school picture on his profile. So I kidded with him about being of age one time, and everyone let him have it for years. I said it once, and the entire community digitally rode Speedy forever. And but the reality is you get carded often, don't you? Still.
Yeah.
When was the last time you got carded?
That was about 2018 when I actually needed NyQuil because I didn't feel good. They're like, "Can we see your ID? You don't look old enough for this. No has alcohol in it." I'm like, do you see this? Yeah, that means I'm old enough. But
It means you're in Hollywood. That doesn't mean anything. I was shaving when I was 13, dude, unfortunately.
I was going to say, in high school, Mark had a beard down to here. He grew it out for a school play. And somebody actually had pulled the drama teacher aside and said, "Why are you letting faculty be in the cast?" He was 16 years old.
Wow.
It was a play called Inherit the Wind, and he was supposed to be this blowhard preacher. So, yeah, he had the whole 9 yards there. And, yeah, he wasn't even legal.
Look, Speedy, the last time I was carded, as I've told the story, was when I was 30. And I still am thankful to that young man that carded me when I was 30 years old. But that happened in 2000, pal. No, it happened in 1999 in the last century. Not the prior decade, not the decade before that, but the third decade if we do our math. Almighty. Since we're killing our dignity here, when was the last time that you got carded?
When I was 27.
Notice he didn't give a time.
Yep. Yeah.
Right,
And that's very smart.
Long enough ago where you're not going to give us the year. We noticed that one.
Well, I don't. Well, I was in the bar, and I got carded. I was 27, and then the guy sitting next to me goes, "Well, I'm 27," and he looked like he was 40, and I still looked like I was like underage, of course. But I'm just saying the difference between the two of us being 27. I knew he was jealous because I still had my young look and could pick up the bartender, but. No, that's just my ego. I probably couldn't pick up the peanuts on the floor. So,
Ooh, kick those under the table. I know where they've been.
Yeah.
Man, that was good. That was funny.
So, 20. I don't know how old that was. That was somewhere in the still in the 80s, late 80s. Maybe it was 80. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. It might have been 89 or 90.
Wow, Grandpa. All right. I mean, for me to say that you're Grandpa.
Hey. That frustrates both of us.
Hey, don't make me come there and smack you around.
Well, based on the amount of...
I'll get on a plane.
Hey, all right.
I'll get on a plane, come out there, smack, get on a plane.
If you're all NyQuil up, you won't even feel it.
That's what I was going to say.
He's
but
like, 5 more minutes, Mom.
All
right.
Casey included, I'm sure there's quite a few people that would actually want to witness that. So I'm not going to even, go for any of that stuff.
That would be something.
Oh, yeah. There's quite a few people that would enjoy watching that. But
they would form a line like on that airplane scene.
Oh, my God, that was funny. Speedy, please tell me you've seen Airplane.
Check the chat.
What's that?
Almighty got carded in 1800 and froze to death. This is from my
Yeah.
Tell me you've seen the movie Airplane.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, the whole line of people smacking.
Yeah, smacking that woman around, taking turns with,
And if you remember, folks, she was the one that delivered the commercial for the coffees. Remember that? Oh.
Yeah.
Doesn't like my coffee. It was great spitting image of the commercials of the Taster's Choice or whatever it was. But speaking of such,
okay.
Oh, I apologize. Cut you off on that one, Almighty. Casey, so good morning. I hope everything is well with you and both with Dr. Mathis. I gave a quick blurb as to why there was a repeat on for the network, but I imagine you guys will be on. Let's see. Today is the 23rd, so no 27th. So
2 weeks.
Dr. Mathis and you will return August 3rd, correct?
August 3rd, yeah.
Yeah. I was told, and I can say this, avoid every program that mentions the word depression in the replay. Well, I started going through all the episodes, and like the last 18 all had the word depression, and I'm like, man, I'm screwed. So I kept on going. I'm like, oh, this is similar to Myers-Briggs. I'll go with this one. So for those of you that know and don't know, Casey took a shot at me this week.
That wasn't a shot. I thought you might get a giggle out of it.
I laughed. And that's what I mean. Folks, when I say take a shot, I mentioned. So I was absolutely thrilled. I thought it was fun.
We're play fighting.
Yeah, it was. Well, I'm not going to say Casey broke our heart when it came to Myers-Briggs.
He's
but
still
yeah.
scarred, and he brings it up every time I log in. But he's not heartbroken at all.
No. It's
No,
just,
we did a radio show about the
just play
Myers-Briggs,
fight.
which
I'm
is
sorry.
scientifically garbage, and he didn't really catch that. So he came on. He brought some pals with him. They were all ready to go and do the test and talk about their scores. And we spent the hour deconstructing the whole thing as garbage science, and he never forgave me for that. But a friend of mine posted almost that exact same comment, so I tagged him in so he could see the chat. And I thought he would find it funny because we joke about it now.
It was damn funny. It was. And folks, I readily acknowledge I explained to everyone that I was first introduced to Myers-Briggs back as a senior in high school, and I thought it was real cool. Father Edward Dober at the time gave us a free exercise on a Friday. It was literally a screw-off day, pardon the pun, but he said, hey, we're going to mess around with this a little bit. He never gave it scientific weight. He never did. But all of us read into it, and it worked. It worked for us. So we were all right with it. And then we find out it's garbage science. My dating profile on a particular app has INTJ on it. So there. Oh my God! Did I just admit that I have a dating profile?
What you did?
Sorry.
Did it work?
All right, Lethal.
All right.
A good one, Coffee. Good one.
Yeah.
It's true.
Thanks, Casey. Well, by all means, stay on with us at your leisure, and we look forward to having you on with us, Casey. So
Yeah, just I took a fall on Wednesday afternoon, and I had a loose board on my patio, and I tripped and face planted, so I have an ice pack on. But it kind of matches, so nobody really even noticed it until I said, "Oh, look, sports shirt." And no, it's an ice pack.
Actually, it worked, and now that I notice, we might be looking at the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now that I think about it.
Okay.
No, what's funny is Coffee homed in on it. That was really funny. Or maybe he homed in on something else, but it looked great at that moment.
Yeah. So, all right, I'll be back in a couple seconds. I got to talk to somebody about something, but I'll be lurking around. I'm planning my shots for when I get back.
Great.
He took the words right out of my mouth, man. I was like, that's absolutely awesome. Well, all kidding aside, folks, good morning. Thank you, Almighty, for being able to join us this morning. And once again, Speedy, thank you. And everyone else in the chat room, folks. We are having a wonderful morning this morning. And as always, there is quite a bit to talk about. I was alluding to, well, we already covered the one story, and we're getting into the second story, where it was reported that What's-His-Face, not he who shall not be named, but What's-His-Face is leaving WWE. Were you surprised by that, gentlemen? Was it expected? We've spent the last few weeks talking about the troubles that he's in, but it looks like he is now leaving WWE. I'm going to head on over to the webpage. We'll put the link in there. I'm going to find the article and see.
Yes, I've got all the articles in my head.
Yeah.
Because as Casey had joined us, I was talking about it.
I'm sorry.
You noticed, remember I said last week that he wanted to hone down on all the writers because he said, none of this is working anymore, and we're going to go back to the TV-14 rating starting next week. And Monday comes, and people were like, what's going on? How are we opening the show? And they had Titus O'Neil go out, and basically Titus O'Neil's promo was a failed attempt at saving Vince McMahon, and that didn't work. So like, and then the rest of the show for the next 3 hours on Raw was all about, oh, you son of a, you know whose woman I got in bed with your woman. And it was a great time of going back to the TV-14 rating, and he never showed up. Last night on SmackDown, Stephanie, his daughter, comes out, and she does the same thing, opens the show, and gives all the thanks to her own dad She doesn't actually mention the word that her and Triple H are now in charge. That Nick Khan is also going to be co-leading the company with her now. She waits and then, lets the audience go with it. She's like, we need to celebrate him. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Vince. And then she gets the crowd to do it, and the crowd does it. And then she just quickly leaves, and that was it.
Oh.
And the rest of SmackDown was basically like Raw. It was all just balls to the wall promos and great wrestling action, which is what we've needed for years now. So now that he's gone, and apparently also 2 hours before SmackDown, they sent out a massive letter to all employees and staff and even the wrestlers that basically said, I'm 76 years old. Oh my God, am I really that old? But I want to thank all of you for being the best that you are. You're the greatest performers I've ever met. And then he ended the letter with this. Quote, I won't be able to be there anymore at gorilla position. When you come back after wrestling, through the curtain, you will no longer see me there, but I'll be watching. I'm going, yeah, of course you'll be watching because it's not your product anymore. Well, it still is, but visually, mentally, physically, no. The board has removed them, so it's going to be strange not seeing him on television, or nobody's going to see him backstage anymore.
We've been talking about him for a while, Mr. McMahon, and we had mentioned that there are requirements now that WWE has gone public, and he's responsible to shareholders. And it was a total of $12 million that he paid as part of the agreements. It's quite a bit of money. It's quite a bit of money that was taken out of everyone's pockets. And the fact is, it looks bad no matter what. In today's day and age, it just looks bad. And knowing that the accusations are continuing, it's just, do I have to say it again? It looks bad. And he had stepped aside as, I believe, chairman and CEO of WWE, but he was staying on as in some sort of creative title. But effectively, he's now doing that. Speedy mentioned he was 76 at the time. He's now 77. And this announcement, it sends shockwaves throughout the industry. And we are now seeing this. It's like when you have someone that's been there forever, like case in point, people in the United Kingdom, they've only known one queen. That's it. Based on the way things work, it's like the presidency of the United States. There's regular change. And even in the United Kingdom, the history of change, well, hasn't been happening quite a bit. I'm not equating McMahon with the presidency or with royalty, but he's been there forever. And he is now leaving. And folks, say what you will, say what you want, and you will. The guy has taken WWE to heights that, well, no one had been in the world of wrestling. And now he is stepping aside completely. Who's going to take care of creative control? Is it going to be done by committee? Almost assuredly. Is someone going to stand up and become the creative person? What's going to happen? WWE, like it or not, the ratings are there. The money is there. What's the world look like? Speedy, are you... I mean, basically, he's the creator of modern... okay. Sorry. Okay. I know. I'm sorry. But you know what I was going to say. Are you worried about him leaving? Look, let's let go of all the other stuff. Is it time for change? Should he be gone already? Or are you like, oh, man, he shouldn't be leaving just yet? What are your thoughts on that, Speedy?
In early 2001, when he had turned 50 and also appeared in that Muscle and Fitness magazine, he was on the cover of that magazine. It was all over. And everybody thought, You know what? We think now is the time. You're 50 years old. You're on the cover of Muscle and Fitness. Now should be the time where you step down and just, leave it to the family to carry on your legacy. And he said, no, I can't do that. I built this. I created this. Because that's the one insignificant lie he's told for years. Because in 1982 is when he went up to his father and he said, look, entrust me with this. I'll take care of the family. And I'll keep us going. And his dad was like, Vince Sr. didn't trust him at all. He just did not trust his own son. And he said, if you can prove to me that what you're going to actually do with this, then here's the reins. And he bought the company from his father. But then when his father died, he got the mentality of, no. This is mine and that's mine and this is mine too. And he started taking over the regional territories. And people were like, your dad never did this to any of us. He respected us. He shook hands with us. And he swore that he would never compete with any of us. But what have you done? You've competed with everybody and drove them out of business. And thanks to the dog for the interruption back there, Scorekeeper.
Is Big Dog here?
No, he's more than likely at Comic-Con.
Well, he said that. I heard him say about his dog. I don't know what he said. I thought Big Dog was here when he said he had things for the dog in the background.
I'm surprised you heard that dog in the background. I heard it, and it was over there. But, wow. Sorry for that. I guess...
No worries.
I guess that dog was called...
Why would you apologize for that? I mean, you can't help it. But
it
go out and put a muzzle on that dog or something. God damn it. I mean, come on. You cannot control a dog. Ask me, I've dated him. But I'm telling you.
You dated a dog?
Well, you know what I mean. not a dog, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's why I bit my lip. I was like, well, good for you.
You bit your lip? Oh, my God.
Because I didn't want to say anything.
Why?
Because you have dated more than I have, so good for you.
Oh, for gosh sakes. I don't know about that. But it's not a competition, Roger. It's you get a participation trophy no matter what.
Well, apparently I don't even get one of those. Based on things that have been going on in my life in the last maybe 2 years or something, I commented, oh, damn, sorry. Okay, I'm not going to tell that story on air. But I did tell the big dog, I should have gotten a sympathy one by now. And I'm going to leave it at that. Or a charitable one by now. And apparently not. So.
Oh, my gosh. We don't need this. Anyway, this isn't sex time with the guys. This is sports time with the guys.
Well, obviously it's not because there is none. So it's all good.
Yeah. Anywho.
I might as well have been anywho, but that's okay.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
Almighty?
Yeah, what happened?
He's leaving. He's leaving wrestling, dude.
Who is?
What are your thoughts on?
Yeah, how do you feel about Vince McMahon now being ousted?
He was ousted.
Oh, let me think. Well, I read the article, and it seems like he's. What the fuck are you doing that for? But. Oh my God. Anywho, I read the article, and it just seems like he's surrounded in controversy, and I don't know. He's paid millions, and he's not the first one to do this, of course, but he's been in scandals and what have you, and he's 77, so you might as well let him continue. He's not going to be there forever, but it seems like there's just a lot of stuff going on in his life that maybe I don't know if it's good or bad. I mean, Speedy, do you think he's still going to have a hand in doing stuff even though he's retired? I mean, can he actually just sit back and walk away, or will he still be the puppet master?
It's hard to say because, I grew up watching this guy. I've seen him go from, just being on television with Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan every other week. Bobby and Gorilla Monsoon would switch roles and do commentary with Vince. It wasn't until the 90s when things got serious between him, WCW, and ECW, because they were all on television all at the same time. And people just thought, well, he's just an announcer. But the real people, the real fans knew that's the owner. You got to be careful of him when he's around. He might just be on commentary, but he'll flip. Okay, Almighty, thank you for flexing your muscles on the air.
No, I'm reading the comments.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
If anything, I was flexing my man boobs. So,
And then when Steve Austin came along and started, throwing his weight around and telling everybody what he's going to do, Vince came up with the idea one night and went, why don't I become Mr. McMahon, the evil emperor of WWE? And that's what he became. And then Howard Finkel started saying, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the owner of WWF, Vincent Kennedy McMahon. And then people started saying, so he's not just an announcer? And the rest of us were like, no, he's always been the owner. Because for years, people have thought he was just an announcer coming out either with Gorilla Monsoon or Bobby Heenan. But to create this new persona, he ran with it, and, people were like, well, he's almost in his 50s. I don't think he's going to actually get in the ring and do all this stuff and interact with the men and women. But he did. So, I mean, it was great. I grew up watching him take a Sable bomb from Sable herself. He took a massive air dive off the top rope from China when she was alive.
I'll tell you this, Almighty, interrupting Speedy on this one. I don't think he's going to be involved in any way whatsoever. I think he is done. For him to announce that he's stepping away, wow, that took a great deal. It's something that I did not expect him to do, but it's money. It's money. And he paid $12 million. That's a lot of money that would have gone to the board and to the rest of the owners. And he had to pay it. And with these newer accusations coming out, I don't want to say newer.
Who did he pay $12 million to?
I forget the number of. I know that it was
Was it to other people that were women, or I know he made payments to women.
The Wall Street Journal
and he
uncovered.
didn't use his own money.
No, it was WWE money.
Well, yeah, then he needs to retire. It's lucky he doesn't go to jail. Because, you just can't use company money like that to pay off women, can you? Isn't that something? If he's using funds from WWE, isn't that? And I'm trying to figure out a name for it. Because,
it's a settlement. They were settlements.
What do you?
So.
I know, but he just can't take. You're telling me that he took money from the corporation and paid the women, right?
Yes, as chief executive, he.
Okay, so how can that's not how can? So isn't that theft?
No, because the agreements were, it was all accounted for. See, the board has now discovered this through the Wall Street Journal. See, look, the board was blind. We talked about this in the past.
Well,
that there are reporting requirements.
All right, but I'm just saying that what does it say next to it? $12 $3,000 for Kuno. I don't know what it means. I mean, you just can't. I guess I'm trying to figure out. He took funds, but you're saying it's all accounted for. But how do you account for that? I mean, what do you mean? It's on the books.
Yeah, I don't know the exact details as to
So
how
is
they
it
accounted for it.
But still, just because you put it on the books doesn't mean it's lawful use, right?
No, and I know. I
Well,
think I know the word. The word that Almighty is looking for here, and this will help everybody else out. It's called embezzlement, and I know that because in
You've done
2000 in 2003, I had went to work when I was at Safeway at the time, and our boss, our main store manager at the time was like, "You guys are all in charge. I'm going on vacation. I'm taking my family with me. We're going to Disneyland, okay? So we'll be gone for a few weeks." And after a few weeks, I'm like, "Okay, well, today's the day, and he's going to be back to work today. His vacation is over." But I wasn't expecting what I expected to walk into that day I went to work. 9 a.m., all the suits and all the brass from corporate, because corporate is only 20 minutes away. Safeway headquarters is located in Pleasanton, California, which means all the top guys and those in charge at Safeway corporate didn't have to make a long drive at all. It was only a 20-minute drive. They came to our store in Hayward, and they were like, you, and you, we need all the leaders upstairs in the office right now. I was like, this seems interesting. So we all go up there, and they were like, Richard is gone. He's been stealing money from the company. He lied about this trip. He actually stole money from the company and used it for his fake Disneyland trip. And I went, he's a store manager and he's making way more than anybody else. Why would you need to get the feeling of, I'm going to steal from the company, even though I'm a store manager? And he did this for real. And then they went, well, you know what this means? And we all went, yeah, it means we need a new store manager. And they go, Matt Alfred. I'm like, what are you guys looking at? Why are you looking at me? You're the new store manager. I was like, no, whoa. Time out. I can't be that guy. And they were like, why not? You have all the qualifications. You advanced so quickly. I'm like, yeah, but look on his desk. Because 3 weeks prior to him taking the fake vacation, I had already given them my resignation 2-week notice. Because at the very same time, I was leaving to go become an assistant thrift store manager for a thrift store in Oakland.
Okay.
yeah, we lost Speedy. Oh, there he is.
So I'm like, it can't be me. You got to pick somebody else. And then a few weeks went by, and then I left, and then they found somebody else, and so.
Right.
All right, let me just try to answer some of the questions in the chat room. Yeah, coffee. Yes, I mentioned that, where it's done. The company is moving forward. It has, and was also repeated by both Speedy and by Almighty, that this company is now international. It's big, it's huge, it's doing well. My question was directed to my co-host in that, how do they feel that he's leaving now? What do they feel on a personal level? WWE, as I alluded, I said it's doing very well. It's and I thank you for putting that information on there. Now, Aisha, as long as it's accounted for, if a settlement, it's not necessarily deductible for taxes, and I'm not going to get into that aspect of it, but it was accounted for. He didn't steal it per se, but it happens where there are legal agreements so that they don't get sued. And that's why they write up these agreements so that the people will go away. And it's much easier for them to agree to a settlement than it will be to have drawn out litigation. Attorneys just cost way too much money, period. So in this case, it's not an issue of fraud, but it is an issue where the board did not know what was going on. So that was one of the things why they're going after him. Thank you, Michael David.
I just can't agree with that, Roger.
Okay. No, I hear you. I understand how they do business. As a business owner myself.
Well, I'm just saying that he paid. But okay, what settlement are we talking about? Did he settle with the WWE about taking the money, or I'm trying to figure out what you're getting at.
What in the article that I posted, this all came to the fore because of the investigation by the Wall Street Journal, and what they uncovered is McMahon's retirement comes after it was announced in June that he would be stepping down out of his role as chairman and CEO of WWE, amid an ongoing investigation into allegations that he paid out millions of dollars to multiple women to keep quiet about alleged affairs and misconduct. The Wall Street Journal reported that McMahon ultimately paid a total of $12 million as part of the agreements. He remained on board as head of creative since then, but he will now be exiting that role as well. What we had discussed in prior weeks is that WWE, on behalf of McMahon, paid out these settlements so that they would go away and not sue. He did it in the role as chief executive, and the company paid out these employees and former employees to stay quiet. So that's what it came down to. I have seen legal agreements in the private sector and in the public sector. You agree not to hold them harmful. You agree that you're done, you're settled, you can't do anything else. You agree to a non-disclosure that you really can't discuss it. So,
well, I'm just all right. Anyway, I get that, but I'm just talking about, the DOJ getting involved. That's all I'm saying. I just, if they see that he's taking, money out of the till and using it for other purposes, I guess unless I'm looking at it wrong.
I don't know if the DOJ is involved. I don't recall any of that. And if so, I'm wrong about that, folks.
Well, I didn't see it either, but I'm just thinking, well, isn't that punishable by something or another? Because you just can't take money, even though you try to account for it. I mean, look at it from anybody's perspective. I mean, if, none of us could go to the till and say, okay, I'm going to take this money out of the drawer, but yet I'm still going to write a receipt for it saying I have to pay off women. And someone sees that, they're going to say, wait a minute, you can't do this. I mean, you're using fun. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too hard.
Yeah, I think you are, Heidi, because you're looking at it. Almighty, ladies and gentlemen, is looking at it from the objective standpoint of shouldn't more people get involved? Doesn't the higher, authorities need to get involved? No, because I mean, look at some Christian and Catholic churches. They have a board as well, but when the priest or the preacher, does something like this, and they're like, "We're going to handle this ourselves. You are removed. You may vacate the premises and leave immediately." We did the same thing with Safeway. We asked him to leave, and that way we could name a new store manager. That's what they did. They asked him to leave, and because he stole money from the company, there was no private matter. So I don't think the DOJ will get involved in this one, especially not at this point.
Well, DOJ and SCE will get involved if it was off the book stuff.
Yeah,
I forgot about the SEC, but I'm just thinking of somebody that would. But all right, I mean, if you can make a receipt for paying off women, I guess it's more power to you. I didn't think I thought that would be misuse of funds and all kinds of shit, but I guess I'm wrong.
Oh, and by the way, on that comment, being that I was on the inside at one time, that's a conservative number. Oh, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, they have a lot more than that. Yeah. I want to give a shout out to Aisha for giving us a like. Thank you. And Michael Day, thank you for the likes. Appreciate that, folks. And I'm going to contact some of the legal minds that I have access to. And I'm going to try to answer that question that Almighty has. Look,
I'm just asking a question.
I think it's a great question that I want to be able to answer. I'm studying my way through it because I'm on NyQuil and Tylenol and lots of other things. So, in a quasi business sense,
I'm just okay. Let's move on. You find out for us, Roger. I just have too many questions sometimes when I hear this kind of stuff, and it doesn't matter what kind of agreement you sign. If you break the law, you break the law. That's all I guess I'm sorry. Let's move on.
I'm sure we will move on. But as far as that item goes, coffee, you're generalizing because every pension plan in America and around the world, they invest in companies that sell both directly and indirectly. So yes, they do. Yes, they do. But so does almost every other retirement plan in the United States of America. So we'll see. I believe Casey will be returning to us right now. And even if she's not, tough, she's back. So,
and going back just a little bit, guys, you both had mentioned, well, how does this affect the shareholders? What does this do, everyone financially? And the answer to that is it's not. Yes, Vincent's a main minority shareholder. He's the actual shareholder because it's his company. But in terms of sales, in terms of revenue, I mean, a lot of people were at Raw, a lot of people were at SmackDown, a lot of people are still buying T-shirts and stuff. This hasn't affected any of the shareholders' gains or any of their profits at all. In fact, it's raised it. And now with Stephanie and Nick Khan both taking turns doing the role as CEO, this might actually boost everything because, well, for years, remember myself, Scorekeeper, and Big Dawg talked about it a few months ago, about the objectivity where Scorekeeper said, well, women deserve a spot there, and me and Big Dawg were like, well, it's been that way for years. But for whatever reason, Big Dawg was like, well, why did Safeway take so long to finally start having women managers? And I don't know. We just decided one day, okay, she's smart enough to be a manager. She's smart enough. We're going to put women out there. And then every other company started doing it. But this has been a thing with Vince for years where he's let his wife and his daughter do this role and left him in that role.
But hey, by the way, I'm going to hang Speedy out to drive on that last line. I'm like, dude, the way you said that, I understand you don't mean it the way you said it, but we're going to get in trouble on that, Speedy. I've already seen the hate mail coming in. You're generalizing. I vaguely remember that conversation, but yes, we were talking about skills and the ability of people to assume those positions. So you're killing me, Speedy. It's just like, oh my God. It's okay. You can continue now. I just had to put that in there.
Yeah, but as Almighty mentioned at the top of the program, it's going to be a lot different. Not hearing or seeing Vince McMahon anymore on television. And sure, his first at bat with Steve Austin didn't go as planned because, when Steve Austin, you can look it up on YouTube, the very first time that Steve Austin got a hold of Vince, when he gave him the stunner, Vince actually went down more like a water bottle and less like a wrestler. For instance, if you go back and watch Chris Jericho and The Rock, others, Shawn Michaels, where they actually sold the actual stunner and were like, ugh. But Vince was like, ugh.
Hey, look, it's all about storyline, folks. If WWE is able to continue, that's the way it's going to be. It's going to be good for them. He is the storyline. He's the puppet master. Question is, will he remain? I've got to say, Almighty, he's not. He's done. He's out. Right now, WWE is doing well. So this investigation was uncovered by the board. They realized money had been paid out, and it's all internal stuff. Is there criminal? No, but it looks bad, and that's why he's lost his position because of what he did. The payouts actually are secondary. So, hey, you know what? It is what he is. He's retired, and the question is, what's going to happen to WWE, folks? I think this is just so big. The ship of state will continue.
Yes, and it's a new era now.
Yeah, it's doing well. Thank you, Coffee. The comment about its value. Yeah, it's fine. If you get some dotards in there that are unable to come up with some creative lines, WWE is going to take a dump. And who knows? Maybe he still is the puppet master, like Big Dawg said a few weeks ago, and maybe he's going to hope that WWE takes a dump, and they're going to want him back. We'll see.
So he's going to try and pull a Steve Jobs.
Yeah, you never know.
Well, we can move on to other things such as why were fans fighting near you, Scorekeeper, at the All-Star game? Come on now.
Because it's Los Angeles. Because it's stupid. Dodger fans, it's embarrassing, folks. I mean, look. First of all, this is everywhere. It's not only in Dodger Stadium. It's wherever there's a camera. It happens at Yankee Stadium. It happens in Minnesota. It happens wherever you get a bunch of immature, unhappy, unsatisfied individuals. I'm generalizing because it's on both sides. And then you put in alcohol, and then you mix in a public event, and people believe they have the ability to drink to excess. And they have the ability to do whatever they want. But Almighty, you and I have discussed, along with Speedy and Big Dawg, and I guess Casey will be in on this one too, where alcohol is truth serum. We've discussed this. When players get drunk, we find out how racist they really are, what their feelings really are. It's truth serum. And when you drink to excess, your lack of, and now I'm being sexist, your lack of masculinity shows up. And you have to pick a fight with someone that's smaller than you, and you have to make a scene because you're unhappy, you're bitter, and you ain't getting it. That's the sad truth. Who are the ones that fight? The ones that are frustrated because they're unhappy at home or at work or whatever. These are the same idiots that are on the freeway that block traffic. They have no control over their lives, and I'm generalizing, they're nothing in society. So they have a moment to have a bit of control and block. And they do it on the freeways, just like they do it at these events. So these fans that are fighting, Speedy, this is their ego. And that's their size as well. And they're unhappy about it. So what do? They try to show it off by getting drunk and fighting. It's sad, Speedy. That is the aspect that I dislike of going to sporting events.
So this is the second week talking about fans that are getting in fights at the stadium again.
Yeah,
Is this from last week?
this time,
Is this the same as last week, or is this
No.
a new one?
No.
A new adventure.
one.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So
this time it happened at the All-Star game because some guy, he did something similar to what they did at Yankee Stadium, where he was antagonizing a player. I mean, I antagonize wrestlers, but that's different. Because at wrestling events, we know how to control ourselves. NFL fans and Major League Baseball fans are like, I'm going to kill you right now. And so what this Major League Baseball player did is he did what they did similar at Yankee Stadium. He jumped the barricade and tried to go after the fan, and the fan goes, here, beer in the face. How do you like that? And it, like I said, again, it was similar to what happened at Yankee Stadium, a few months ago because the guy is getting grabbed from behind, but he goes like this and elbows the guy behind him, not realizing he's not only a security guard, he's also an undercover cop. How many times have we been through this?
Oh, jeez.
And then they wonder, well, gee, how Scorekeeper, look at that. Can you help me out here? Why am I getting arrested? What did I do to this guy? He's a cop. He's a security guard. Slash in between. Cop security.
I'm sorry. So I guess a rent-a-cop and a cop, and you slash in between. That's when you get both of them. Look, Senator Shapiro, you do have some experience and some background in this. I was very derisive in my explanation, but you've been to sporting events. You've been to many public events out in the real world. You see this, as from your point of view, why are these idiots doing what they're doing? Fighting in public. They're almost assuredly always drunk. What is the profile? I mean, why?
You kind of touched around it. You were pretty close. It's first off, it's not a masculinity thing because women do this too, and people who don't identify as either gender do this too. What it definitely is huge personal insecurity about something. It might be the stuff at home. It might be internal stuff. It's insecurity they're not dealing with. And you are absolutely right. Alcohol, there's a reason we have the saying in Vino Veritas. In wine there is truth.
Oh, yeah.
So we've known since the Greeks that people have a big mouth when they've been sipping a little something, something. And that's exactly it. It lowers your inhibitions. And you very often say the things that you've been thinking, but you held in, maybe because you knew better. I mean, everybody has thoughts they shouldn't. But most of us noted, zip it. Don't say that stuff. Are we making a call on the play now?
Oh, that's a catch. Yeah, that's a legitimate catch.
Okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't getting
She got that. Smart.
No, I was listening to Casey, and I was just messing around with Speedy. And notice, Speedy's a few inches shorter than I am. So who do I pick on? I pick on
not the man's inches. But yeah, it is an insecurity that is not being dealt with, and they hold it in. This is what happens when you don't go address your crap when you're supposed to. It's a time bomb, and you throw alcohol in there. And quite frankly, some of these guys like the attention. They have bought into the mistaken adage that bad publicity is still good publicity. If you're getting in the news and you're getting talked about, that's nice. But I'm kind of old school about this. I like the days of old Hollywood when if you were famous and you were managed by somebody, and this does apply to sports, if you're someone's property professionally, how you act affects the brand. So you had to keep your mouth shut. And then in the 60s, we started losing that. And it had gone too far, but now the pendulum went too far the other way. Now people just do what the hell ever. And then they're shocked when the label lets them go or the fans tell them to F themselves or all this. They're shocked. And it's like, you guys have a happy medium in there. And if you have stuff weighing on you, go take care of your business because it's going to bleed out in work. That's true of any workplace. You have CEOs that flip out during the board meeting because their wife is doing this or their kids are doing that, and they don't handle it because we still have a stigma in this country on mental health. That's part of the reason we do the Rock and Roll Shrink radio show, was to take away this stigma of a lot of these. We've discussed over 132 different pathologies or situations or mental health concerns. And it needs to be as perfectly cool to talk about that as, I broke my foot. Oh, I tore my rotator cuff. Here we go. I put my thing back in the freezer. We talk about that. Nobody's ashamed. Nobody feels like, I'm a horrible person. Now they know. It doesn't affect your career. But if you say, I think I have ADHD and I need to get medicated, but I'm going to get in trouble because medication does this to me and that to me, people are embarrassed to talk about it, so they don't. And they don't get help because it'll get found out and the media will eat them. And we bring that on ourselves because we're so gossipy now. We allowed the bloggers and the little tiny media, we validated them to the point where any idiot with a computer connection can barf up some news. But is it vetted? Is it very much full of integrity? Are they just trying to rag on the guy for reputation? Do you ever watch the movie, not movie, pardon me, the TV series in the 80s, Max Headroom with Matt Frewer?
It's been a while, but yes.
But
yes,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
We are becoming the blipvert generation.
Yeah.
That's what's wrong. And alcohol exacerbates that.
Folks, and thank you, Senator. I have to tell you that I've had an online presence since 2008, and I've always been very careful. I post stuff, and I'm ridiculed for posting it. It says, well, you don't know that. I say, yes, as a matter of fact, I do, because I've already confirmed it. I don't go by one source.
Right.
If the only time I don't confirm anything is if there's a disaster or something. We go live on something like that. But I've joked about it where I've said, if I post it, I've already confirmed it. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys need to go back to our May 1st, 2011 program. The night that we all found out that Osama bin Laden had been taken out. We knew before we announced it. And and I've alluded to it, we were searching for connections. We were trying to get people to confirm. People that we knew kept their mouths shut. And when we finally got the confirmation, and I'll say it again, it was Ramey. It was Frank Ramirez. As you know, when he was part of our program, he sent me a message when we were live, and he said, I've got confirmation, this and this. At that moment, I could have broken the news because I was anchor for our program, and I didn't. Ramey did the background. I believed in him. I trusted him. I knew he got it. And then I came back to what was going on. I said, okay, we're top of the hour or whatever. I said, Ramey, what do you have? That would have been my moment to say, as I was anchor for our program.
Okay,
and no.
you let him have it.
Oh, good God, yes.
Yeah.
We were all trying to do it. And I've done that. Whenever someone does that, that was our moment. And he got it. And Ramey Frank Ramirez came in. He says, I want to confirm that SEAL Team 6 had just taken out. And we still beat everyone by an hour. Shortly thereafter, CBS was coming in. They were like right after us. They were obviously much bigger than us. If you want to look at the time frames when they send out their text message to notify everyone, we beat them by 4 minutes. We were beating everyone, but it doesn't matter. The point is, we confirmed it.
Mm-hmm.
Other people don't, and it is very frustrating that we have to deal with that. Where we've got news, we got juicy stuff, and we have to stay quiet because we're unable to confirm it. And you're never going to accuse us. Look, another thing that I'm proud of, when I do election night returns, we have called it year after year after year, and we get it right. I have never had to retract anything. And I get so much crap when I call a state. I'm like, look, kids, if you don't know how to play the game, stay out. That's the number one thing I tell them. I know what I'm doing. I called Arizona, and I called Georgia. I called Georgia, I think, on Friday, and I called Arizona that night. And people lost their mind. You don't know what you're doing. I said, I know what I'm doing. The numbers are there. But that's okay. That's all right. We actually called the election on Friday, but that's, whatever. But we go by confirmed sources. And
yeah.
I thank you, Senator, for allowing me to have that moment. And I would expect the same thing from my host. And they do. But do we get caught? Yeah, we get caught up like everyone else. But the difference is we actually admit it.
Yeah.
We do. So, yes, Almighty, when you want to go to that one, I have it up. Okay. So we can talk about that when you're ready to go on it.
Right. I don't know what's wrong. I don't have the controls to upload the image to the site. It's like I don't have the admin stuff on my screen, so I can't do any of that stuff. So I don't know. I don't know if I logged in wrong or what.
We may not have the authority today because I'm unable to do it as well. So there may be some technical issues that we're enduring today.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm challenging my co-host, but my co-hosts do know that. and I respect them and admire them. We've had people on with us that don't confirm, and we don't have time for it. We're not going to play that game. So I get it. I've had to deal with people say, well, who are you? What are you? Well, the reality is we know what we're talking about, and we confirm the stories. So when we post it, it's true. Or, let me take that back. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. I've never, ever said it's true, because that is a word. When Casey went off a little while ago describing society and stuff, ladies and gentlemen, you don't, and I'm talking to the audience, you don't know what the word true or truth is. Look it up. Look it up. True and fact are synonymous. And just because you have a true opinion doesn't make it true. But anyway, I'm going to, just because you have an opinion doesn't make it true. But anyway.
Yeah, non sequitur, actually.
Well, yeah. Well, when people comment on that stuff, it just annoys me. That's why I love saying I am a
one
fact.
thing that we like to do on the Rock and Roll Strike. It is a bit of a crunchy show, and I get that. And I've had people comment once in a while, that we're scientifically crunchy. But I'm like, okay, you can get stories about this stuff in Cosmo at the checkout counter in your shopping place. We aspire to do better than that, and I like to quote studies and NIH and Mayo Clinic and all this. And if I don't have it, I will let you know. This is where I saw it. It's not vetted the way I would like, and feel free to contact us if you have something better. And we will actually put it on the air if somebody does. Once or twice, somebody has had something that was good. And we correct it ourselves, voluntarily, because I feel like, even though we're not on like NBC or Al Jazeera or something like that, we still have a duty to behave as if we were in that way. To have some integrity about it.
And thank you. I am most proud of that on this program, as well as the entire network. I ask for two things from the hosts when they come aboard. I ask them to be honest, and I ask them to, the other thing is no hate. If you're going to bring the hate, get out. That's it. If there's going to be hate, leave that to me. I hate hate.
Hater.
There, we're play fighting. Yeah, I wanted to know as to how real that fight is, but we'll let it go. No. It's fun because Casey has put me in my place. She is smarter than I am in many things, and I will talk to her about some stuff, and she'll talk to me about some things as well. But I appreciate having Casey in my universe, because I know I'm playing up to her on air, but I know what she knows, and I do discuss things with her. Hey, I respect the source. There's very few people that I will say they are intellectually honest. And yes, Casey is one of them. God, son of a...
But I also appreciate that we can talk about it, because I learned the value of that rigor a long time ago, and I don't feel like that gives me permission to be hoity-toity about it. There are times when I know things now and I'm super clear, and there was a moment where I wasn't, and that's how I learned it. So people have their moments.
Whoa, we're not talking about Scientology, woman.
Oh God, no.
Is that like the ninth level OTJ? Super clear?
No, right. I'm definitely on their doo-doo list. My cousin had a big fight with them. She lived in Florida where they were based.
Oh, Clearwater?
Yeah, near there. Yeah, she got on their doo-doo list in Florida. Oh, Aisha brings us sarcasm, so can I?
Oh, yes.
Okay, yes, absolutely.
Yes. So,
sarcasm is one of the 4 basic food groups.
I like it. All right, sarcasm. I'm going to have to write that one down.
Yeah.
All right, folks. This is Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. Of course, I'm the Scorekeeper, Senator Shapiro, Speedy, and Almighty. We're delivering here on July 23rd, 2022. And Aisha, and I believe Gridiron Girl, or what's his face? Coffee. It's also in the chat room.
Remind them blank. I love it.
Hey, yeah, I'm getting old here. Almighty, you want to get to a story right now, young man? You're muted.
Muted.
Unmute.
You're still muted. And I can read lips. Dude. Dude.
What?
There
Nothing.
we go. Okay, now I can hear you.
Yeah, I didn't know I was muted. I must have did that by accident.
That was funny how we all yelled at you. Do that again.
Yeah.
Anywho, we could get to the picture that I showed you. Sent you.
Oh, the porn. There it is.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
There it is. The new
Uh-huh.
helmets, old and new in 22. The Cowboys are going to wear their throwback uniforms on Thanksgiving Day when they who do they play? I think they play the Giants. Yeah, they play the Giants. And unfortunately, the Giants are not going to wear their throwback jerseys on Thanksgiving, but they're going to wear theirs for 2 games.
Mhm.
And it seems like the new helmets are basically, well, I guess the Patriots have throwback too. Everybody remembers these uniforms. These are the ones they wore when they lost the Super Bowl to the Bears by a big margin. But the new helmets seem to all be black somehow.
Yeah, that one. There's a twinge of green. I believe you guys can't see that one, but it is still very dark.
Oh, I
The
forgot
Eagles.
I forgot the Jets. But the Jets just think black and green. So I mean, I forgot the Jets helmet. Damn it, darn
Oh,
it.
hey, it's all good.
But
the
the Jets have but theirs is black. I mean, just look at the black ones like the Panthers and just see the green Jets highlighted on the black helmet. So for some reason that's the power. That's the thing for this year as new helmets go.
The Bengals are down here. I'm not. Yeah.
Well, they're going to wear new. I forgot to put. I didn't put the picture up where they had the helmet and the white jerseys with the black stripes too. So the uniform will match that helmet. I mean, I had instead of having the brown and stripes, they'll have the black stripes like the helmet. So I don't know. And then the one on the left shows the Commanders their new helmet for this year, and their black helmet for this year as well. So it's since the NFL, doesn't have restriction on people, the teams waiting for a year or two to get these things done. Teams are just going hog wild to get out alternate unis for more payday. And that's
what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, oh shit, I forgot the Falcons too, and that was the coolest one. The Falcons was the coolest one of all of them, I believe.
I have not seen that one yet.
I haven't either. I don't.
I thought we showed it on a previous show, the Falcons, but
we may have. And there it is. Look at that. Good morning, Tony. Thank you for joining us, Tony.
Good morning.
Yeah. Hey, Tony.
Yeah, that's the one. There it is. So, Tony, hardcore fan, you like that? You like that one? There is. I apologize, folks. It's because of the imagery and what I'm able to get to and now. There is a shade of green in there on the Eagle ones.
Yeah.
Cool.
You can see the tint from the yeah.
So you are able to see it. Aisha talks about the Bengals will get a new name now.
Zebras.
We call them the Zebras.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
There we go. They didn't think of that, did they? The Zebras.
No, I don't think they did. Casey, that's your team right there.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Does it matter anything to you? Do you like the colors? Because obviously, folks, if they're going to keep to convention, this is the home, the white, and then on the road, the black. The black for me, The white, there's some color there, which might be a misnomer, but we'll leave it at that. It has color in it. I don't know. I'm actually okay with the design of the helmet. The uniforms, kind of blah. The black one does nothing for me. For you, Casey?
I got a question about these new designs. Was the black or white and the black helmets, is that like a rule? Because everybody's doing it, but I didn't think that was like a restriction.
It's not.
No, it's not, and that's what I mentioned earlier. Traditionally, you have what they call your whites. You always wear your best when you're at home, your whites, and that's why they call them your whites. And it goes back, if I'm not mistaken, it goes back to the military days where you wear your whites for formal events. So
Okay.
if you're at home, that's a formal event. You rarely ever wear your whites on the road. Can you? Will they? Sure, because they deny convention. But convention is
Okay.
your whites are at home.
Yeah.
Your grays. Remember that, guys? That's your grays were on the road. But that's
I sort of
so-
feel like the helmet walked too far away from their traditional colors. Like, I'm looking at this and I wouldn't have known it was them if I hadn't seen the W and guessed.
yeah.
I feel like it's so far away that they've kind of colored so far outside the lines. I don't know what page we're on with it.
Oh, that's funny. I like that. Yeah. The home one, I almost see the old Washington Redskin colors, the yellow and red. So
Barely though. I mean, it's
yeah, barely.
Yeah. I just wondered why we had to have black. Why couldn't we just have red helmets?
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I don't know if the black is for every game. I just thought that might be just like the Bengals and Saints. They're not for every game. They're just for an alternative, I believe.
Okay.
Now we've joked about, and both Speedy and Almighty have talked about the fact that there's a lot of black in the uniforms now, and I think it's just.
Well, that started
sorry?
with. Yeah,
No,
go ahead.
Senator.
What's that?
What was your comment, Senator?
Oh, I was gonna say that's gonna be bad in like late summer, early fall, when it's still gross out here. And I don't know how it is out in the West, but I know that it's gross here until the middle of October.
Yeah,
And,
it's not that bad. Go ahead, Almighty.
Well, the black started with the Falcons back at the Dirty Bird days, and when they were all black, and also you got to realize that's the color of the day. I mean, no matter what show when you watch whatever show you watch, everybody's wearing black. When you watch a movie or a series about fantasy or science fiction or whatever, they're always wearing black, and they always have dark on, and there is no other colors on the show. They always have something dark on, unless it's light gray. I mean, just like, okay, let's take the Amazon series. I don't know how many people have watched The Wheel of Time, based on a book series.
Go ahead.
But in the books, the characters wore clothing with color, and when you watch the Amazon series, instead of having the color or the whatever, they're wearing black. So that's what you just can't watch a show like that. What I'm talking about, without everybody being wearing black anymore. So that seems to be that's the color of whatever you want to call it at the time, as far as I can see.
Now, and I appreciate that, Almighty. I'm going to switch over to some other images right now, folks, that people were talking about in the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. So it's funny how Almighty was talking about the imagery there. They were absolutely disgusting. Well, I think they were just lame. But look, these are the All-Star uniforms for the American League. Since they were the visiting park at Dodger Stadium and National League Park, they had the grays, or in this case, the dark. It actually is gray. And it just so happens I chose the Cleveland one for Almighty. That is the visiting uniform. And it's for the second year in a row now. The home team had the whites, which you see it right here. And that was it. That's the only identifier that you knew who they were playing for. In years past, your team colors is what you wore.
That's what I thought. This is
the second year now. But the commissioner, the commissioner, that's what he likes. So,
how much are those jerseys going for?
How much are they going for?
Yeah, I can't see it.
These are going for $139.
Oh, that's it. That's the reason they're doing it then. There you go.
Done.
The silver tray is washed
Okay.
and drying.
So it is. It's crazy that they've gone kind of lame on these.
Yeah, the gray ones don't look all that awesome. I mean,
Wait a minute, which
those
They said
grays
wrong
look
thing for
terrible.
laundry because I had laundry room as a daily 12.
Casey, we can hear you.
And I started cleaning the little fridge.
Hi, Casey, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I need some kind of scraper.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to see if I can mute her.
Oh,
Okay, now I did.
Okay.
All right, folks. I believe we have someone calling into the program right now. We're going to bring him aboard right now. Matthew Broderick. Does anyone know Matthew?
I do.
All right. Fair enough. Sounds good. We're going to bring him on right now. Matthew, good morning. Thank you for joining Sports Talk with the Guys. You are muted right now, Matthew. So you.
I think he's just.
I was just in the chat.
Thank you, Matthew. What's going on?
Nothing much. Just found the show and everything. Good to see my buddy Matt Alvarez back again on the show with you guys this morning.
So,
How you doing out there? How's the weather in Chicago?
It was a little stormy last night, but today seems a little bit better today in Chicago.
That's good. Yeah, it's going to be a little cooler here in California. At least for me. I don't know about Scorekeeper, but
it's going to get to 89 degrees right here. So how do you guys know each other, Matthew and Matt?
Gosh, over 10 years ago from Blog Talk Radio, Matt, he had a show called the Sports Opinion Show. So talk about all sorts of sports, from baseball to football and everything, to wrestling, UFC, all the good stuff.
So Speedy, was he one of your co-hosts?
no, he was not.
Oh,
But he's a good friend. Matt, how do you feel about what we're talking about right now? Guys, I don't like these new helmets. And going back to Almighty's thing, yeah, the zebra helmet for the NFL, what are they thinking? It's too much black. I mean, what is the NFL going to funerals every day? Come on.
I don't know what you think about the zebra helmet. It's a little different, a little odd. It might stand out, but who knows? Maybe it might last.
Well, it's going to be there. Look, as Almighty mentioned, this. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get rid of that. Okay, here we go.
There we
by
go.
the way, we were able to hear your conversation, so that's why I muted you, Casey.
Yeah, twice, doubled.
Yeah. So if you want to come back in, you have to unmute yourself. Oh, okay. She says, "Oh, okay." I didn't even see her type right there. That was impressive. So you should be able to unmute yourself if you want to come back in. So, folks, look, they're changing the uniforms because this increases sales and it's good for the team. So it doesn't matter. Look, if you had the money, would you buy those uniforms? Look, the All-Star Game ones, as I showed earlier, they're lame. I wouldn't. I'd like to see the team colors on the field. Matthew, did you see the All-Star Game, and did you see the uniforms?
I saw a little bit of the All-Star Game. The uniforms, I didn't care too much for the uniforms in the game.
I don't. I have nothing for them. Speedy, your thoughts on it? I mean, I was watching the game. I think it's kind of lame. You know, it's homogenous stuff.
Yeah, I don't like these new uniforms for Major League Baseball or the NFL. I mean, remember a few months ago remember the incident where we had the little mishap where they spelled the guy's name wrong, and then on top of it, he put the wrong number on his jersey.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that's funny. That's humanity making mistakes. That's okay. But let's see. Aisha says, if I could be brutally honest, which you may. This is Sports Talk with the Guys. I think I will make the teams look like used matches. Little black kids running around crazy. So sorry, just my opinion.
It's a good one, Aisha.
Yeah, I don't care for them. Almighty, what are your thoughts on the uniforms?
The ones I'm looking at now
Yeah, the All-Star ones.
look like crap.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a jersey or it looks like a T-shirt though, more than a jersey?
Yeah,
Oh, that's funny. It is a jersey, actually. Yeah, they
Well,
are.
I can tell, but still, it looks more like a T-shirt, like
Yeah.
like you'd wear around with your shorts. But I don't know. That's a terrible. It has no pizzazz. Why would you buy it? There's, I mean,
If you were very goth and athletic.
but it still has no pizzazz. I mean, that you can barely read the name. Yellow's not bright enough, and I don't know. It just doesn't look. It doesn't catch the eye, in my opinion. I mean, I can make that. I can go down to the store, get a gray T-shirt, and put the Cleveland on it for less than $100, less than 50 too. But I don't like it. Go ahead. What about you, Speedy? What do you think about the colors?
Speedy just
Like I
goes.
said, it doesn't work. Like I said earlier, I don't know what the NFL and what Major League Baseball are thinking. These colors don't work at all. And like you said, Almighty, this looks more like a T-shirt than it does a jersey. You can't even read the team names or anything. I mean, I can see Cleveland clearly, but other than that,
Casey, your thoughts on the Major League Baseball All-Star uniforms?
If I see somebody in that, I'm gonna start calling them a little match girl. I agree with Aisha.
That's funny. I like that one. All right, fair enough. I believe Almighty sent me a message on. What was that one for, young man? Was that for the baseball athlete?
I don't know what I sent you a message about.
Okay, well, you sent me some stuff.
When?
So I'll check it right now.
I didn't send you anything. All I sent you was that picture of the helmets, I believe.
Okay. Sounds fair. All right, folks, well, we're going to go ahead and continue. Matthew, if you would like to stay on with us, by all means, go ahead. And, folks, as we say, if you want to join us on the program, just go ahead and join us. So we'll have you on. And when we get tired of you, we'll just kick you off. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, we have technical difficulties. And we lose the connection. That's how we do it here. So it's all good. Matthew, are there any stories that you wanted to maybe have us address? Since we're talking uniforms, dress, get it?
The uniforms they look pretty bland. The uniforms that you just showed.
Yeah, they are. I look. They used to in the past wear their home uniforms or their team uniforms, and they would have the All-Star Game symbol on there. Now they're getting away from it. It's kind of lame, but and the fans don't like them. There's no doubt. I don't know of anyone that has said that they like them as of yet, but I don't know. Major League Baseball is going to do what they want. Whenever they come up with a new uniform, folks, it's because sales for team colors are depressed. Think about it. When do the Dallas Cowboys change their uniforms? When do the New York Yankees change their uniforms? Or even the Boston Red Sox, for that matter. Let's go to some other teams. The Blackhawks. When do they change their uniforms from NHL? Look, have they? Yes, but it's rare. And just because show you, look, the Braves, the Brewers, even the Cardinals. Yeah, they've changed their uniforms. It is what it is, folks. Whenever sales are depressed, they always come up with something else. Thank you for that, Matthew. So we're going to mute you for the time being, but thank you for that message. When you come back, let us know. So, all right, folks, what other articles or news stories you want to get to? I do know that Almighty sent us quite a few stories over the week, and I thank you for that. I'm going to get to some of them right now. But is there a story you want to get to, Speedy?
yes, Albert Pujols is going to have his own bobblehead finally.
I'm sure he's never had a bobblehead before?
Apparently not. I guess. I'm sure you guys have seen it.
No, actually, I have not. Is there an image already out of it?
Yes, there is, and I'll send it to you in a minute.
Let's see if I can look for it right now. Bobblehead. Is that one word?
Yes.
Yes. All one word.
He's getting his own bobblehead. Wow, way to go, Albert. His own bobblehead. Really? it's interesting that there's already one for sale of him in a Dodger uniform, but I guess being given away at a stadium, that's what this is.
Yes.
Check this out. This is available on eBay. There he is, Albert Pujols. Hey, we almost have the exact same beard.
Right.
That's for sale.
Yeah.
But I guess they sell those, and
$100?
oh yeah, dude, $99.99.
Holy
That's the
mother.
price that I called. That's the stuttering German price.
And I don't know why this is, but Scorekeeper, if you look at the link I just sent you in chat, in private chat, open that up and you'll see what the league has made. The league has made a rule that you have to be 16 or older now to buy a bobblehead.
What?
Who's running Major League Baseball now? I mean, come on.
What are their concerns? Someone's going to swallow it?
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. I mean, remember what we talked about, Almighty, a few months ago, where me and you talked with. It might be the fact that kids have been eating Tide Pods for the last few years, so that might have something to do with it.
I don't understand.
Yeah, remember that, Casey? Come on.
My generation, hey, goldfish, big effing deal.
Oh my gosh. You know how? Yeah, there were a lot of choking hazards, but we got toys. I mean, my God.
Yeah, I know, right?
And you can cut yourself.
This generation, let it sort itself out.
Oh my gosh. So 16 to buy a bobblehead. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
This is the Albert Pujols bobblehead now.
Do you have an article on that? Speedy?
Yeah, it's in the chat room. But it's still not his own bobblehead. He's with Adam Wainwright and Yadier Molina. So he's still getting gypped.
Yeah.
Unless it's going to be him on his own. Okay, actually, Speedy, forgive me, I want to clarify this. In the article, it says 25,000 fans, ages 16 and older, will take home a bobblehead of the future Hall of Famer when the Cardinals take on the Cincinnati Reds at 1:15 p.m.
Yeah.
And it will be the club's first individual Pujols bobblehead giveaway since 2008. So, all right.
So is that a team decision then?
Oh, yeah.
Not NBA.
No.
Major League Baseball.
Yeah. I guess you have to be 16 and over to get a bobblehead.
Well, I thought Speedy said Major League Baseball made the rule, but it says the Cardinals. So I'm not sure if that's a Major League Baseball. That's why I'm asking: is that the Cardinals rule or the Major League Baseball rule of how they're giving out the bobbleheads?
I'm not really sure, but that's what the article says. That they only want. It might be a team decision, where you have to be 16 or older to buy the bobblehead.
Yeah, well, actually, they're not buying the bobblehead. What they're doing is they're going to be giving them out. 25,000 fans.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just.
It looks to be the St. Louis Cardinals, not Major League Baseball.
The Cardinals made that decision for some reason. Probably just, but still, parents are going to get them and give them to their kid anyway. So it's no big deal. Like, okay, here you go, son or daughter, or they, and then move on.
Look, over here in Anaheim, I don't know how it is in Dodger Stadium because I haven't been to as many games. I like going to Anaheim. They will announce the first 35, the first 30,000, whatever fans, doesn't matter, will receive such and such a gift. I know that's how they do it here. There's no age thing. I went to the minor league game in Lake Elsinore on Sunday, and I did enjoy my time over there. I have to tell you, they gave me a car cover, a windshield car cover, which was kind of neat. I'll have to take a picture of it and show it. But yesterday, I wanted to go to the 66ers game because they had $1 hot dogs. So I wanted to go commit suicide on as many $1 hot dogs as I could have.
So this is why I said don't do a show about depression. See what happens?
She brought that back up. That was perfect.
I was not feeling well yesterday because of this cold. But look, the medication. See, folks, this is why I know I have a cold. The NyQuil has taken effect. I have not been sniveling. I've not been doing anything for a while, so I can function as an adult.
Effing Q.
I'm sorry. I know. too much information, but I haven't been, that annoying. So it's kind of.
Oh no, this is great. We were just talking about Lino Veritas. NyQuil has the same problem. It loosens comments. Well, for the 5 minutes you're awake before it hits you.
Oh, I feel it. And I don't know if this is the NyQuil, but there is a tiny earthquake going on right now. Very faint. But maybe it's the NyQuil. Oh.
Do we have a source we can check?
I will check. Of course, usgs.gov. It's very light, and I know that usgs.gov, not .com.
What
No,
do you think?
no.
What do you think it is, Raj? Is it a 1? A
Yeah,
2?
it's got to be a 1 or a 2.
See?
Very.
Because you should know. You should be able to tell by now what it is on the scale.
Really, after 53 years of life on this planet, I should be able to tell, right?
You should. You've been there long enough.
Social promotion, folks. I've been upgraded, so I like it.
Well, Scorekeeper, you do sound better than you did when the show started. And your nose looks a little better, too. So.
Oh, my nose looks better. Thank you, Speedy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, typical story of my life. Yeah. So I'm at USGS. We'll see. It'll show up in a few minutes. If
We've
there's
got
been a
5
little bit of
live
rocking.
earthquakes on the coast of California on that site.
Oh, you see it, right? Yeah.
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 I don't know which one's close to you, but there's 5 of them up right now.
Oh, you're able to see the map. They're within. Actually, this one is close to Speedy. I know, folks. Forgive me. We're way off. This is what Casey's talking about. This one was in the Pinnacles. This is probably 50 miles away from Speedy. Speedy lives here.
Yeah.
There. See, and this is like near Coalinga. Let's see if that one shows up. Yeah, I don't know what the size of that one is. In Avenal. And that was a 3.4, but that was several days ago. This is, whoops, sorry. Oh, wow. It actually has that kind of. See, this is me right here. I'm here. So I'm right by San Andreas Fault.
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's south and I'm up north.
Yeah, I'm in the good part of the state. Anyway, Aisha, I know it's that time of year, Aisha, or that time of day in the program.
That time of year, huh? Okay.
I'm on NyQuil.
Time immutable, he's drugged.
Thank you, Aisha, for visiting us today.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to say something to Aisha.
Do you? Have a good day, Alicia.
Is he got to sneeze?
I don't know, but it's like coming and going, the NyQuil effect. Aisha, thank you for joining us. Thank you for spending time with us. And we look forward to seeing you again. And, of course, on Facebook throughout the week. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope your mama is doing well. And thank you for spending time with us. Wow. Oh, geez. Sorry.
Is it you got like a sneeze that's stuck?
Oh, everything is stuck with me, Casey. Senator.
That sounds like a problem.
I hate that.
You hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I got that on Sunday, too. On Sunday, I was talking with some friends, and I'm like, that's...
Oh,
And it never came out. It didn't come out until 20 minutes later when I'm on the road. I get in my vehicle, and I'm at a light. And then the light turned green, and all of a sudden I went, achoo! And it came out. I'm like, oh, finally.
I'm sorry, what was that, Speedy? You did what?
My nose got stuck, and the sneeze didn't want to come out until I got to a red light.
oh, jeez.
Yeah, but you said something. A what? What? What'd you say?
You know, I was making the sneezing noise.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh, okay. Well, being able to sneeze at not a lot of Quan here. The Cardinals and quarterback Kyle Murray. Thank you. Almighty. Wow. I really feel it taking effect now, guys.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, here we go.
Let's ask him something dark.
Oh, wow. The NyQuil is really taking effect now.
Uh,
Woohoo! Anyway, Kyle Murray agreed to terms on an extension that keeps the quarterback under contract through 2028. The team announced the new 5-year deal is worth $230.5 million and includes $160 million guaranteed. The Pack will pay Murray $30 million in the first year and $69 million over 2 years and $106.2 million after 3 years. Wow, that is crazy. That's a lot of quan. That's not something to sneeze at. Or how's that phrase go?
No.
I know. That was painful, wasn't it? Ugh.
Ooh, yeah, kind of.
There are the details. Aaron Rodgers is being paid $50.27 million, guaranteed $150 over 3 years. Kyle Murray, $46.1 million or $160 million. Deshaun Watson, $46 million over 5 years. Pat Mahomes, $45 million over 10, and something Allen of Buffalo, $43 million over 6 years. That is crazy. The amount of money that these people are being paid. Is he worth it, Almighty? I know you have to be very careful when I say that.
I don't know. I doubt it. That's a lot of bank, and that's now he's the second most paid quarterback. The only way is it worth it is if he gets them to a Super Bowl win, and that's the and I don't know, and you never know. But when you're paying somebody that much money, that's the goal. I mean, anything less than you just wasted your money. Doesn't matter how many playoff games you win; it's how you get to the Super Bowl and earn your paycheck. So, if I'm not sure, Cardinals are a good team, but they pop. But anyway, they want to keep him there. They got him an extension, so he's happy, and we'll see what happens. But the Cardinals are a contender, but we got to get a Super Bowl between here and 28 to see if it pays off. I'm sorry, but that's when you pay that kind of money. That's what you want.
Oh, Almighty is sorry.
No, I'm just stating. I'm just saying. I mean, it doesn't matter. That's the goal. And if he doesn't get to the Super Bowl, well, then no, it was a waste of money. It might put butts in the seats, but you still want to get that Super Bowl.
All right, I'm changing the rules. Hey, Senator, it's a sports program. You got to have a sports topic.
I don't gotta have a sports topic.
Oh, you see, okay, that ended that. Okay.
How about those Commanders uniforms? There you go.
And you need a nickname too.
Well, Senator up there. That's an inside joke with Roger because he asked me about baseball, and I told him I root for the Senators. What do I know?
It was good.
I mean, I like the new team. You know, the Nationals are fine, but it's a sentiment thing. You know,
Yeah,
I
I
won the
know.
Senators games a lot when I was a kid, so I was sad to see him go.
Yeah, I don't care anything for the Admirals, but hey, this one.
Yeah, I know.
But she read my post, so I guess I was happy with that. Folks, I'm going to imitate the dinosaur in Jurassic Park 2.
How's this work?
Remember how they gave it something to wake it up, and then they gave it the other thing, the sedative, so it was freaking out? I've taken the NyQuil. I'm going to go get me some caffeine now.
Oh,
Lord. I'll be right back. My
Caffeine.
coffee machine's it's right there. So I'm going to go and
get a bail fund together just in case he gets into something.
Thank God I'm in my office at home. I'll be right back. Go ahead. Almighty, Speedy, Senator, take over. I actually do. My throat's getting a little dry right now. Yes, TMI. Oh my God, I can't believe I said that. It's the NyQuil.
Yes.
Hey,
Oh my Lord.
my Kings jersey.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Aisha, no shot against royalty.
Well, he already forgot that Aisha left. That was 5 minutes ago. So
Yeah. I think we're gonna have a little NyQuil fun. How much longer are you guys gonna stay on?
What time is it? Oh, only what? 3 hours?
it's only 8:00 in the morning over here. So we got another hour and a half.
I'm on the East Coast.
Yeah, we know.
Well, we usually finish up at 1 o'clock.
Okay, 1 o'clock
And-
morning time.
Yeah, I'm on
Okay.
the east. I'm in the Eastern time zone too. So
Okay,
I mean,
we got another 2 hours of
sometimes
Macro Boy.
sometimes it's earlier, sometimes it's later, but usually we have to get off because there's another show after us. So
Yeah.
Yeah. But me and Scorekeeper are in the same state, so
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. So
Oh, I figured that out when he was looking for earthquakes near you.
yeah. Mhm.
yep.
Yeah.
And
He's like
also-
6 hours away.
And also the map of California was a giveaway too, but
Yeah. Also true.
but
Well, if you don't have anything,
well,
I do.
well, if we're done, go ahead, Speedy. I already had mine. You go ahead and do another one.
All right. Remember the New Jersey youth baseball umpire who was attacked by a coach during a game in Birmingham, New Jersey last month? Well, he filed a lawsuit against the man who punched him. James Neely, the 72-year-old umpire, filed a lawsuit against Jerry Ostro, the coach of the Staten Island-based travel team, who is, seeking damages for injuries that he wholeheartedly sustained
Oh,
in the
my.
incident. Neely sustained a concussion and his jaw was fractured in 2 different places. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
In his jaw, remember, and this resulted in his jaw being wired shut during his original surgery.
Yeah, that's definitely not a frivolous lawsuit at that point. Ouch.
Who are
No,
we
the
talking
lawsuit.
about? Sorry about that.
We're talking about the youth umpire who was punched out by a fan at a youth baseball game. Remember?
Was it a parent?
I believe so. It was a parent.
Well, then it was more than a fan. It was a.
Yeah, it was a parent.
Okay.
So
Why go ahead.
the lawsuit also named travel team's Ulster president Frank Cabrera and the U.S. ambassador to the Baseball League and 10 John Does are parents from the Staten Island team who verbally encouraged and fostered the assault. Okay, I didn't know about that. But they are defendants in the case.
Oh. Okay, so who is the umpire suing the team and the person that struck them?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's why they mentioned the John Does, because they don't know their names, but it's part of the team.
Right.
The ones that encouraged him. So I got a question for you, Speedy. Are these kinds of things super unusual, or has there been an uptick in the last couple years or something? Because I'm wondering if it kind of reflects an uptick in general in society of these sorts of things getting more plentiful. It's getting much more common for people to just walk up in the street and pop somebody in the nose, and half the time they have it coming. But it kind of feels like in general in our culture, this has gotten more plentiful. And I'm wondering if you think it's that or if this is pretty typical.
No, this has happened at a few youth baseball games. We've been in. Remember back in February when myself and Scorekeeper had talked about this, where a guy did the same thing. He, threatened the umpire because the umpire called his kid out at a little league game. He's like, "My daughter's not out. You don't know what you're talking about. What kind of umpire are you?" And he jumped over the fence, and the same thing happened there. Of course, that one was a little different because parents were like, "Come on, man, it's not worth it. Don't do this crap in front of your daughter. This is a kid's baseball game. Got a bunch of 5, 6-year-olds here." He's like, "Well, I don't care." And he even remember Scorekeeper back in February when I said the part where he said, after the game, "I'm going to be waiting by your car. I know what car you drive." I'm like,
Oh my God.
so yeah, it's become a thing in the last few years.
And that's. Oh, go ahead, Raj.
I was going to you, Almighty.
Oh, I mean, this was a few years back, but they are having trouble getting referees and umpires
Yes.
because they can't take the heckling, especially millennials. We're talking about millennials. They can't once they they don't have the thick skin
What?
like we do. So if they get heckled,
They're 45 now. Their skin's plenty thick.
and they quit. I'm just reporting. I'm just saying what I read that they have a hard time taking the heckling, and they said they have, and they referred to millennials, which I'm sure it's just I know it's a generalization, but still there is. That's why they have a shortage of some places have a shortage of getting refs because they just can't take parents, and they're always heckling parents these days. No one can sit back and just watch a kids game without having some kind of nonsense going on. But I don't know. It doesn't happen everywhere. Not everywhere at every game. I don't know how common it is, but it's a thing. But umpires get a lot of crap, and referees get a lot of crap, and they know it and they get used to it. But when it comes to violence, that's where you have to draw the line on thinking, well, is it worth it to get punched out just because you make a bad call? And how much screaming and yelling can you take at? And plus, you've got to remember, these are Gen X parents that are screaming and yelling. And some millennials, too, because they're old enough to have kids. So we got a lot of generations that like to whine. So, and I know that's a generalization, but still, I'm going to stick by it. And now you've got Gen Zeros, and they're even whinier. So,
And the report continues. Check this out. After receiving a report of an assault on an umpire, Jacob Neely was found by police officers bleeding from the mouth, and he told the officer, well, first I ejected a coach for arguing in foul language. That's why I ejected him. Mm-hmm. The coach was later identified as Mr. Ostro, who confronted the umpire and punched him in the face before leaving the scene, which means, you know what that means?
Extra charges on him.
No, it means he lied to the police, and that's why he left the scene.
Well, I mean, doing that is going to get him extra charges in court for doing that.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, he left the scene of a crime. You just can't. You just can't walk away.
Ostro, he's 40 years old. It's funny. It's funny that you mentioned that. Casey, that 40-year-old. Yeah.
Didn't forget you. we're having a fun little talk about behavior right now.
But it's funny that Casey mentioned that about 40-year-olds because, well, that's how old this guy is. Mm-hmm. He was arrested this week on June 21st, and he's now been charged with third-degree aggravated assault and fourth-degree assault for starting a constitutional riot, which basically means a mini riot, at a youth sporting event. Both he and the team have now been banned from the U.S. Amateur Baseball League. Neither said should be on the kids.
If he lied, it's also obstruction of justice.
Do you think they'll really pull a charge like that for a kid's sports?
I don't know. I mean, usually they load up the charges and then they go through the process of Dicker. You know how that stuff works. So
well, this was in Jersey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends if he hooked up with the mob or not. So if he's a soprano, who knows?
You know, guys, this as we did mention earlier, there is a dearth of umpiring or referees because of what is going on.
Yeah.
Look, in the third world or outside the United States, I'll say it that way, is refs are beaten up and are killed in soccer events, which is ridiculous. It's out of control.
Football?
Yes, they're threatened, and I just don't understand why you want to even be a ref in many third world countries. here in the United States, it's getting way out of hand. And I wanted to give a shout out to Roz. Good morning, Roz.
Good morning, Roz.
We don't have statistics on it other than what was mentioned earlier, that it's getting harder and harder to find these umpires. Now, granted, we've had COVID in the way, but prior to COVID, it's getting tougher and tougher to find umpires for the kids' games, the kiddies' games. And I've been to events where, look, I question an ump's vision all the time. And I love to mouth off, but I never threaten the ump. I always threaten the ump by saying, hey, I got another pair in my car. You need those? I mean, that's the extent of my threatening. I do not threaten it. I've never threatened anyone, and I can be a loudmouth at a game and an event with the best of them.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. But, I've been, at my old age, I don't say very much just because I don't. But look, heckling a ref is part of it. But you heckle. You don't threaten. You don't do any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Because look, I've talked about it over and over. When I played in high school, when I played semi-pro ball, the ump, I was better at it than anyone to getting more calls. I got a lot more calls than the other team because I was polite to the ump. I was respectful. So when there was a play at my plate, umps had a warm and fuzzy feeling over there, and I got a lot of calls. I really did, because I wasn't a jerk to the ump. And I loved it when the other players were mouthing off to the ump. Did I mouth off? Yes. But you do it respectfully. When there's a call you disagree with, Almighty, you and I have talked about this. What do we say? Come on, up! Hey, Blue! Right, Almighty? Seriously.
Got opinions.
Yeah. You let them know. Now, yes, Angel Hernandez. Oh, my God.
Yeah, there it is. We knew Coffee was going to throw that in there.
Yes. Look, he is, wow. Yeah, he is a bad ump compared to it. And we've talked about how the umps are in Major League Baseball. A lot of the younger, newer umps are really, really good. Their percentage of calling balls as strikes, there's a reason why they never get mentioned, because they're really good at calling it. As a ball player, I always appreciate the umps that are consistent. They're human beings. They're going to make bad calls. We know that. We only ask them to be consistent. And when you get an ump that's consistent, I've had calls that go against me, but I know that he's calling them against the other side too. It's like, hey, it is what it is. Just move on. But to threaten umps in the manner that you guys have been talking about, fans, they're out of control. You've got to kick them out. And Speedy, yes, the umpire has the ability to kick anyone out at the game. They do.
Yeah.
Because this is what it comes down to. If you have a fan that is not involved, but he's cheering for one team, you tell the teams, hey, that fan's got to go. If not, I'm going to call the game. No one wants to stop playing.
Yeah.
So they'll usually control the fan. The fans want the game to go, and they'll control that fan. But there is an uptick, Casey, because of video. And I think it's a good thing that there's video. Because you see all these Karens and Carlsons, they're out of control. They deserve to be on video. It's a kid's game, for goodness sake. Look.
Hey, Roger, do you think the uptick is that we have video and it was this bad all along, but we just didn't catch them as much? Do you think the video is just making it known and it's been this bad? Or do you think there's an actual for real uptick?
There's a for real uptick.
Okay.
Yes. And the video helps, because this isn't the first time. We've talked about fans losing their minds over the last, how many years have we been on air?
Yeah.
Yes. It's just, there is a genuine uptick. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier about drinking and being out of control and all this stuff. There's just more of it.
It's like the drinking thing.
Yes.
Insecurities come out. Sometimes people don't need booze.
Very good.
They just need a TikTok.
Speedy, remember when we talked about this prior to COVID, that stadiums had and I could hear it whenever they would announce it at Anaheim. I always knew the Punks, because at Anaheim Stadium there was a number that you could text during the game, and everyone was calling it the snitch line. Remember?
Yeah.
But I always paid attention to who would murmur or complain, and they fit the profile. Alone, drinking, they had the beer in hand, and that's a snitch line. Dude, what do you care? Oh, wait a minute. It's because you're the one that throws popcorn, you're the one that throws peanuts, and you're the one that wants to pick the fight. It's not a snitch line. It's a be an adult line. Snitch line.
Yeah.
That's a lot of it, Anaheim. Sorry, Speedy, go ahead.
The whole thing about the snitch thing came from my era, where the 80s and 90s kids were like, oh, you're a snitch. I'm going to get you after school. And we would be like, all right, fine, whatever. And we would just deal with the problem after school, which was, that was the result of, you being a snitch. And then snitch became a word among law enforcement. They were like, we have an informant. Well, yeah, it's an informant. It's also a snitch. But when you talked about that before COVID, I remember that whole thing initiated other stadiums, other teams were like, why don't we all create our own safety hotline number? And that's what other baseball teams did. And it also created, network, because, during the NFL season, what do we see? We see this game is going to be on Fox, but also ESPN is going to be there. So what they've done in baseball is similar to the NFL, where they're like, hey, Fox, hey, NBC, hey, ESPN, why don't you come bring your cameras to our game? And you know what initiated that whole thing? Just a few months ago with the whole, New York thing, when fans were trying to attack the New York players, and the New York players were like, oh, you want some of this? Don't make me come up there. Remember? When players had jumped up there to try and attack the fans, they had extra TV cameras to identify each and every one of those fans. And they were like, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. You're banned for life. That's it. So to Casey's point, I think it's good that we have cell phone video footage, and now we have extra TV cameras, because, when I used to work at Safeway, we would do the same thing. We'd use our security cameras and go, wait, who's the thief? All right, stop the camera right there. We know what they look like. Next time they come in the store, we're throwing them out. So it's been very, very good. But, back...
Casey, you can always post that. Yes, you should post that in the chat room.
I think it came into popular culture during the film noir era in the 40s, because who popularized that term then was Cagney movies.
Snitches get stitches.
Yes, Jimmy Cagney and related parts of film noir genre made that very popular, and those people are the grandparents of the people that are doing that now. That's where the 80s kids got it. Their grandparents taught them that.
Yeah. Now, folks, we're probably not using the appropriate word, but it's the way it's used. And like I said, I was at the game. They call it the snitch line. It's like, who's calling it the snitch line? The punks that want to cause that problem.
Yeah.
Because that's what they are. Folks, there's two things that I hate at a baseball game. The beach ball and the punks that throw stuff, that drink way too much and they start.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Okay. My thing was I never wanted to get hit by the beach ball, because, folks, when you're at a baseball game, when those beach balls go wild, someone always gets hit from behind and everyone laughs. That was my greatest worry, just getting hit by a beach ball. That was it. I just didn't want to be laughed at. And the other is the punks that throw the stuff.
Yeah.
And I learned, forgive me, but it's where you buy the tickets. I'm sorry, but the more expensive the ticket is, the fewer the opportunity of you dealing with the people that just go there to get drunk. Does it happen? Yes, but in fewer sections. As I've mentioned, I buy section 30, the 300 in Anaheim. That's the second level. There's only like 10 rows in that section. It's really neat. The seats are a little more expensive there. But I never have problems. I don't deal with idiots. And I look down on the main field section, and I can see the idiots fighting. I look over in the bullpen area, and I see the people, and it's just really sad.
I thought you were talking about us.
Was I really?
What?
Was I really?
No,
I was talking about Matthew.
He's
I
messing with you, dude.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying. Never mind. You don't. It's a joke. Never
You
mind.
blew
I
the
know.
joke now.
Actually, Matthew's back. That's why I said that. So,
Ah,
hi, Matthew.
okay. Matthew Broderick.
So, you know what? I got a funny story at a White Sox game I was at a couple years ago, right?
Go for
I
it.
had a White Sox game I was at a couple years ago, and it was actually me. I actually got the wave started at a White Sox game I was at a couple years ago.
Mhm.
And then I got the wave started. They saw everyone down, like around our section, then around the stadium, do the wave. Then and I got started and brought the White Sox back, and they won the game that night.
That is cool, Matthew. You see, but Matthew, that's actually a cool story, dude. that one is. It's harmless, man. You did it. Matthew, you have not been on this program when I've told the story that I got into a shouting match with the famous John Rocker of the Indians, the Braves, and of the Rangers. It was April 16th, 2002, right after tax deadline, the first game. I got into a shouting match with him. He yelled some real ugly profanities at me when I'd had it with the punk, and he was warming up, and he was right in front of me. For those of you that know Angel Stadium, it's section 257 or 258, I forget. It's right behind the bullpen when the visitors were closer to the fans. I was in row G. I used to love buying those seats a lot. So I was mouthing off because everyone was after Rocker. Everyone was making fun of him because of his racist remarks and insensitive remarks about the subway system and stuff in New York. But anyway, it was easy to rip Rocker. He would challenge everyone in the stands. The funniest one was this one young lady. She had a baseball, and she was yelling at him, "Mr. Rocker, Mr. Rocker, would you put your X on my ball?" That was kind of funny. I mean, we were like, what? And then she had another one about, "Hey, why don't you whip out your slasher stick?" And we were like, what is going on? And fans, when they're concentrating on one, they talk. And we asked her, "What's the slasher?" And she said, "He was in a B movie, with the last few months where he's in a slasher flick." Oh my God, that was enough. All the fans were attacking John Rocker. And it's like, dude, you show up in the fourth inning and you're already answering the fans back. Dude, it was stupid. You never do that. If they realize that you're hearing and you're answering them, they will never let go. So, okay, John Rocker's warming up. Dude, I am not 15 feet away from him. And since he's a lefty, he has to look up to the fans to warm up. And he was right in front of me, and I'm like, folks, when it comes down to baseball, it comes down to winning. And lefties are automatic athletes. But think about it. When you get traded away from two winning organizations at the time, the Indians and the Braves, what does it say about you if you get traded away from winning organizations? Everyone could see that he was gripping that ball and he was getting angry. I was getting under his skin. And he was getting mad. I'm like, "Hey, it's about winning." And "You're with the Rangers now." That's what I yelled out. He was mad. But okay. That got under his skin and I was winning. Then someone said something to him. "Oh, that's funny. Ha ha, that's very funny. Why don't you come up with something new?" At which point I stood up and I said, "Okay, I'll take that challenge. How about you shut up, throw strikes, and win games?" Oh, the F-bomb started flying at me, and another fan stood up, and he got into it with him, and I'm like, "Oh, thank God, I was about to get kicked out of the game." But I did. I got in a shouting match with this guy, and I was scary. I was trembling. I've never done this in my life. But I took him up. He said, "Why don't you come up with something new?" I said, "All right. How about you shut up, throw strikes, and win games?" Oh, he lost it. And another fan who was drunk, thank God, got into it with him. And we won the game. The Angels came back to win because Rocker came into the game and everyone was in it. They got on it, and the Angels came back to win, and it was against Rocker. It was absolutely awesome. We as fans know that we won that game. And I think it's funny because it's dude, you never engage the fans. And I'm proud of it. I had a hand in that win. I was really happy about that one. But yeah, I don't have the nerve to get up and do the wave, dude. I can't handle that. My psyche, if I step and do the wave, and if no one stands up, I'm done. My psyche is burned for the rest of the day.
Yeah, there's a guy right next to us in our section that night too. I remember he's like, "All right, guys," he goes, "I'm serious this time." He goes, "We're going this way now." Right, God, he goes, "Then we're going this way now." And oh my God, this is way too great.
It is cool though that you were actually able to do that. In 1991, I went to a minor league game. Mike Piazza was still in the minor leagues with I think it was Bakersfield at the time, and they were playing Adelanto, which is north of Victorville, out there in the desert here in Southern California. And the pitcher for the Adelanto team, I think it was the San Diego Padres minor league team at the time. He was wild. He came in, threw pitches all over the place. He was wild, and he threw a pitch that hit Mike Piazza on the top of his cleat. Okay.
Ooh.
The top of his shoe, folks. He hit him. Bailey from the Dodgers came flying out wanting to pick a fight, and it was so funny because he was already at home plate and no one of the Dodgers had come out. And then they're like, and they all came out to support him. And they started pushing each other around. And these are 18, 19, and 20-year-olds. So there was no pushing. They were throwing punches. So things calmed down after a while. And then it happened again where they came out, and I was right behind home plate. And I knew the guy that started it was Bailey. I wanted that guy out. And I had made so much noise that I got Bailey ejected because he eventually came up to me to try to do something. Hey, get the hell out of here. You're a loser. You're a punk. Get out of here. And he came up to the fence to mouth off. I'm like, dude, that's what's keeping you away from me? And I think I was 22 years old. That kid would have kicked my ass. Oh, yeah. Even then, I knew he would have kicked my ass. But I was like,
Come on,
dude,
Grandpa.
what are you going to do? It's a screen, dude. Come around here. He wasn't going to do that, but I knew he would have kicked my ass. Was that Casey? I'm sorry, Casey?
Oh, I when you were talking about the fight just now, I was like, come on, Grandpa, let's go.
Yeah, no kidding. So, Speedy, what's the story that you wanted to talk about right now?
Well, first of all, I just have to say, ladies and gentlemen, I have never heard this man talk about like getting people faces like that. When he came up here with Big Dawg for wrestling event before COVID,
Yeah.
he just got there and was like, "Oh my God!" Me and Big Dawg are like, "Yeah, why don't you back up? Get out of here with that crap." And
Okay,
this guy.
Please clarify what happened.
Remember, you guys came up here for the Halloween Hell APW show.
I'm talking about at the event. What happened at the event? He says, "Oh, that's what I did." Dude, look, the fight spilled out into the crowd, and they pushed us back. So you want to tell the story, Speedy?
Yeah, they pushed us back, but then my friend, he gets in there and he's like, "What, you got something to say? You got something to say?" And he gets in Big Dog's face, and Big Dog's like, You need to step off because you don't know who you're talking to. He's like, "Yeah, dude, I'm talking to your mom." And I said, "Well, you were the one running out of the ring. Why don't you get back in there, you big chicken?" And he goes, "Well, he's going to hit me, but he knows me." And you were just like, "Oh, my God, I'm right here." And we're in the front row, ladies and gentlemen, at wrestling shows. And I've mentioned this before, but nobody does it. And that's probably the promoter's fault or somebody else's fault because they have booking committees too. We have scorekeepers alarm going off.
No, it's all my Armaldi's. It's air warning red. We
Almighty.
have incoming. Every time that alarm goes off, it's because incoming.
Yeah. But anyway, because all these promoters, they get these small buildings, and you're lucky. You and Big Dog are lucky you weren't here in the old days of APW, where there's 100 and almost 300 people packed into a former garage. It was the APW garage. There's pictures of that on Facebook. No. Imagine Scorekeeper, a wrestling ring, 20 by 20 in your garage, and then people, the referee, the camera crew. I don't think we didn't get a fire. Actually, the promoter at the time, rest in peace, Roland Alexander, we got so many violations when he was the promoter, because the fire department was like, you can't have 300 people in this small building. So we started having people go upstairs, because there was an upstairs area, and we just started putting chairs around there. That way, But then again, there's videos about that too, where you can look on YouTube, where Vic Grimes actually goes up the stairs and jumps off the balcony to do a crazy moonsault, and that didn't work either. But yeah, we weren't in, the gymnasiums and stuff like you and Big Dog have been up here. We've been in smaller, tighter buildings.
Okay, all right, Speedy. Fair enough. Yes, I get that. And I joke because you all know I'm in my garage right here where my office is. But look, Speedy is trying to rip me over the fact that the event spills into the fans. It's part of the routine. I get it. And they pushed everyone back. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? That's what I said. And they kind of looked, one of the fighters looked at me. I'm like, what? What? I'm not going to engage these guys. They're 3 times my size. So if you want to call me a pussy, Speedy, sure. And I'm like, what's going on here? And, it's kind of funny. I get it. It's cool. It's part of the routine. But, dude, when the fight spills out, everyone pushes back. That's what it was. Big Dog stood up to the fighter, as you did as well, Speedy. I did not. I'm not that stupid. I value my life. Look, that guy Bailey, who was on the Dodgers, he was an athlete. He would have kicked my ass. I really acknowledge it. I just thought it was funny that he was yelling at me through the screen. I'm like, dude, the screen's keeping you apart from me? What a pussy. That's what I told him. So, hey, but had he come around, yeah, he probably would have ended me. But why is he fighting with me? The little kid was unhappy, bitter, and he just wanted to fight. It was stupid. But yeah, I've gotten into shouting matches.
I couldn't imagine that.
So, Speedy, the point is that yes, I got up in arms. Like, what the hell's going on? I didn't wuss out though. I stood there. I didn't pick a fight with your wrestlers. Come on, dude.
That's true. But I don't know if this is true. I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Okay,
there you
is
go.
that the thing on Mike Tyson?
Yeah.
Okay, I put that article up. I also put in the chat room. So everyone who's in online with us, did you read the article about Mike Tyson? So why don't you go ahead with that, Speedy?
Yeah, well, believe it or not, over the course of his boxing career, Mike Tyson at one point was to be an invincible persona for many, many years. However, now as he grows older, he's acknowledging his own morality. In a recent episode podcast on Hot Boxing, his own podcast. I mean, who doesn't have a podcast nowadays? The former boxing champion spoke with therapist Sean McFarlane. Because McFarlane specializes in trauma and addiction, and Tyson told him, I feel like I'm getting close to the end of my life, and I'm 56 years old now, and I'm going to die soon. Which many feel is, they hope he's wrong. I hope he's wrong too.
Well, I think he's just feeling his mortality, right, Casey? When someone mentions something like that, it's they're feeling things are slipping away. Look, folks, I've been alluding to this on Facebook for years. When I was 34 years old, okay, I realized this roller coaster ride is eventually going to come to an end, and I made the decision to try to slow things down as best I can. Slowing it down by paying attention where I'm at, taking moments to savor it. And I did slow things down. I am now 53, almost 20 years from that. And I know I did slow things down, but I'm now 53 years old. If I go by when my father passed away and my grandfather and all those, I'm overdue. So I know my time is coming, and I've been worried about my mortality since I was 34. And to start talking about it, I've alluded to it on Facebook many times. And now that my health is starting to change, I'm going to do everything I can to slow it down. But it's crazy. Now, this is completely unscientific and probably insensitive, what I'm about to say. But I understand why Mike Tyson feels that he's going to be leaving us soon. Has to do with lifestyle, right, guys? And Casey, it's how hard he lived his life, the type of food, and the type of things that he suffered. Boxers don't live very long, do they?
Or even if they do, have debilitating injuries for the rest of that time.
Yeah.
Look at Muhammad Ali. He ended up with what, Parkinson's or something from his? Yeah.
Now, actually, Ali did retire. I'm sorry. He did pass away older than most. Matthew, did you want to say something about that? You cleared your throat there, young man.
Well, I agree with Tyson that he should look at his mortality, but shouldn't be too over excessive about it. I mean, when your time comes, your time comes.
In the article which Speedy read to us, McFarland made clear of the trauma and addiction. We know it. We followed Mike Tyson. What did surprise me, I'm going to go to you,
that's
Senator.
That's fake.
What do you mean it's fake?
I just read the New York Post article that article was based on, and he's talking about different. You got to read the link in New York Post to see that the headline does not match what he's actually saying.
Okay.
I didn't mean to say that out loud. I was reading the article trying to see, but he's just talking about how he's inching closer to death, and he's thinking about different things now that he's getting there. Not that he's going to die. I didn't see anything in that article where it said he's going to die soon.
So you're saying that he's being philosophical?
Yeah, that's right.
That's literally the headline.
Yeah, that is the headline.
Yeah,
Yes.
but Speedy's the headline that the link says he thinks he's going to die soon, but when I skimmed over that article, it said nothing about him saying that. He just said he was inching closer, which is not like, okay, I'm going to die tomorrow. It means what people that age would say, they're inching closer, but not. But the article, but anyway, I'm just saying that headline. The headline that we got posted is fake.
That was clickbait. Okay,
it was fake.
Okay.
But there's a link in there for the New York Post article, which isn't much better, but still, it went through what he actually said to that whatever Seth MacFarlane. Is that his name?
Yeah.
But I'm just saying the quote.
Sean McFarland.
Oh.
Whatever. I get my McFarlanes confused, but there's more.
There's so many of them.
But you have to. You have Seth and Todd and a bunch of others, but Todd McFarlane's an artist, but anyway, and toy maker. But anyway, there's more of his quotes in there, and he's just talking about, like you said, he's being philosophical, not being doom and gloom. So I just had to stop. I didn't mean to say fake news out loud, but I was going to comment on that later after you were done. But
no, that's fair.
But going from the source material of the New York Post, it has nothing. Anyway. Yeah. See, you won't die one day, but and
I appreciate that quote there, Casey. You got that from the article. Yeah, he's being philosophical. But Almighty was
does say-
right. The
I don't know
article
what
is
it
not
is,
that much better because the
Yeah.
first line in the article says Mike Tyson believes at times that his fate is imminent. First line.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
I mean,
but read that quote right there at the end there where it says that means my expiration date is coming close really soon. I
Yeah.
don't know how to take that one. I don't know, but really soon is what does that actually mean? There's no timeline when it says soon. Does that mean right now, tomorrow? But I guess if you take that in the proper context, you can justify the headline that we posted. But I don't think he's saying
not very
that.
scientific.
Senator,
I
go
don't
ahead.
think he's actually saying he's going to die very soon, unless he
No.
keeps fighting people on the airplane.
and Almighty, it's okay. I have to, we have to let you have that one because, let's face it, I'm sure, Scorekeeper, come on, I'm sure you're involved in this too because if you let me get to my point was, how many times have all of us seen a video on YouTube and went, oh, look what that title says. I've got to click on that. And it's not actually what the title is. We've all been clickbaited by YouTubers who are like, come watch me do this. And they don't actually do it. It was clickbait so they can get more views. My numbers went up. Look at me. So what?
Yes, that I agree. There is clickbait.
It's not your fault, Speedy. You saw
No.
it and you got attracted by the headline, but
Yeah.
you should have clicked the source material. Since it gave one, it said New York Post. But like I said, sometimes that's not much better.
I was gonna say New York Post is for bird cages, but
Well, yeah, I'm not, but at least
And speaking
But
of clickbait, oh my God! Dun, 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 dun.
there's the big dog. He's in
This
his
is
car.
the first time we have 6 people online on Sports Talk with the guys.
A
Is that a
double
big
menage
dog?
a trois. All right.
A triple menage. Oh no, double menage a trois. I'm sorry, big dog. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi,
Yes.
big dog. How
And
are you?
you're the accountant.
Oh, big dog. How is? Oh, hola. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, that's Big Dog. That's who and what he is. So, Big Dog, why don't you introduce your guest? And that means we have 7 people on with us. Oh, but Matthew has someone with him in his image, so does that make it 8? I don't know.
That doesn't count.
All right, stop it.
We gotta
Big Dog,
make rules.
who is with you?
I don't think it counts. Just like Scorekeeper's imaginary girlfriends, they don't count either.
Oh.
All two of them, my imaginary girlfriends.
Oh,
I got chuckles from everyone.
I thought you were giving me the English version of the middle finger.
Oh, no. This is the way I do it. A lot of people don't know this, but when I salute, I usually do this. So you read in between the lines. So anyway, Big Dog, you're down at Comic-Con, young man. Thank you for taking time to call into the program right now. But who is with you, Big Dog? Embarrass them again. Yes. I mean, huh? That's okay. She doesn't hear. Hola. How are you? You're on a wide world.
Worldwide.
Worldwide, yes. It's the NyQuil.
We're at the trolley station. We're just chilling. We're gonna leave in about 15 minutes. So.
Oh, that's cool, man.
I call in and talk to you guys.
So, what has been going on in Comic-Con for the 2 days that you've been there?
A lot of no shows, unfortunately.
Wow.
Say it ain't so, Big Dog. Who stood you up?
Huh?
My imaginary girlfriend stand you up?
Well, like yesterday, Annika's a big fan of Bob's Burgers, the show.
Uh-huh.
I had a panel, and everybody's supposed to be there. And we get into there, we sit down, and every single voice actor, didn't show. So all they did was show the first 2 episodes. They didn't say anything. They didn't make an announcement. They just started the shows. The shows finished, the lights went on, and everybody left.
Wow. That's a
Sad
shame.
story.
That is at Comic-Con. Wow. I'm sorry that happened. Big Dog, we're getting a lot of breakup on your end. Could you try coming back in
Yeah,
one more time?
I can hear it too. I don't know what's going on.
And stop
Oh,
gargling-
yeah, you've
and
got
stop-
170,000 people using the internet right where you are.
And stop talking while gargling water.
Okay, so I was about right. That's what I figured it was going to be, about 70,000. That's about three quarter. That's about 70 to 75%.
Yeah, lots of breakup, Big Dog. Why don't you try getting back in? Okay, I'm going to remove him there. Hopefully he'll be able to join us in just a moment.
Yeah, it sounded like he was in a tunnel the way he talked.
Yeah. So we'll see. Actually, the connection was very clear, but it started to degrade over time.
It
Big
did.
Dog is at San Diego Comic-Con. Almighty, what was that?
I said it did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just agreeing with you. That's all. But
So that last article that we...
But it was good to get a little bit of report from Comic-Con during this, since he's the man on spot.
Oh, yes, he is the man on the spot. Good God.
Scorekeeper, we need to go forward because you mentioned Rob Manfield earlier. Well, he's saying that minor league players are wrong and that they're actually paid a very good living wage.
Bullshit! But go ahead, continue.
You having a sneezing problem there, Roger?
Yes.
Well,
Bless
I
you.
think
Thank you, Matt.
plantation owner said the same thing.
Hey, I'm not gonna say sorry for that one. There is some truth to that, folks, and this is at the Athletic. So I'm gonna post this article. Speedy, why don't you go ahead, tell us about that one, and we'll get into it. Because
Scorekeeper, you have the link in the chat room too. I posted there for you.
post it in the public chat, if you would, in the comments. Major League Commissioner Rob Manfred pushed back on the idea that minor league players aren't paid minimum wage. As you guys know, last week they won a major class action lawsuit. I think we were talking about $185 million or something like that. Why'd they win, Manfred? Why'd they win, Commissioner? So he's pushing back against that. So one reporter asked Manfred, and I guess he does look like a bison or whatever that thing was from Ice Age. Anyway, if team owners can't afford to pay minor leaguers a living wage or simply prefer not to, and Manfred had an issue with the framing of the question. Quote, said the attorney, I kind of reject the premise of the question. What the hell is that? Even the judge would have said, you can't take that. But anyway, that minor league players are not paid a living wage. I think we've made real strides in the last few years in terms of what not players are paid, even putting to one side the signing bonuses that many of them have already received. They received housing, which obviously is not a form of compensation. So I just reject the premise of the question. I don't know what else to say. Wow, for being a commissioner and an attorney, you don't know what else to say? Dude, you changed the housing. We've known the story, but it's not all. They're paid $1,500 a month, folks. That's tough. It is. Yes, $1,500 a month. That's it. And if you think about how games go 3 hours, you have an hour after the game, you have 2 to 3 hours warm up. That's a full work day. And if they arrive early for batting practice, they have travel. Folks, that is a regular job, and they're not paid for travel. So get this. As in the article, it mentions that they settled a $185 million class action lawsuit. Prior to the 2021 season, the league raised the minimum weekly salary at rookie and short season levels from $290 to $400. Okay, let's do the math. $400 once, twice. In 2 weeks, they earn $800. 3 times, 4 times, $1,600. Just a moment ago, I said it was $1,500. I was wrong by 100. Toma, Commissioner. So at AA, they took it up from $350 to $600. So now it's $600, $600, $600, $600. $2,400. Okay. At some of these minor league cities, that may be actually decent. The reality is, when you're playing in Lake Elsinore, You're playing right here in Rancho or San Bernardino. $2,400 doesn't do anything. It's not enough. If you have a family, okay, all right, well, so be it. AAA teams are now paid $700. That's $2,800. Think about your lifestyles, folks. But I understand being promoted, you get paid more as you move up. I get that. That's cool. And it's not for everyone. So you do have to sacrifice if you want to be a major leaguer. It's always been that way.
It didn't list the number for the per diem, the food per diem that they get.
That did change, right? It did, yes.
It did, but I don't think it still gets them past McDonald's. I mean, the way the inflation is going, it might not be keeping up, if you know what I mean. Because these restaurants are raising their prices on a monthly basis, it seems like. But anyway, I'm going to agree with you on one thing, Roger, that depends on that city's cost of living if you're going to be able to survive.
Yeah, in some places that actually is decent. But and I'm not going to get into the thing, well, some people are married, so they have kids and stuff. Okay, no. It's the position and what it plays. Okay, there is no health insurance other than for the ball player themselves. So, okay, fine. It's an internship. Minor leagues and Major League Baseball are unique, folks, because you're not forced to work there. I know, the union man in me is having a heart attack by saying that. But anyway, okay. The reality is...
Never mind.
Yeah, go ahead. No, Almighty, go ahead.
No, but you're talking about a family, which means a mother and some kids. And I don't know the specifics, but, so that means some of them may qualify for assistance.
Oh, almost assuredly they do.
So, I mean, you got these players, but I'm just saying they do have a safety net. I don't know. I can't get into particulars, but if they're married and have kids, well, then that's a different story. But they have other revenues, and unfortunately, it comes at the cost of taxpayer money. But that's just the way it is. And we all know that the minor leagues pay this much. We've seen it in Bull Durham, and it's always been romanticized. But when you actually live it, it's not so romantic.
In the strike of 1990, this is not a story that I've told you. When the baseball players went out on strike, John Aguilar, Ramon Ramirez, and myself were playing semi-pro ball. When they were prepared to open up, we genuinely thought of applying for Major League Baseball while these other guys... Yeah, we would have been scabs. We were going to go into the minor leagues to try to get in ourselves. But we knew what the pay was. And we were like, my God, we're earning 2-3 times that right now. There's no way we could do it. And all three of us were single. John had the best chance of making the major leagues. Raymond, awesome defensive glove switch hitter. He had the second best chance. I had no chance. But I'm like, screw it, I'm in. But I wanted to do it. But we knew back then the money wasn't there. Back then, guys. So.
But see, you were already working, so I mean, I was 21. But there are players. There are people that would say, "Screw it, I'm going to go try and play some minor league ball, just for fun, and maybe make the majors." But it depends on your drive and your dream, I guess, if you want to make that kind of sacrifice.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I mean, you have to really want it to do for you guys or for people to walk away from that kind of payday, because you would have to quit your jobs to play minor league ball.
Well, I had to quit. Whoa. Would I have had to have quit? Yeah, I would have had to have quit my job.
Because you'd be on the road a lot. I mean, you'd be on those bus rides. And what would you be? I mean, yeah, I'm just saying that it'd be a heck of a sacrifice to try. And if you had if you were working some low rate job, maybe you would take the chance to say, what the heck, I'll see if I can make it. And then if I do, I'll go play minor league ball. Then I can always come back to this low paying position somewhere else. But If you're already on your way to, your career, then why would you do it? Unless they would say you could come back after you were done failing.
Yeah, folks, I was being paid $6.50 an hour at Thrifty's as a key associate. So I was earning $52 a day or $260 a week. Think of the numbers I just shared with you right now. I was earning more than minor leaguers were getting. I think they were getting paid between $9.80 and $11.50 back then. I was earning 3 times what they were, or maybe double. But I didn't do it. I could not afford it. It was crazy.
Well,
and I knew I wasn't going to make it anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying sometimes anyway, never mind. But you're right. But they're still not making that much money. But and plus it didn't say, it said most players get a bonus. And I don't think that's true. And if they do, it's not that big of a bonus. Not everybody's paid, not everybody's getting a $50 million or $1 million bonus, signing bonus. So I don't know how true that is. I mean, do you think most players are getting a signing bonus of significance, Roger?
No. Almost everyone gets a bonus. Go ahead, Speedy.
It sounds like Manfred's lying because he's been saying, well, they get paid just as well as Major League Baseball players, even though they're a minor league.
No. Folks, the Major League minimum is over $700,000. Okay?
Right.
So, divided by 6, 700,000 is $116,000 a month. Okay? Rightfully so. They have the talent. They're playing Major League Baseball. They get a per diem. They get travel. They get everything in the Major League. So, if you're if you're a rookie, you're being paid $700,000. Okay. That's $116,000 a month. Forget taxes. You're taking home half of that. Okay, so you're taking home $60,000 a month. A minor leaguer, based on the new rates of 700 times 4, is $2,800 a month. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. If they're single, they're getting taxed. They're taking home $1,400. That's crazy. Who can live off that?
That's probably not even enough for a minor league player to either rent or buy a house, right?
Folks, Rancho Cucamonga. This is a nice part of town. Houses are expensive. San Bernardino, not so nice, but still, to rent a home, there's no way. There's no way. Folks, I'm in Pomona right here. I have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It's $2,000 a month. And I'm on the low end. Every house around me is already at $2,500 a month. Wow. When I moved in here, we were paying $1,600, way above everyone. But now I moved in 2013. It's now 2022. I'm on the low end. And I hope to God my owner doesn't hear that.
That's why I was doing this.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Shut up.
Yeah. Look, it is. And I'm eternally grateful, but I'm going to be moving soon because I hope to be a homeowner very, very soon. That's neither here nor there. So, guys, that's what the rents are in Pomona. Well, I'm right by the Claremont colleges. So the demand for housing in this area is sky high. This 3-bedroom, 2-bath could command that much. And less than a mile away from those colleges. So in Rancho Cucamonga, where they have a stadium, the rents are just at that high end or even higher. How do you do it with $1,400 a month? It's impossible. So anyway, that's a personal opinion on that stuff. Look, one reporter asked Manfred if team owners can afford to pay minor leaguers a living wage or simply prefer not to. And Manfred had issue with the framing of the question. When you don't like the question, you
That's
say,
an
"Oh, so is that
right there.
yeah?" So you're not framing it correctly. Hey, yo, don't tell me what to do. If I'm stupid, don't correct me. Let me ask a stupid question. It wasn't a stupid question.
Yeah.
He didn't like the way it was framed, and that's what he said. So I reject the. I kind of reject the premise of the question. Did you hit the judge? I remember this on Judge Wapner, People's Court. Did you hit the kid? Kinda. What do you mean, kinda? Yes or no? Don't be stupid. And that's what he was asked right now. Did you hit the kid or not? Well, kinda. I just don't like the way you're asking the question. They're not paid. But the minor leagues were never meant to be a full-time job, guys. So where does that come in? It's an internship. You're playing ball. Are they supposed to have a living wage? The goal is not to live in the minor leagues. The goal is to move up. Is playing baseball a job? Wow. Is it?
I mean, there are players that hang around for decade.
I could have been.
You can still, I mean, there's still people that come up sometimes when they're in their 30s for a little while. But like you said, but I don't know. But, minor league players do have a second job in the off season as well. So that doesn't, but yet when they're playing ball in the summer, they're making that wage. And who knows where they have to work in the off season too. They might still just be making minimum wage wherever they're working for that time in between. So they're not making a bunch of money. But I think Roger's right. I mean, that was the way it's set up. But still, the answer to that question is that the owners don't want to pay a living wage. So that is the answer to that question. But like Roger argues, it's not supposed to be a career. And that's where I get in with, like, the same thing with a McDonald's or a fast food or a minimum wage job. Like, it's not supposed to be your career. That's supposed to be your starting point, and then you move up. So them wanting $100 an hour is, but that's just, but anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Actually, that's an interesting point. I don't want to get into the economic structure because that is not for this program. But out of curiosity, who's worked what people would call a minimum wage job? And I'm going to be going to you in a moment, Matthew, and I'm just curious. I flipped burgers for one day at Carl's Jr. because I was a shift supervisor. I had to do every position. And I'm lucky. I worked at Carl's Jr.
That's what she said.
Yeah, but that's what she said. Okay? I'm just imitating what they would say because I can't say that for myself. So I was fortunate to have that job. I met a lot of good people of good character. I'm still associated with many of them. These are good people. Dare I say they're that's what they have and that's what they do. They show up every day. They don't bitch about anything. They do their job. And yet they're looked down on by society. Okay, we'll forget that in a moment. Has anyone ever had one of those so-called low-end jobs? I did. Casey,
Yes.
If I may ask, Casey, what did you do?
You may ask. I had a minimum.
Very good, Captain Kirk.
I had a minimum wage job in Long Island during college where I was working in a car wash. I was one of 2 women on a crew of 20.
Wow, that is cool. Matthew. Oh, no, go ahead. Sorry.
And the owner actually phoned my dad to ask if I was serious because he was worried that I didn't know what I was getting into because I had a JJ.
Oh, my.
Funny.
Well,
that is.
My dad told him, he said, you let her do it. She'll surprise you. And I did.
Wow. That is cool. That is. Matthew.
Well, I've been through a lot of minimum wage jobs, and right now, my current job I'm at right now, we're just making the minimum wage now over at 15 an hour now. Thank goodness. Before that is 13, but right now I'm just a housekeeper right now, and who knows? Maybe I'll be there for the next 20 years, but we'll see. Trying to move up the ladder and see what else I can do with this world.
Matthew, may I? And I'm going to be a jerk. I think Casey, I think I just beat her to this. Matthew, I'm not psycho profiling anything, but don't say I'm just a housekeeper. Don't ever say that. Yeah, she was dying to jump in on that one. Matthew, the job that you do is important. The job that I do. I've done Uber. I still do Uber and Lyft. I'm about to start driving Uber and Lyft again. I worked at Thrifties. I worked at H&R, which is a minimum wage job when you start out. I did Carl's Jr. I worked Toys R Us. I've done them all. I'm fortunate the job that I have now with the County of Los Angeles, but I still work minimum wage jobs as well. So please, Matthew, don't ever say I'm just this. It is important, and I'm not trying to lecture either, pal. Just
without housekeepers, the school they'd be in trouble without housekeepers. That's for sure.
Hell yeah. Casey, I know I beat you too, but you wanted to say something before I get to Speedy and Almighty.
Oh, it was just, when you brought up the question of who ends up with the minimum wage stuff, we're not going to get into the big discussion, but that is a political and even a racial thing.
Yes.
It's very sticky. Like, which jobs are tipping jobs and which jobs are minimum wage jobs? And we're finally now getting as a society to where we're starting to respect those jobs, because when people don't do them, you feel it. Holy crap, do you feel it? And so now maybe we're starting to get some more equity going. It's been a long time coming. It's been too long, but there's paying your dues, but then like even internships, a lot of internships now are no longer unpaid.
Right.
They're like, those interns give you value and give you tasks and produce things for you. Why should you not pay them? Maybe you don't pay them as much as a guy who has 15 years. Sure. But give them something. Because
Studio
otherwise,
jobs were intern jobs. Remember those?
And the other thing I was going to say earlier, going all the way back to the minor league baseball thing, you got to stop and think about this for a minute. Any town that is big enough to support having a team like that, but not going major league, that's somewhere else, if they're in between like that, that kind of money is not going to give you a space by yourself. You've got to be someone's roommate or someone's kid or someone's spouse to survive. And that's part of the whole thing of those are not supposed. That's not the Mr. Right kind of job. That's the Mr. Right Now kind of job. And it's not being treated that way anymore. And a lot of players are drowning or not going because of that. They can't afford it.
Yeah, we've heard the stories of 4 players being in one place. But yes, there is a lot to it. We'll get to it even some more. I'm sorry, how many? What's that, Almighty? 5, 6? Yeah.
6. I don't know. I can't get anything in the. Oh, there we go. Where the fuck?
It's
Oh,
okay.
whatever. But I've heard of 6 though. Real quick.
Yes. Speedy, have you? And I want to get to you on money in a moment. Speedy, any minimum wage jobs that you've done as well?
Yeah, when I started at Safeway, the company was only giving us $6-7 an hour, and it wasn't until '99 when they renewed our contract the first time, and then a few years later, that's when they were like, "We're going on strike," and everybody went on strike, and all the Safeway and Vons and Pack and Save didn't have anybody because of the, nobody wants. Who wants to cross the picket line, right? So I did that for a while, and then they were like, "Okay, well now you get up to here, you're in charge. This is your team." And then in 2009, that's when I left to become an assistant manager for a thrift store in Oakland. And then, of course, everybody knows about the pictures. When I worked at the fair 3 years ago at the summer fair, that was fun. And then I found Marshall's, and Marshall's really, really cool. And then right before, I only got to work a few weeks before the pandemic hit. And then we were like, well, now what's going to happen? And, the company is so cool. They're like, we're going to actually pay all of you, even though the stores are shut down, even though the shutdown is imminent for everybody. And then when we all came back, it was like, I haven't seen you in forever. Yeah, a long time. And then they went further and said, we're not going to keep our salaries up. We're actually going to bump everybody's pay. And then, I'm sure you've seen on the news, Target now jumped into it. We'll give you a $300 sign-on bonus if you join us today. We'll even hire you on the spot. So now all these other companies are doing the same thing, and CEOs are giving up actually more than half their salary. Why can't minor league sports do that? See?
Why can't they? There are lots of articles on that. And I think we will spend a little bit of time on that since the commissioner deemed us worthy to be insulted by him. Almighty, You done any minimum wage jobs as well?
Yes,
I know the big
yes.
dog has. Go ahead,
Well,
Almighty.
yeah. I was a male stripper, and
What?
and we only got we got paid by the inch, and how could live on $10, So, but anyway, I work. Anyway, anyway, oh God. Anyway, I worked a summer job at the park, and that was minimum wage. That time it was like $3.25 or something like that.
Oh, I remember getting paid $3.35 an hour, and I got a
But
big raise
I mean,
of
but
$3.60.
it was a summer job where you got experience. I mean, in between the summer of school, I do that, and then afterwards I worked a minimum wage job after I got out of school. But to go back to what the senators said about realizing the quality, realizing the workers, that's because there's a worker shortage, and we can't get the service sometimes. And now we're finding that some places close earlier than before, so you're losing that convenience as well. Because and sometimes they close because they're short, but before they're supposed to close. Like when I went to a drive-through, I looked at my phone. It says open till 12, and it's 11 o'clock. Oh, I got plenty of time. So I went down there and said, then they go, I'm sorry, we're closed. And this was like a little after 11. So we are realizing that these people, we don't have that like we did, all these people looking for work anymore because of the populations of millennials and Gen Zeros. So and some of them don't want to work. They're trying to make money on YouTube and video games and all that stuff. But anyway, I'm just saying that there's a shortage. You see we're hiring everywhere. And I'm not going to go into the economics of what that's causing and all that crap. But I'm just saying we notice that now because of the inconvenience. And so it doesn't help. McDonald's had a sign that said, we're hiring 15-year-olds.
Oh,
So
that could not happen here in California. That's
well,
crazy.
well, here in Ohio, I guess in Ohio, you can get a special permit or something that says you can work. You can't work
I
very
think
long.
so.
You
Yeah.
can't work very long. It's like you can work 8 hours. I'm not. You
No.
might be able. If at max you might get 4, but I don't know. Or
During the
limited-
summer, you can work more. During school, you're limited.
Yeah.
Because I know you have to get your.
Yeah,
I think I'm not sure how it is with you guys, but in here and Speedy, we were in management. It's been a while since I've done this, but I think they're limited. They can't work beyond midnight, and they can only work like 4 hours a day. On the weekend, they can work a little bit more, but I think they have to be 15 and a half with parental and school permission, I think.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, I didn't start working until I was 16. That was the legal requirement in '99.
Yeah.
And remember, I shared the story a few weeks ago with you and Casey and Big Dog, where it was like one night Safeway was like, "Oh, we need somebody to stay here till 1:30 in the morning," and my mom shows up and she goes off and my dad goes off, and I'm like, "Oh my God!" And I can't tell anybody. Well, I don't know these people because right a few days before Thanksgiving that year, I was in the break room. I was cleaning up the break room as the janitor at the time, and they're like, "That's the request for carry out. That's in the front." And I'm like, okay. So I get to the front, and my mom, my dad, my siblings are all there, and they're like, my dad's like, "You gotta help us out to the car, Mr. Matt." Like, and I was like, "Those are your parents? That's your family?" Like, yeah. So by then, everybody knew who was who. But just the fact that my parents had showed up, and they were like, "Can't you get anybody else to do this crap? What's wrong with you? Don't you know he's only 16? He can't work past his late. He's got to be at school in the morning." And my mom just ripped into the night manager, and it was so embarrassing.
That is crazy. And Casey, I'm glad your parents knew the law. I knew because I was told the law, but I know things have changed. And Casey, thank you for posting that. Matt, what did you want to say? Oh, okay. Thank you, Matt. Matt, thank you for joining us. I do appreciate your comments. If you want to join us again, just bring sports stories with you and be ready to talk about them.
And yeah, go ahead.
All right, take care, all. Have a good one.
Okay.
Glad you were here.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Take care, Matt.
In Ohio, they can just work till 7. And then in the summer, it's 9. So that's the limit on, and that's for employees under 16. Under 16. So,
yeah. Hey, Roger, I have an addendum to what I sent you.
Sure.
That not really relevant to sports, but just to point out how we compartmentalize these things in Virginia. There is an exception for 14 to 16-year-olds if you're in an agricultural area. You can work family farms from 14.
yeah.
But it can't be like you can't go down the street at a job, but you can work your family's property at 14. Some of them even drive, the farm use vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they drive those. They're 14 years old.
That's private property too. So
that's my point. But you can work those as a job, but you're not prevented by law doing that.
I see. Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted too much, but
it's
yeah.
Okay.
That's
I
a
live
good
in
point.
Ohio, so you have the same, agriculture all around
parts
everywhere.
of Ohio that are like this as well.
So we have the same stuff. But then again, you got to understand, like in the Amish area, out there, they're working all the time anyway. They're the kids, if you know what but that's just them, and they get all these exceptions and blah 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 blah. But anyway, and they get to put their buggies on roads and slow me down. I don't like that. That's terrible.
That
but
happens
anyway.
here too. Speedy and I know it. Speedy probably remembers it from the applications. It threw me when my kids were going to school that they would ask, name, all that information, and they would ask where you live, if you have a house, and if not, where you at? Are you living with someone else? But they'd also emphasize, did you work on a farm or live on a farm? And it got to the point where it was asking so often that I was annoyed by these applications every year and year. But they have it, don't they, Speedy? And they really emphasize that here in California. It is
in fact, when I was in management, I got tired of it too, because I'm like, why are we asking these questions? There's really no country in most parts of California, except if you go, out by Sacramento or down by you, or in Fresno area. That's all country.
Bakersfield country.
Bakersfield too, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. It's country, yeah.
And it's like, do you know how to drive a tractor? I'm like, why do you have this crap on the application? Why are we asking these kids this when it's populated areas around here?
Yeah.
We got a ton of freeways up here. So
well, where I'm living in this great city of Pomona, incorporated in 1886, it used to be all farm and agriculture up until 20, 30 years ago. And in Corona, it was the same thing. I remember visiting my aunt who lived on a farm. And it's just 20, 30 years ago. Now all of this is somewhat residential. I like the fact that I get to tell people I live in the country. And they're like, no, you don't. Yeah, I do. I smell the farm animals.
Yeah.
Sorry, those are my neighbors. Go ahead.
You haven't hit a deer yet.
I almost hit a moose like 6 times up in Alaska.
That's Alaska, dude. Alaska is the country.
Yeah,
that's all that is. Yeah.
And it's beautiful up there. I want to go back. I really want to go back now. I am. I think I'm really going to be stupid, folks, because I'm going to Hawaii next year right after tax season. So anyway, I think tax season ends on the 17th. And on the 19th, I'm going to Hawaii for 6-7 days. And then I'm not going to fly back from Hawaii. I'm going to fly across the Pacific to Anchorage again. So I really want to go back in April. I loved that weather. It was beautiful. You guys
Are you coming home after that?
Yes. I'm still.
I had to ask, dude. You're on the precipice, man.
I really shouldn't say anything, but this is where I'm sure the Scorekeeper would appreciate this, because as we've been talking about that, most people are like, well, the law is the same everywhere. No, that's why you should watch other shows, including the show Alaskan State Troopers. They actually let, I was watching it the other night on YouTube. because I missed the pre-eminence of that show, so I watched it on YouTube. I'm like, I'm 2 hours late. They actually were called out. The troopers were called out because a 12-year-old was driving a dirt bike tractor on their property, and private property, and they're allowed to actually drive those. I'm like, oh man, if I was in Alaska, I'd be happy to be driving anything at 12 years old. Whereas here, you got to wait till you're 16 or get a parent permission. Got to get a permission slip.
Or you're on a private farm.
But we're talking California too.
Oh, stop it!
Good, come on. I mean,
Hey,
it's the guys. Home of the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday. There we are.
I'm always going to pick on you.
That's Speedy. That's Casey. That's Almighty. Of course, I'm the scorekeeper, folks. We're having a wonderful morning. We're going to go for a while longer still.
So, real quick here, Roger. If you do decide to move to Alaska, make sure you contact some like Discovery Channel and History Channel, and get a reality show going, and something like Dumbass in Alaska, and then we'll see how you get along out in the wilderness, fighting grizzlies and everything else. And
I can tell you, fighting a grizzly is going to be like me facing off that guy Bailey from the Dodgers at 21 years of age. There's not going to be a fight.
Just to make it even, if I went to Alaska, the show would be called the same thing. So,
hey, come up and visit. I'm telling you now, if I have that, folks, it was gorgeous up there. But granted, I went up there in April, and I don't know if I could handle the cabin fever. Casey has it a little bit. Almighty has it as well because of where they live. Speedy and I, dude, we do not know what cabin fever is.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Senator.
Well, what about during the pandemic when you were locked in?
I really was not. I still had a report. So did Speedy. We still had a report. And remember, folks, I was reporting every other day. I mean, in a way, it was difficult because I had trouble not dealing with people. But let me tell you, I was dealing with fewer engineers. I'm not going to say that I enjoyed the pandemic, but I'm going to say that I just got through the circumstances.
Well, you had to report every other day.
Tuesday, Monday and Wednesday, yes.
By the third week, though, because this was like a week after the shutdown, they were like, we're shutting everything down, everybody go home, and we didn't know when we were coming back. So after that was when we did the episode where we were talking about what was going to happen and how the world physically changed. And that was the same week where I'm like, I think I'm okay, but I'm not sure. And that's when nobody was allowed to go to work anymore because the governor was like, everyone stay home unless you have a medical emergency or something like that.
When I got the report at work on how many people were out, what was happening, I remember going home. I vaguely remember what was going on. I said, oh my God, folks, we're going to shut down. We are going to shut down. And I couldn't believe it. Not hours after, I think they went nationwide. I forget which state shut down first, and then California was like right after them. Yeah. And people were like, "Oh my God, you got it right." I said, "Oh no, this is not. I didn't want to get it right."
I mean,
you're genius on my part. I saw the reports coming in. I said, "Oh my God, this is going to happen. This is crazy."
Yeah. And it was great at the time because at the time, remember, I was like, "There's nobody on the road. Look at all the freeway and less traffic on the road too, and I can get everywhere now. I can go to the grocery store and come back in 10 minutes." But then, once things started occurring again from last year, I'm like, "Oh my God, traffic is picking up again." No, it's not going to last much longer, and it hasn't. I mean, I've been on the freeway on Sundays, and now they've got the median lights on. I'm like, why the hell are the median lights on Sundays? So,
we're almost back, but we're still missing. But guys, just very quickly, if I may, both Almighty and Senator, would you describe to us what I mean by, the that's not the syndrome. Sorry, the
cabin
stuck
fever
in your homes. Yeah, being stuck in your homes during winter. I mean, there are times that you guys really cannot go out and go anywhere, right?
Well, are you talking about COVID-wise or just in general being?
Just in general.
General.
He's
when you're
talking about
stuck
when
in
we get a winter and it's
cabin
snows.
fever. Yes.
I got to tell you a dirty little secret about where I am. And this was intentional because I am 5 miles from a highway that is required by federal law to be cleared because it's on the path to Camp David.
Ah.
So I picked this area on purpose because of that, because I did not want to be stuck up there. I'm not Grizzly Adams, okay? I'm not Jeremiah Johnson. I cannot go do that crap. But that is a bit of a thing.
That was a good movie, Jeremiah Johnson.
Yes. There are only 3 roads out of here, and they're all like little 2-lane, windy roads, and we get black ice a lot. We don't get the winters you get in like upstate New York or something, but black ice takes no mercy. You know, you cannot, there is no SUV that can drive on it. And if that's the only way out, you can't go. So you do get stuck up here sometimes. I got to tell you, work from home becoming pretty much forced on everybody was a blessing here, because it proved what we've been saying for 5 to 10 years now, that we have the technology now, and now that broadband is coming to rural areas, that's a priority of the political administration. You know, that's a thing where they're trying to get broadband, and a lot of farmers are using it. There's technology they use to run their farms now. But because of that, it has made work from home, if you don't have a job where you physically have to be there, like, you know, law enforcement, medical, some of the stuff you do, Roger, you know, there are certain jobs where it's never going to be relevant, but they're in the minority. And once we had work from home out here, it was like, fine, snow me in for 3 or 4 days. We had that happen in 2016. We were snowed in for 2 weeks because the snow came up to the girls.
Wow.
Yeah. And we couldn't get out of we didn't have the equipment to clear our driveway. Our driveway's a half acre long. So yeah, we work from home.
Yeah, I wish my friend Matt hadn't left. I would have asked him how he was able to snow out all the snow in Chicago they had this year.
Oh Lord, you need a fancy gadget for that. You need to like get some kind of snow blower with big cojones on it.
Yeah, because all my friends in Chicago, they're like, it's either me or my dad. The companies don't really come out and shovel the snow anymore. And I'm like, what? That should be against federal regulations in Chicago. But,
yeah, you know,
plus, like Chicago, everybody's ready for it. But you know, when we lived in Atlanta a few years ago, they had that bad snow in when we had snowpocalypse up here. They had 1.5 feet and shut the city down because they weren't ready for that. They don't keep that many pieces of equipment.
What a bunch of babies. What a bunch of babies.
No.
Compared to what we drive in, for crying, or at least I drive in, it's like,
well, what's the point? They're going to use that truck once every 10 years. What's the point?
Yeah.
And Casey, he is on, as far as latitudes, he's only maybe 1 or 2 above you. He's in Eastern Ohio, so he's actually not too far
right.
from you. Actually,
they actually get real snow out here. We mostly get melty black ice, and then it freezes over a lot.
I think Almighty's closer to you than Speedy is to me.
Yeah.
Because Speedy and I are about 300,
what do you mean? You're on the West Coast.
Apart.
Of course I'm closer. He's in Virginia. I could be there and it don't even take me a day to get to Virginia.
A day? I'm figuring hours. Are you?
No, a little
how
longer.
far are you from?
That's a 7-hour drive if you don't want to lose.
Yeah, that's what I mean by a day and 8-hour shift.
Okay, well, Speedy and I. Well, it depends. If Speedy drives, we're 2 days away. But if I drive, we're 5 hours away.
Yeah.
No.
I've done it. I've driven from here to San Jose in 5 hours. Yeah, in the middle of the night.
Okay, but that's not 2,000 miles anyway.
You're not 2,000 miles from Camp David.
But anyway, go ahead.
15 miles.
I wish Katie hadn't brought that up, because now I just remember that. I-5 is only a 2-lane road. I'll probably be behind some idiot going less than half the speed limit, and then I probably got to find a way around them, because it's only a 2-lane highway on Interstate 5.
Yeah.
And,
I hate that crap.
Where Interstate 5 is only, oh, you mean 2 lanes going
Yeah.
in direction.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, a one lane. Okay.
Yeah, for most of Interstate 5, north of the Grapevine, it's 2 lanes up until Highway 156 to cut across to get to Goleta and then go north to San Jose and then up there. Yeah, it's generally 2 lanes. Yeah, it's Mad Max for me driving the 5. I love driving that freeway. Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
I've driven it with my Versa. I've driven it with my Maxima. I drive them both, and let me tell you, having the Maxima makes it a lot easier. But anyway.
Well, I don't have an Acura. I don't have that. I have an Acura, and I'm going to try and get away with going. I'll try and get away with going 85 down there.
Dude, I'm cruising 85. Go ahead, Senator.
It's not really so much the driving. When you're stuck out here for a long time, if you're used to a more metropolitan area, it changes your shopping habits, and that makes or breaks everything. You got to learn how to shop Costco or similar things. You know, if you're buying something, you're buying for the next 3 months, because all of a sudden you might not get down that mountain and you might be out of toilet paper before you turn around. And, you know, as an example, just little things. You learn to get generators. You learn to get coolers, because you may have to pull everything out. Something might break down. You can't fix it. You know, you get solar powered backups for stuff. You get things in bulk. You can't have a house that doesn't have like a pantry or a storage something. And,
so do you live in the Appalachians then?
I'm 20 minutes from the trail.
Okay. When you said mountains, that's what hit my head. I mean, that's what came through my brain.
You know what Harper's Ferry is?
I've heard of it, but I'm not sure where it is.
Okay.
But I know I know what you mean by the trail. So
yeah, Virginia is a triangle. You have that top part that's next to Maryland and the Potomac, and then it's next to West Virginia and the Shenandoah.
Okay.
So we are the part of Virginia at the tippy top before you run out.
Okay. All right. I see where you're at. When you said mountains, I said, okay, I know. That must be at least that part. But
yeah.
How far are you from Quantico?
Oh, that's like half the other end of the state.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know to Camp David.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true. And okay.
20 miles from Camp David.
All right.
But that's up in Maryland.
So you get to go to all the peace accords.
If they want to, they need to come invite me, because I will have something to say.
And you know, earlier when Scorekeeper was talking about all the jobs he had, he might have to give me an Uber lift, you know?
Actually,
I run a little business that's kind of like Uber and Lyft, but not quite exactly. It's by appointment instead of being on call, because that's another thing about being out here in the country. You can't do Uber and Lyft because y'all go from place to place. You go to one city and you drop someone off, you pick up a new person, and you chain it around. But we don't live in a place where people are sitting around at a bar waiting to go home. So that model doesn't work out here. You can't get Uber and Lyft to come out here. So I started a business where it's by appointment.
Wow. Yeah, mine is by appointment as well. Folks, I'm going back to Uber and Lyft, where I'm going to leave at 4:30 in the morning, and I'm going to program it to get to work by 6, and I'm going to pick up people on the way. Folks, I've made as much as $5 a day to as much as $70 a day just taking people on my way to work. That's gas money. And knowing the way things are right now, I actually had regulars prior to COVID, which was kind of neat. They would recognize me because they're following roughly the same route. It was kind of cool. I kind of missed some of them because they were really cool to talk to. Some of them were only like 4-minute rides. Some of them were 10-minute rides, and you just recognize them. It's kind of neat, kind of cool. And I'm looking forward to getting back into that, because there aren't too many drivers at 4:30 in the morning from Pomona going to Downey. There aren't too many. So I was about to start doing that this week, but I'm going to do it next week. So I'm ready to go. It's extra money. So yes, I hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scorekeeper's probably going to be like, all right, give me half your money, even though you're supposed to come over here for Universal Studios. Well, what am I going to do?
I picked up Dan. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I met Dan Schlossberg, one of our hosts from Travel and Radio here last week, and it was great that he was here. I spent 2 days with him. I took him to the All-Star game, and I had lunch with him at Philippe's, which was a lot of fun. And then I took him to the airport on Wednesday morning. I didn't charge him. Why would I charge him? He offered to compensate me, and I said, no, it's cool, man. I mean, he does a program on the network. I get to save him some money, go to the airport, cut it out. I'm not charging you, Speedy. Casey got it, yeah. I muttered, I'm like, at least not publicly.
Extortion, probably.
Hell no! I'm eternally grateful. It's fun what we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks on Saturday. We're having a great time here. That's Speedy, that's Casey, and that's Almighty right over there. So I'm sure we have some other things that we want to talk about related to sports. Almighty, where do you want to go to this time?
Let's see if I can. Nope. Here we go. I'll find it here.
I know, I ambushed him. I always do that to everyone.
I know what I wanted to do. I just got to find the. I can do it with all that crap. So, Heil to the NFL. This year, they are playing their first game in Germany, Tampa Bay and Seattle.
Oh.
And the stadium has seats 77,000, and they had 600 or 700,000 people try to get tickets. So the NFL is very popular in the homeland, in Deutschland. So this is going by that, and the stadium going by that, it looks like they will continue to play in Germany. But that's the article I read, and I don't know why I can't find it. I don't know. I had it here on one of these tabs, but it doesn't matter. That's the gist of the article. Oh, here it is. So, yeah, it says the NFL overwhelmed by ticket demand in Germany. So, and like I said, The stadium has a capacity of 75,000. Tickets to the game went on sale Tuesday, and fans wasted no time trying to snag a seat. So they were overwhelmed by demand for tickets for our first ever regular season game in Germany. So, and it says more than 770,000 fans accessed our ticket shop at the same time is proof of the excitement we see in the market. So I guess the NFL will be saying Danke to the German fans.
Wow.
It's wunderbar.
Well, the NFL had the European Football League for some years. I don't recall why it failed. I
can't remember. I can't remember either, my friend. I just can't, because I know they had but were they just in England? Or were they in other European countries too?
If I remember correctly, they were in Europe. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. They were in Germany. They were in France. I believe they were in Spain. They might have been in Italy as well. There were at least 4 teams, maybe 8. I was trying to see if I could find anything on it. But NFL in Europe.
I think there are still they still play their USA football, but not for the NFL. But I think they still play it in some minor leagues, maybe. You know what I mean? I don't know what to call them, but I think they still do play it. But I don't know with the NFL. But that was what? That was back in the
90s.
The 90s,
and it went into the 2000s, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. Maybe it's because maybe it's just that the fact that it's the American version with stars is why it does so well when we come over. But you'd think there'd be enough interest to play. There probably is a professional league here and there, but not, big deal. I don't know. But the NFL is expanding all the time in different countries. So they were playing in England. Now they're in Germany, and they play in Mexico when the field is right. And so they are trying to expand the product again. But,
I didn't know it ran for 13 seasons from 1995 to 2007. And the reason why they announced the end, and this is due to Wikipedia, sorry, folks, the NFL announced the end of NFL Europe or NFL Europa after a reported 30 million loss per season.
Wow.
That's crazy. That is a lot of money. Even back then, actually, it was a lot of money back then. It's a lot of money now. But
Oh, 30, yeah. I mean, 30 million is, but I mean, when you're, what would that be in today's terms? Well, not that much difference. Probably 40.
it's
Mm,
if you look at simple inflation, it's probably got to be double that.
Oh, yeah. The rule of sevens, right? So it'd be 70, 60.
Very good.
But,
Yeah.
yeah. But I knew that it struggled for a long time in Europe, but their thirst for, at least for NFL teams, seems to be great. So I don't know if it's the difference between seeing our stars play opposed to just seeing their friends and family playing in the league. So I can't really say, but it seems that there's this interest in at least the NFL version right now.
Yeah, every time they go to London, they sell out, whether it's baseball and or football. Those games are sold out every time they have a real game, what we used to call demonstration games. The NFL going to London for all the years that it has, it is selling out.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, it's that they fill that stadium up all the time.
I think it's Wembley.
No matter who's playing.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have it doesn't matter what team's playing. It's, it could be one of the worst teams for that year, and they still come out and watch the football game. So I don't know if it warrants putting a team in London and having us fly across the pond every so often to play, but
there were originally 6 teams, and 5 teams were based in Germany. Go figure.
Okay,
and
so
one
the
was
interest
in London. Okay.
So the German interest was already there. So, all right. That's a lot of teams, I would think, for.
Yeah, it was, and I guess it didn't work for that reason. It was all in. It was the London Monarchs, and then there were, I guess, 5 other teams in Germany. I was wrong when I said there was one in France and Spain and possibly in Italy. I thought there were.
So it was just England and Germany?
Yeah, based on this.
And most of them, and the majority was in Germany.
Yeah, it says they played from 1995 to 2007, but by 2007, 5 teams were based in Germany. Oh, so they might have been in other places.
Well, anyway, it's done now. I mean, but it just seems that, like I said, it's just
Barcelona. They were.
Okay, yeah. Oh, gosh. I can't remember.
London and Frankfurt.
Yeah. And then there, whatever. Yeah.
Oh, well.
But anyway, I'm just saying that there was a big demand in Germany for the tickets. So,
wow.
So that's all I wanted to bring up, because Germany, first year of Germany, and, whatever.
600,000 people wanted 77,000 tickets. That's crazy.
No, over almost 800,000.
Oh, almost 800,000.
I mean, wow. I don't want to be nitpicky, but still, that extra 100,000 makes a difference too.
It's better for us to be correct than not correct, folks. I'm putting an article in the chat room. Rob Gronkowski says he may not be retired. What a shock! So,
and that's another clickbait that I fell for, because I posted that article. So I thought at first, the headline, he's going to go, he might come back to the NFL, but no, he's just talking about he has other things that he can do besides the NFL. So he's not really retired, because he can do other businesses or do other jobs or whatever. So that's what that meant. Doesn't mean he won't come back to the NFL if asked, but I'm just saying that's what the article kind of went for was, I got things to do, play in the garden, whatever, masturbate, whatever he wants to do. And, but he's got other interests. That's what it meant. But I just thought at first, that's why, if I would have read the whole article, I would not have put it into our chat room, because it really didn't. It's just it's a Mike Tyson thing.
Well, something that's not clickbait and was broadcast on television with Chris Berman. I put the article in the chat room there for you, Scorekeeper, where Chris Berman is actually towering over the ESPN analyst. It looks like he got taller and thinner. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't believe me, I'll wait for Scorekeeper to throw the image up there, and we'll see.
What are you talking about?
We'll see.
Yeah, I see it right now. Hold on, folks. I'm going to share that image right now. And wow. Okay, check it out. There it is. And we'll see if we can get it to go.
Jeez.
Let me see. Oh, that's cool.
That's just the way the camera angle is. And those guys are short, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, these look how short he is sitting in that chair. And we know that Costas is not exactly the tallest man in the building.
Not anymore.
And they're plus that could have been, that they could have enlarged that with Photoshop too. So
I think it's just forced perspective. It just looks like that. That's kind of funny.
Because we don't see this guy to make a comparison either. I mean, he might be even same size as the Berm. So we just don't know.
Berman is a big man.
Yeah, but still, so that's probably right because you have the midgets and then you have Berman. I know midgets is not.
No, we can say. Okay, there's a comedian on the internet that says, they use midget in something, and then the guys to the students, hey, you can't use midgets, man. It's almost like the N-word. Well, wait a minute. We're saying midgets, and we're not saying the N-word, so it cannot be as bad. I know it is bad. It is, but okay, that was just a comedic line. It is insensitive because of how it's being used. We should say short people. So come on, Almighty.
Short
people. Come on. Be nice.
Well, we use the term midget in wrestling, so.
Oh my God, here we go.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to.
It's like, hey, it's all right, guys. I'm smarter than that. Come on, let's jump off the cliff. Go ahead, Speedy. Continue.
Well, Chris Valentini posted the original photo where it says, is Chris Berman 2 times the size of Jeff Hazen and 4 times the size of Tim Kojak? But as you see in the photo, it is indeed more than likely photoshopped. You can't really.
I think it's just forced perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the way it looks that way. Because Tim Kirchin, he's not that small. I think it's just the way it looks. I think it's the camera.
There was the camera work going on with the angle and the perspective, and that's what made Berman look very larger than those guys.
Hey, by the way, Almighty, how tall are you?
What?
How tall are you?
Who, me?
Yes, you, Almighty. You answered.
7 foot.
Oh, wow. Okay, Speedy, how tall are you?
No, I'm not 7 foot, you cock. I'm 5'7".
5'7". Okay, Speedy, how tall are you? Don't lie to me, you little
Hey.
Don't lie to me, Speedy.
I'm the same height as him.
Oh, hell no.
I'm 5'7" as well.
Height. Not length. I said height.
Mew.
Yeah. Okay, you're 5'7", aren't you, Speedy? I mean, okay, so yeah. I mean, I'm only 5'11" and a half, but due to gravity, I think I'm 5'11" now. So, all right. That being the case, Senator Shapiro made it very clear that we should not be insensitive to those that are vertically challenged. So we'll leave it at that. That's the reason why we are all taller than Senator. So we will not embarrass her by listing her height.
Yes.
I'm not ashamed of it.
Yeah, but see, for those of us that are 5'7", we look for the senator's height, so it's a plus.
Oh, I just saw the other. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got that one in the bag. It came back and slapped me. I just noticed that I got another reprimand by the senator down there, and I'm all right with that. Yeah, it's okay. I think that image just forced perspective, so we're okay.
Yeah.
So, folks, we Evernew does not follow us today, so
No, it
we
doesn't?
do have a little bit of time. Evernew will be next week with Chris and Hannah. They're on every 2 weeks, kind of like the senator and the doctor. Ooh.
Yes. They are also bi-weekly, just on the weekend, I think, instead of the weekdays.
You guys might be on the same week. Oh, no, they're not. Because wait a minute. Yeah, they follow you the same week.
Yeah.
You're going to be on that week on Wednesday, and then they're on Saturday.
Oh, so this is helpful now because set up on Blog Talk Radio, so I don't see that.
No.
So now I can put a promo in there because I promo for this show even though it's on StreamYard because I know it's here, and I lost track of when Chris comes on.
Yeah, she follows you, and I try to keep track of it as well. I have all my diagrams and stuff, and then I'm like, okay, what's on? It's on the Google Calendar.
Yeah.
So that's
now
where
you know Walking Dead is coming back because Tales comes up in August.
Yes, August. What's the date of the return?
I think it's the 14th, but let me look. Let me check. Come on. Yes, August 14th will be 6 episodes of Tales. And I also, you were talking earlier to the person that went to San Diego Comic-Con. They had a major announcement for that franchise on Friday that I will be bringing up when I do the show. I can tell you, I'll give you a spoiler. How about that?
Go.
So, mild spoiler alert, officially sanctioned by AMC. They have announced Friday at San Diego Comic-Con that the 3 movies around Rick are not happening now because what they're doing is another miniseries spinoff with Rick and Michonne instead. COVID destroyed the filming schedule. Completely destroyed it. So they had to kind of walk away from the movies. It got too hard. You know, he wanted to go back to London, be with his family, and have a movie schedule, and that was right in the middle of quarantine. So it got destroyed. So they're going to do a miniseries instead.
Just one?
Just one around those 2. I mean, it's the 4th spinoff.
Well, I'm just saying, you said 3 movies about Rick, but I mean, the miniseries covered the 3 movies they were going to do.
It's going to be a different way to approach the plot line. There's certain, it's kind of like a map. There's certain points they want to get to, but now they're not going to take the scenic route. They're going to get out on the highway and just stop at the rest stops a few times and then go.
Okay, so is Rick going to make an appearance in the original Walking Dead so he can go off with Michonne?
Well, that's complicated because Michonne has already gone off in search of him.
So they kind of set it up already. So they
set it up to a point, and this could fall into where the movies were going to go, but it can also fall into the new thing. They've changed some of the plot of the last part of it. That's why they had such a delay. Because the last season had 3 chunks of 8, which is not.
I haven't watched the last season yet. So how does Michonne figure that? How did she find out or get suspicious that Rick was still alive?
Are you gonna actually watch it? Because that's a major spoiler.
Yeah, and we shouldn't actually discuss that one on air.
Yeah. I can't.
You're gonna make me watch it, aren't you?
Yes.
What is wrong with you?
Well, I mean, the latest season has hit. I don't know, not yet. Has it hit Netflix yet? I don't know, but I don't think so.
5 times out of 2, it already hit. Okay, that didn't work very well.
No.
Whatever.
I was trying to get someone on that one, but it didn't work.
What is the current season? 9 or 10? 10's the current
11.
season, right? 11's the current season.
And it's divided into 3 parts of 8 instead of 2, because it's the last one and the schedule got messed up. The season got messed up.
3 parts of 8.
Okay, normally Walking Dead is like 8 episodes.
Yeah.
8 episodes, take a break. 8 episodes, so it's 16.
Yeah. They divide it up between the Christmas break and stuff.
Yes,
and they come back in
season
February.
11 is 24 episodes.
So okay.
So 2 out of 3 have aired.
Well,
the last
so it
one
hasn't.
in the fall.
So then it hasn't hit Netflix yet. So I'll probably watch it when it hits the flicks. But I'm just curious because I knew they were going to do the movies, and
Michonne has already embarked on a plot line that's pointing directly at this.
So I mean, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
When you say Michonne's looking for him, that means that there's someone they got a whiff of that he's still out there. So
something occurred that gave her very strong reason to think he was at least alive after the point where everyone thought he died 2 seasons ago.
Well, yeah, I remember that. I mean, I watched that season where he ran off in the helicopter. Everybody thought he did. And then,
no, after that, something happened.
Oh, okay.
And that was the first time any of them thought maybe he didn't die. They didn't know any better. The only one who
Right.
knows
Okay,
better
so there
was-
was another thing in a couple seasons ago that gave him suspicion that he was still alive.
right after that.
Okay, so that would be
And
season
so she
8,
is embarking on that storyline.
season 9, maybe. But anyway, I'll catch up and see, and then we'll get back to it.
Get
But-
caught up. 'Cause this
It's
is
worth
the whole wrapping up.
Yeah, well, I've been waiting for the last season so I could just watch it all. But
You're,
now
well,
that you've got me curious, that I'm going to have to go back and watch, catch up to at least as far as I can.
yeah. You know what? You might enjoy catching Tales this summer. Do you have AMC? Do you have cable?
No, I just have the Flicks and
Okay.
the Amazon
That's
and Peacock and CBS, so I can watch.
yeah. None of
football
which
the rest
have
of it.
AMC shows on it. Okay.
I guess I could probably get the app for AMC, but I don't know if they show current stuff or not. So
They show it after it's aired. Like the next day, you can pick it up.
yeah. Oh, like
But-
the CW app
The
does.
thing about Tales is they're independent episodes. They're not like normally everything is a giant chain where it all builds on each other,
Right.
one giant meta plot. This is the complete opposite. It's like Twilight Zone where each episode is self-contained.
Okay. Or Black Mirror. But anyway, I know what you mean by
A little
that.
bit, yeah. A little like
So
that.
everything, so it's not, there's no thing to go to a cliffhanger at the end. It's just like this. Okay.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. Never mind. I'm
Some of
confusing
them might
myself
be,
and everybody else.
They might be prequels that gave you kind of this is what happened to this character before they came to the main show.
Okay.
Like, how did they get there? They're doing one or two of those, but then there's several that are people we haven't even seen before.
Okay. So some of them are a backstory and some
Yeah.
are new people. Okay. That
Right.
sounds cool. What do you think about that, Roger and Speedy?
I'm going to be watching because I got behind, but I caught up. This is the first time I admit it. Look, I was actually, both my wife and I were watching it on, I guess it's season 8 at the very end and I understand a lot of people tuned it out at that point when Negan, and come on, this is a long time ago.
That's
Yeah.
season 7.
At the end of season 7. That was when he butchered everyone in that circle. We all knew who was supposed to go due to the book, but he got 2 of them, which surprised everyone. But
Yeah.
I did see well into season 8, but it was so rough. But then over the years, I've caught up. That's why I'm telling you, yeah, dude, no, you've got to watch it. It's worth your while.
Yeah.
It is. It's just if you're only a season behind, yeah, don't even.
You got time to catch up. They're not
Yeah.
catching up
Yeah.
until
It won't
they're
take me
starting
long.
in the fall, because the thing is that it premiered in October of 2010, so it would be a nice time to wrap it up to do this in 2022. It's almost like instead of doing it in like the spring or some other time, it'll make it nice and neat. So we'll see how it goes with the timing. They've also got to squeeze Fear in there because they have another season of Fear.
Yeah.
I think they're all going to come together. I think they're going to do the thing that AMC swore they would never do, which is bring it all together into one big meta plot. I don't know how they can't at this point, because the groups that survive have to depend on each other. When you have that much territory, you have to. How do you get through that much country without some kind of help or way stations or other groups to meet? You have to. So you'll have to tune in on Sunday nights to see what I got to say about it.
And
Okay.
it'll be really good, folks. And you return when? August what?
August 14th will be Tales of the Walking Dead, and that's the 6-part miniseries, the standalone. We
There it is.
are waiting for Comic-Con to get the official date for the last of Walking Dead Classic, and hopefully also a date for Fear, because we don't know yet. They may stack them up the way they did with World Beyond.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Well,
hope
fair
this
enough,
won't
folks.
be busy.
There's quite a bit, and Senator Shapiro will be watching that stuff on Sunday night, usually at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. But if there's 2 programs on, who knows? Program time may be adjusted. The Senator has Sunday night on Blog Talk Radio, as you know. So there's, you can play with that time there as well. Remember, we can do 2 episodes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that can be done on that night. So it's all good. Folks, we're going to go into our 5th hour, which we haven't done here in a while here on Sports Talk with the Guys.
Record breaking today.
I'm sorry?
A lot of record breaking today. We had 6
A little bit. And speaking of record breaking,
Yeah.
the Toronto Blue Jays really beat up on the Red Sox 28-5, which was sweet.
Okay.
It was
Sorry, Boston.
that was beyond a butt whipping. That was, hey, find the switch so I can beat you, and go find another switch so I can beat you. And go
You're a
get another
switch out.
Now,
Oh,
that's funny, Senator. You know what a switch is. I grew up without knowing what a switch was. Big Dog did. These guys did.
we have
Everyone
these in
program-
Virginia, honey.
I
I
did.
got the switch though. I got the pancake turner.
Oh, the pancake turner. Oh, that's what Speedy and I were talking about when we were afraid of when we were in school. That's what they called it. The pancake turner. With
It's
the
a spatula, but when I was little, those were pancake turners.
Yeah, well, we had the real big spatulas, right, Speedy?
Yeah.
The one that they took the cover off and said, let me introduce you to this little board with holes in it.
Say hello to my little friend. No.
Yeah. I was just going to say that line.
Yeah, folks, Major League Baseball has opened up its second half. The All-Star game is over very quickly. If you saw it, you did. If you didn't, you didn't. Or you did see it, even if you didn't see it. It was 3 games to do. I'm sorry, it was 3-2. The rating for Major League Baseball is the lowest rating ever for an All-Star game.
Ooh.
So consider it. It was in the 7 range. It had a 7 share. It was low. But
does that equal out to people actually watching?
I was going by memory on that one. I don't know. I'll have to check it out, but it is the
Well,
smallest audience ever.
I thought you read from an article and it would say only one person, watched it or something.
I will look it up to find it.
Well, you don't have to. I just thought you had it in front of you.
No, what a shock for me to have it in front of me. So they're in their All-Star break now. It's the rush to the finish. The Houston Astros really took it to the Yankees on Thursday. They took the doubleheader from them. It was makeup games. And, well, New York took it to Baltimore yesterday. They won 7-6. The races are on. I'm going to go over the standings real quick. There's no need to go over the scores. But as we traditionally do, we always have the standings of where they are. In the American League East, the Yankees are 65-30. Tampa Bay is 12 back, Toronto's 13.5, Boston 16.5, and Baltimore 18. In the American League Central, Minnesota, Minnesota is 15-44. Cleveland is 47-44, a game and a half back. The Black Sox are 3.5 back. The Tigres are 12 back, and America's AAA team is 13.5 back. In the American League West, you have the Houston A-holes at 62-32. The Mariners are 11 back. The Rangers are 19. The Angels are 22.5. It's looking bad for the Angels. And the Oakland Athletics are 29 back. In the National League East, the Mets are 58-36, followed by Atlanta 1.5. Philadelphia's 8.5. Sorry, Tony, but they're not out of it yet. Miami is 13.5 back, and the Washington Nationals are 27.5 back. In the National League Central, the Buccos are 51-43. The Cardinals are 1.5. Pittsburgh is 12. The Cubs are 14.5, and the Commies are 15 back. In the National League West, the Los Angeles Dodgers are 62-30, followed by San Diego 10.5. The hated ones, Speedy's team, is 14.5. Colorado's 20, and Arizona is 20.5. Folks, the only races as of right now, frankly, are in the National League Central, the National League East, and the American League Central. The Yankees are on the verge of blowing it open. The Astros are on the verge of blowing it open in their divisions, and the Dodgers are the same thing. 3 divisions are looking to already be wrapped up, but there's still races in the American League. So that's a quick look at Major League Baseball. No need to go over anything else. Well, there was a shock. Dwight Smith, a player that I did have his autograph for, so I did meet this player very, very so briefly, passed away at the age of 58. Former Atlanta Braves announcer and former outfielder and World Series champion Dwight Smith passed away earlier this week. Wow, we do not have anything other than a shock. 58 years of age, folks. Wow. Yeah, I'm going to go over to the image real quick just so you can see him. You guys remember him, Dwight Smith. This happened on July 22nd at 1:49 p.m. This is by the Atlanta Braves. We are saddened by the passing earlier today of Dwight Smith, an integral member of the 1995 World Series championship team. He was the 1989 Rookie of the Year runner-up. Dwight enjoyed an 8-year Major League career that included 2 postseason trips with the Cubs and Braves. Dwight was a beloved alumni member, and an infectious smile will be missed around Truist Park. Our deepest condolences to his wife, Cheryl, daughters Taylor and Shannon, and son Dwight Jr. We ourselves here at Sports Talk with the Guys and NDB Media, our thoughts are with the family and the Braves as well. So just wanted to make a note of that one.
And speaking of that, the ex-Steelers receiver Charles Johnson dies at 50 from unknown causes after a 9-year career that included a Super Bowl title with the Patriots in 2002. That just broke, I think, yesterday or a little bit before. I'll put a link in the whatever it's called. Then you guys can check it out.
The host chat room or the
Yeah,
host communication
chat room.
But anyway,
this is from the Daily Mail. I'll go to that one right now. We'll see if we have an image in a moment. There he is. Oh yeah, Charles Johnson, former Pittsburgh Steelers receiver who ultimately won a Super Bowl with the New England Patriots, has died at age 50. It's reported that his death was confirmed by Heritage High School in North Carolina, where he was serving as an assistant athletic director. Rest in peace, coach. Rest in peace, coach, the team tweeted Tuesday. You will be missed by so many, especially your Husky family. He was a first-round pick in the 1994 draft by Pittsburgh. Johnson played with his former University of Colorado teammate, quarterback Cordell Stewart, with the Steelers throughout the late 1990s. It's a shame.
Yeah.
but
Thank you,
we'll
Tony,
see
for
it.
that comment. Tony said in the chat room, he said, the Phillies are my only hope since the Twins stink.
Yeah, horrible news of Dwight Smith, yes. Right now, when Speedy said they are my only hope, he says, hey, Princess Leia, keep it cool.
Well, I have to take a page from Tony's playbook, because my only hope tonight, I know Almighty, you had talked about it, but the fact that, where the ratings are actually coming from, I don't know. But I'm going to be watching, because tonight at 6 p.m., the Dodgers and Giants are playing against each other, the greatest rivalry in baseball history, but it won't be taking place down where you guys are, to all my SoCal friends. Sorry, not sorry. You guys got to come to our house tonight. It's going to be great. Why? Well, because the Dodgers are reporting, Scorekeeper, that if you go to a Dodger game, they might not have food for some reason because of idiots and all the other things that are going on there. I don't know what that's about, but it sounds like
Who are the idiots? As in the Dodgers themselves? Who are the idiots? There is an issue that they're close.
I thought that was settled, wasn't it? Wasn't it settled?
Well, they promised not to do it during the All-Star game, but apparently there is no deal yet.
I thought they were getting things done, Raj.
That's the big dog. Oh God, Tony. Oh.
Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that.
We love our audience. That's all there is to it. No matter how confused they might be from time to time.
Oh, he's not confused. Tony knows what team to go for.
He's a Philly. Cut it out. You're a hated one. So I'll see if I can find any information on the deal right now. But I do have the article on Major League Baseball. It was their lowest ratings in 30 years. It was the lowest rated. So per Sports Media Watch, Tuesday's All-Star Game was the lowest rated and least watched in the history of the game, with a 4.2 rating and 7.51 million viewers. That's where I said they got a 7. I was going by memory. I confused it.
Okay, so you got the
4 share. So
that's
the
terrible.
rating was 4.5. In 2021, it was 4.5 with 8.32 million viewers. This year was 7.5 million. So Claudia and I were watching the game at Applebee's, and then we went over to Lazy Dog to watch it. So I don't know if that's 2 or 4. So, oh, come on. Actually, Gabe Kapler, I respect the guy. That was a hard-nosed player.
Well,
He's a
who
good
does
player.
it, man? His time with the Sweat Hogs and stuff. I'm telling you.
Welcome back, Carter. Very good. Very good, Almighty. I like that.
Ow.
But
Oh. That
you having a stroke, Roger?
was my
It's the NyQuil. It's always the NyQuil with him.
So
I was doing Horseshack.
No, I know.
what network is the All-Star game on? Is that
Fox.
ABC or Fox?
Yeah.
You think they're done? They got a contract, I guess.
No, they're not done.
Well, I'm just saying it seems like compared to last year and this year, it's gone down. So I don't know if it's going to keep dropping as we keep going through the decade.
They're just it's not gonna drop. There's 7.5 million viewers. That's still a live audience. It's just they're gonna charge less and less. Major League Baseball has to change the rules. And
I blame the uniforms.
I do. I blame the commissioner.
Well,
Look,
same thing, right?
Look, I wanted to be your commissioner, people, for Major League Baseball. I did receive votes, but I didn't get the job. I would have made it work, but
Well, he
that's
says
okay.
And
Look, folks, the game needs to be. Kids need to see the game again, and when you have a game starting at 5 o'clock in Pacific time, 8 o'clock, you're losing an audience. I know it's during the summer, but young kids who should be watching this game are not watching it because they're going to bed early. So,
well, they're also distracted by other things these days too, Raj. I mean, it's not just.
Yes, they are.
I mean, you're trying to get someone who's gaming to watch. I mean, anyway, you're right. They got to get kids to watch it, but they have a lot of things to compete with besides bedtime.
Yes, they do. Now, yes, they do. Casey, thank you for giving me that note. Would you go ahead and share that thought?
I was just kind of noticing when you guys were talking just a little bit ago about people that have passed away in sports recently. They're in the same age group as Mike Tyson. We didn't get to this part earlier when he was bringing it up. Like, why would he do that? And it smells like fake news. This is, in all fairness, from what we discussed about integrity, this is an opinion. It's not backed up by anything. But it kind of smells to me like recently he may have gotten some medical news that he's not announcing yet. This whole article with him has a tell. Because he's been doing that blog for a while. He just happened to have somebody. This podcast thing is his. And the medical guy was a guest on his show. So that show's been going on. He's been out there yapping. But we haven't seen anything this morbid from him before. Why would he put that out there and not explain it? Something is going on that is weighing on him that he's not going to say yet. And so, therefore, I think it's kind of serious.
Well,
But
thanks for adding that context. That really makes a big difference there.
Yeah,
Senator.
I mean, Mike is not an emotionally complex kind of dude. He's not full of surreptitious stuff he's up to. So when he puts that out there like that, it's like, I can't tell you, but I got to say something because this is really bugging me. And he's in that age group where the other two guys we just lost. And he's in an industry in sports where, by this time, a lot of guys have ended their careers, if not worse. And all that's probably weighing on him. I think he's gotten news recently. And this was his way to let that out without spoiling it yet. So, I might be wrong. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on him. But the other two deaths reminded me. Because they're 2 years apart. They're like 2 or 3 years apart.
When was this podcast? What date was the podcast? Do you know?
The link's in the host chat.
Oh, okay.
Whatever that link was, I could go back, try to find it.
Well, I'm just...
Yeah.
Before you said that, I was going to say there's been a lot of players dying young. I mean, besides the two that we discussed earlier, there has been a rash of that.
Yeah.
And maybe that's weighing on his mind too, because you think, well, gosh, I'm same age of these other guys too that are
Yeah. And
passing
maybe,
away.
maybe I went and got my checkup recently and something's not right because he said something about spots on his face.
Oh,
like-
that's right.
Well, maybe age spots, or I don't know what.
That's what I thought too, age spots. But I guess it could. Can't put too much.
I'm not
into it.
sure, but just
I mean,
something.
is that
It
age
smells
spots
like
or skin
alcohol
cancer?
at the ending to it, and I don't know what that is, but you know what I
Yeah.
mean by that. That's an old reference.
Yeah.
Folks, as far as it goes, the article does not give a specific date, so it alludes to something very recent.
Yeah.
The article is dated July 20th. You could check out on the Mike Tyson podcast, and we could find out.
Which article are you looking at? The
the
one from
actual one
from the Post?
New York Post. Yes.
Okay, all right. I thought.
And they don't give a specific date as well, so they're alluding to it being recent because they don't make it. They don't say a few months ago. No, they're saying it's on his podcast. The former heavyweight boxing champ and therapist Sean McFarland, who specializes in trauma and addiction, on as a guest and told him he feels like he's inching closer to death. So
I might watch that podcast to see exactly what was said. That's since now the senator got me very interested now. I mean, that's putting it in that kind of context.
Look, there's a reason why she's on with this. There's a reason why she does programs, and there's a reason why I listen to her opinions. She's intellectually honest.
Said that out loud. We all heard it. Nice try.
Oh, Eli, Lava Sabatani. Oh,
Easy for you to say.
actually, that was. There's only 3 people I've ever said in my life that are intellectually honest. And no, Big Dog, that's not you. And no, Peter, the other Peter in my life is not you either. It just so happens that the 3 people, they're all psychiatrists, psychologists. They all have some sort of psych in their titles, in their well-being. Casey's one of them.
I'm a lay person. I'm not actually certified, just certifiable.
Claw.
Oh, y'all are.
Those of you who remember Sports Talk, I'm sorry, those of you that remember NDB Media when we started out, the Claw, Sergio Casares, he also has a degree, and I believe, as much as he annoys the shit out of me, he is intellectually honest when it comes to certain stuff. So I do acknowledge that. But does he annoy me? Oh, good God, yes. But that doesn't matter. I believe when he gives genuine commentary, there's truth to his commentary. And that's why I believe he's intellectually honest. Does he get things wrong? Yeah. But he's not biased per se. Because that's what you mean by intellectually honest, is they're good at avoiding the bias. I'm still going through that bias training because hey, I'm a human being.
Yeah, that was funny the way you did that. A friend of mine at church a couple weeks ago did that. We were in the middle of practice and stuff, and I had no idea that his wife was even at the church earlier that morning, and he said something and mumbled it, and we were like, "What? What did you say?" And his wife from the back of the church, she's like, you better cut that out. I'll be coming up there in a minute. I'm like, oh, you're in trouble? I don't know what you said. She's like, I know what he said. He'll get it later. I'm like, she's like, can someone help me? Matt, get up here. I'm like, not my problem. That's between you and her.
Folks, one thing that I take pride in on this program is not only the individuals that are here on the program, but the honesty. Yes, like that. Was that timed or what? The honesty that, folks, we tell you when we're giving our opinion, and we tell you when we know it's a genuine opinion, has nothing based in fact, and we're not blowing it all out of our arse just to sound good. We are able to say things that others cannot, but we keep it real, and that's what we do here. And you know when it's really heartfelt when we say something like he says, this is a genuine opinion, but I think there's something in there. Yes.
Yeah.
If you've seen in the private chat, I found another article from January that also seems like he's alluding to a medical thing he won't admit. He's 55 years old. If he's medical things
now.
Quiet, there's only 2 reasons. 1, he's going to go back to boxing, which I don't think so. And 2, the news is devastating, and it's going to change his career when he releases it. So he's going to sit on it for a while.
I posted another I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I posted another article in the chat where it has another fake headline that Tyson says he's going to die. So, because I think it's from MSN, I posted it in our chat, but
Yeah.
it seems like no one can get this straight, and so I guess, Senator, you're probably right on the money, because it seems like he's got a. Plus, now you're going back to January, so I mean, there's a pattern of what he's doing.
Yeah, there is a pattern of these news articles that are vague, but then you got to step back and go, why would he put that out there? What's he get from this? Now people are going to be wondering about his health, and they're going to be looking at him like, well, when are you going to let us know what it is? And they're doing a biopic on him, but I don't think this is a publicity stunt. This smells like he's got some bad news and he's not allowed to say yet, but it's bugging him, so he's got to let it out a little.
Well, I think he's choosing not to say it too. But
well, of course he is.
But if this is fake, if he's doing this on fake, this is gonna hurt him badly. I mean,
well, right? Is it? He hasn't revealed anything.
Yeah, but right. I'm just saying if it. Yeah, I know he has not. I guess I'm going by on our assumptions and the astuteness of the senator. So.
Wow. Sorry. Did you notice I went right when I should have gone left on that one? Sorry, I don't know if that was a right. Yeah. Like, you got me to jerk over to the right, almighty.
So, I gotta talk to my lawyer on that one. Wait a minute.
Oh God.
Yeah, people always have these lawyer present too.
Yup.
Wake up, dumbass. If you guys knew what my lawyer was, it's a fan that blows air in my face.
A lot of lawyers are.
Yeah, and typical, I'm paying for it. So that's about right.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you had a lawyer, he'd whisper in your ear before you answered anything on the show.
And typical story of my life, it'd be anyone but that would whisper in my ear and be an attorney.
So, Speedy, you think the Tyson scare is real?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it could be, but like we said, the article I shared when the show started, he hasn't shared anything. He only went on his podcast with his therapist, who's a friend of his, and he just vented a little bit.
And yes, he did, but he was being introspective. The article we established was incredible. I'm sorry. The headline was misleading.
Yeah.
The article stated that he was being introspective. So
that's where we're getting our opinions, is from the headlines, that the different headlines that like that are saying doom and gloom, that are making you want to click the article because of how they worded that headline.
Yeah, that's not where I got mine from.
Right.
But still, like I'm saying, the senator has been able to point out where a pattern of what he's saying. So I guess we'll find. I hope we don't find out, but I'm just saying that if the senator says something smells rotten, I'm gonna go with it.
I'm kind of expecting in the next few months he's going to have some kind of news. Now, how big it is, I don't know, but it career-affecting level of medical news.
When does that biopic come out? Do you know?
Let me look. Let's see here. Where'd it go?
Yeah, it's probably going to get picked up by A&E because they're doing autobiographies on everybody.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking that he might announce if there is anything, he might announce it before the biopic comes out to get more viewership.
I mean, I never got to meet him, but I did get to play a lot of his boxing games on Sega Genesis.
Oh, yeah.
All my 80s and 90s friends.
Like Tyson, the boxing, yeah.
Yeah, Tyson boxing.
Yep. I remember. But I don't know. This is interesting. I mean, wow. But then again, look at what the articles have done. They have us talking about Mike Tyson again, besides getting fights on airplanes.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait. Was that a fight?
Or whatever it was.
He just knocked the crap out of that guy.
Well, instead of airport knockout. So
next month.
Okay.
on
see,
Hulu.
right now, everybody's talking about it now. Look how much publicity this has gone for Tyson. So
Hey,
we'll see.
maybe he
So
figured
maybe
something
that's
out.
the reason, and maybe that's why he's not saying more.
Yeah.
So that we can't turn around and say, "Oh, you said you had brain damage or cancer." It's
brain damage has already known. Has
Oh,
been known since he bit the ear off of Evander or whatever his name was.
Oh yeah.
Evander Holyfield, yeah.
But we've always known he had brain damage. But I'm just saying that. But you're right. I mean, he could have that some kind of thing going, because of all the hits he took. Well, he didn't take too many hits, did he? He just knocked everybody out in 22 seconds, so he didn't really get too many.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple of references in the January article where he's losing his memory. Like
Dementia?
every few months, something is going missing.
Gosh. Well, that guy. Wow. I mean,
as much as he got clocked on the noggin, I'm not shocked or anything. But
he didn't. I'm just saying he knocked everybody out in the first round. I don't think he. But you're right. He still got hit. So are we talking about onset dementia or?
And then we don't know what Robin Givens is. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
She
Is
may
that
have hit him as well.
Scorekeeper?
Jeez.
But
wow, that silenced everyone. Wow.
Well, no.
It's not a biopic; it's a series.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I guess it'll be like a mini series, probably.
That's a Thursday,
So,
August 25th.
Yeah,
maybe this
episodes. Yeah, there you go.
Maybe this is all just to get us to watch the biopic where we hope he goes into more detail about what's going on.
Probably.
Because now we're all curious. Well, what the hell's going on here? But and you bringing up that he might have memory loss, that's a development right there.
Yeah. Get this out of the way now while you can still remember. That might actually be a thing.
Well, they did Glenn Campbell when he was going through dementia too, but
yes, I remember that.
So I don't know, but I don't know. We'll find out if whoever has Hulu and whatever. We'll find out once it comes out, and people will just go, guess what? So yeah, I guess it'll be something to talk. I guess you have to come back on the show at least by then, so we can talk about it. Senator.
Yeah.
If not sooner, I'm not saying we have to wait till August, but
And she already knows she's in. I don't even have to say anything to her. She shows up. It's I appreciate having you on so much so that I'm like, oh damn, we got to change the name of the program.
No, it's all good.
Look, I brought that up when we had Roz on the show, and nothing ever
Yeah,
happened.
you did.
And then Roz was like, I asked her about it, and she just didn't give an answer because I don't think she wanted to make Roger upset. But I'm just kidding. I know she doesn't care.
I don't think she ever tried to get me upset. I think I
But
tried
anyway,
to piss her off.
I guess I just
actually I didn't try. I did.
I was just with today's atmosphere, you're not supposed to, you're supposed to be all inclusive all the time. So that's why I'm here.
Oh, that's why you're here. Oh, that's right. Because it's Speedy, Big Dog, and myself that are the minorities, and you are the non-minority.
Well, I'm the token white man.
Right.
Oh, don't shake your head like that.
It's got to be you.
Well, it's a joke, that, but but since I'm the only one on, huh? But
yeah, we know it's a joke.
Well, sometimes I want to do that role reversal where I.
Oh, you have, dude. You have over the years. Oh my God, it's been great. He has caught us so many times. It's all part of it, folks. It is.
And speaking of not making people angry, I have to apologize for last week because last week I made a mistake and I got text messages, Facebook messages, and I was like, we don't see anything. What are you talking about? You said it was going to happen. I made a mistake. The ROH Death Before the Dishonor pay-per-view was actually tonight. And then next Saturday is SummerSlam. I know. I screwed that up badly. My bad. I apologize.
So will we talk about that next Saturday then, Speedy? SummerSlam?
Yeah, but first we have to go through tonight because tonight is the ROH pay-per-view. And this is, ever since Tony Khan bought ROH, everyone was like, well, how is this going to work and what's it going to be like? And are the membership cards still a thing? Well, you just got to give him time. He's figuring things out with all the ROH talent because it's very, very different from the WWE side of things where Vince, when, we all remember when he bought WCW and ECW and he threw them all into one or two different shows and was like, well, just have that and create your own invasion. And it was a sloppy invasion angle. It didn't make a whole lot of sense because by the end of it, Ric Flair was gone, all the top guys were gone, and all you had left was really this much talent. And he didn't know what to do with them. Whereas Tony Khan, when he bought ROH, he decided he's going to go a different route than Vince McMahon did with buying all these other wrestling promotions. And Tony Khan is like, you know what? You guys go this way with ROH, and I'm going to take AEW this way, which is why last year, when I myself purchased the very first relaunch pay-per-view of ROH, all that happened was ROH guys were only on the ROH pay-per-view. Nobody from AEW got involved. And so it was like, well, this is a real thing. And so a lot of people are expecting that tonight. Because tonight, the ROH World Tag Team title match, this was added last night if you saw Rampage. The Righteous versus Dalton Castle and the Boys. We'll see if that happens. I mean, it's going to, but who's going to become the tag team champions? We'll find out with the six-man tag. The ROH Women's World title with their new title that they released last week. My good friend Mercedes Martinez, I miss her a lot. She will take on Serena Deb for this match. The ROH Pure Championship, Wheeler Yuta will take on Daniel Garcia. And this is expected to be a high-flying back-and-forth match. The ROH TV title is on the line. Samoa Joe will take on Jay Lethal. And, last night on Rampage, I thought, well, since Jay Lethal is beating up Samoa Joe's friends, I would have liked it if they would have turned off the lights and then turned the lights back on and Samoa Joe's there, but that didn't happen. That would have been a good way to further the pay-per-view for tonight, but they didn't do that. The ROH Tag Team Champions will be in a 2 out of 3 falls match. FTR will take on the Briscoes. Everybody has been wanting this match since ROH's first pay-per-view last year with the relaunch. But it's finally going to happen. The Briscoes are involved again, only this time it's against FTR. And the main event tonight for the ROH World title, Jonathan Gresham will take on Claudio Castagnoli, formerly Carlito. He got his shot last Wednesday night on Fyter Fest before the crazy cage match went into play, which does have a lot to do with Y2J. But as I said earlier, Y2J is involved with AEW. AEW talent is not going to get involved in an ROH pay-per-view, which is really how things should be. So it's going to be interesting tonight. So I'll be watching the Giants-Dodgers game. Go Giants. Right, Tony? Right, Tony?
Oh, stop it.
And then from there, I'll be getting right here on my computer to watch the ROH pay-per-view in its entirety tonight. That's just probably the fire department going by.
That's it right there. Hot boxing.
That's just where that's the episode where he talks to the therapist. So anybody interested in trying to get any other context, I guess you can listen to that, and I guess if you listen to his voice to see how he sounds and all that kind of stuff. So, the tells.
Oh, I'm sure his voice can change exponentially. I mean, he's done a lot of commercials and stuff. He was in all the Hangover movies. That was hilarious.
Yeah, he was good in those. But
Mike Tyson was in all of them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should
Probably typecasting.
well, no, I watched the first one and he had a tiger. So I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
type-
great.
which was kind of cool. So
Yeah, I'm sure the entire cast in that film had to get really acquainted with that tiger before they actually filmed the movie, because you never know.
true. Well, was it CGI or real? You never know.
both.
Both, you say?
I don't know.
Okay.
Some are parts of one and parts of the other. Depends on how reliable the tiger's temperament is and the trainer, the handler.
Oh, okay. So they use both methods for the tiger. Okay, that sounds about right. But
Tiger-
nowadays you can't tell if they're using a real one or a fake one. So
Oh, tell me about it. That's another Walking Dead joke. Shiva,
yeah, yeah, that's true.
Shiva was both, but mostly animatronic.
Yeah, yeah. That was a good tiger too.
Yes, kitty.
Yeah. So
I
you
thought
know.
the best one was what was the cat?
I was sad that that the tiger had to die. That's like, wait a minute, let's keep the tiger.
Yeah. Right. Scorekeeper, what were you saying about another animal?
It was a cat, a black cat in Samantha. Sorry,
Oh, something happened to kitty.
no, those
No.
rat bastards are well alive outside. They're
Oh.
doing well on their own. Actually, we have had coyotes come by because I
Okay,
can
so it
tell.
wasn't animatronic then, because coyotes
No.
don't like those. They're not tasty.
So it was,
No,
what's
They-
not tasty? Cats?
they've been catching my kitties. There's no doubt
Have they?
about it.
Aw.
Oh yeah, I've
That's
noticed.
right. We talked about that before, but you say once they get outside the fence, that's
They're
you know,
idiots.
they're idiots. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Darwinism at that point, is what you're saying.
Oh yeah, and the coyotes every evening they're like, oh, there's Mick Noriega's. It's a drive-through for them.
Well, I'm sure when I come down, I'm sure the cat's going to be like, oh, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. They're just
Well,
they're yeah.
God.
They're,
I would
they're-
say something, but the senator's here, so.
Oh, honey, I'm 3/4 Irish. You're not going to shock me.
She's
She's
not gonna
listened
shock
to
me.
this program before. She's been on this program before.
Yeah, but this is the
Oh,
first time
she is getting the full taste of Almighty right now. So,
I'm
yes.
this is the first time I've met the senator. I don't want to,
Leave a bad
Senator,
impression.
I was
Is this the fourth or third time that you're on with us already?
Fourth.
Yeah,
Fourth.
it is. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
because
been cool every time.
I just so happened to start getting the notices from Facebook in advance, so I could actually log on when you're live. Because sometimes they would just do it late. You know how they do. It's kind of arbitrary.
It is very much arbitrary. And let me tell you, folks, I have had someone shotgun with me for ever now. There were times that I did a program on my own and I was not, this is not a singular program. And I ended fast. And people were like, oh, you were alone, weren't you? When the program's over in 15 or 30 minutes. Now, this is the longest that we've ever gone that I have not ended a program early. And I was going to end a program early because poor Speedy, oh my God, he spent an hour trying to get into the program that day. His computer would not let him. And,
Right.
and Senator showed up, and it was otherwise I was going to end that program. But when the senator showed up to spend the morning, well, the afternoon for her, but the morning, it was good. So I'm eternally grateful. She's kept the streak alive, which is kind of neat.
So I'm making y'all talk a lot. Is that what you're saying?
No, look.
I'm teasing you.
Yeah, okay. We all do sports. We love sports, and even Speedy, his was a singular program because Matt had the sports opinion show. So Matt did a wonderful job of collecting the news and commenting on it as we went along. But it was a singular program. He was doing the commentary. When he came over to us, it did get harder, huh, Speedy?
Yeah,
program. Because once you have the engagement, that's it. You're done. You can't do a singular program anymore.
Yeah.
And even for me doing Jedi.tax, my program, I missed the engagement. And if anyone comments like, what's this? Hey, Joe Jose from Tijuana, what you doing? Like, he's a tax program? Yes. Wait, come back. So the point is,
Aww.
it's the engagement. And once we've done this, you just, sorry, you can't go back. And it's just
Once you had tax, you can't go back.
well, I was going to say on Sports Talk with the guys, once you have a conversation, you don't go back. And that's why I'm eternally thrilled. And I love, well, actually, I don't love it, but I kind of needle the big dog about, you little bastard, always got to make a grand entrance, right? Oh, yeah, that's the only reason why I come in 15 minutes late. Oh,
Fashionably late, huh?
oh yeah, he's an 80s kid. So, but I've noticed that all of them do it. They all come in between 10 and 20 minutes, which is kind of neat. So that means, oh man, I got to do a monologue for 15 minutes? Oh, shit.
I'm kind of guilty of that. You were asking this morning how come Casey saw it and you didn't see it, but it's Facebook just arbitrarily showing up notices.
I thought we were having a good time. Why are you stabbing me in the back now? It was just an offhanded comment.
It's a massage. It's not stabbing.
It's a massage. Oh, I like that.
Don't let Deshaun Watson hear you.
Yeah, you might be called. You might be one of the new batch.
He's probably writing your name down now. Let's see. I got me another one.
Sheesh. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, hey, Score. You know what might be an interesting one-off show?
Did you refer to me as a scorekeeper?
I did.
Oh.
I did. It's the fourth time I've done it today, and you missed it.
He doesn't pay attention.
I was thinking, you know what might be interesting, because most of us don't know any better, is like interesting tax stuff that applies to sports people because their careers are so unusual. Like the stuff they have to go through, because you make like crap tons of money for 10 years and then that's going to last you. And do you have insurance or tax deductions and all the things they got to go through that most of us don't because their careers are so unusual?
The number one thing that is most unusual is the fact that they have to prepare forms that almost no one else will ever prepare in their lives that are just not out there, such as when an athlete visits Southern California, say they visit to play with the Dodgers, there are tax forms that they have to prepare that no one else prepares. It's crazy. So they're paying tax for the 3 days that they're here. Yes.
Wow. Is that
why would they have to do that? They're not citizens
of California. California Uber Alice is an album. It's not political policy, okay?
Dude, California, if you are here a minute, you got to pay. You got to pay.
What kind of tax do you pay?
There are many forms of coin, my friend.
You got to pay income tax?
The tax rate is. It's a city tax that LA charges athletes. And not only athletes, performers.
But
I was going to say, that apply to all entertainment and media and anything. Yeah.
Well, California.
Now, the only ones. Oh, okay. That's interesting. All right. Thank you, Senator. I will have to work on it. But to give you another idea, LA City does give production benefits. They due to California state law, where they'll pay you money to do filming in California.
Will they?
So, yeah.
Well, why does everybody go to Georgia then?
Well, not as much anymore, but it's because of the money that they were giving away. It was a lower tax base.
You have an outrageous change in there.
Well, I know. I mean, they go to other states. Like that's why Breaking Bad was filmed in New Mexico because of the tax break they got. Because the show was supposed to be filmed in Los Angeles, but then they found a better rate in New Mexico, so that's why it's based in Albuquerque instead of Los Angeles. But but like we see, I mean, especially Walking Dead's filmed in Georgia, and
it's because it's a lower tax rate, but they were also offering them incentives if they hire locally. So it's a good thing. So we're going to give you money to hire people over here. It's like, hell yeah. California started the slowdown. They call it runaway production. But now they're bringing a lot of it back because California every year spends approximately $300 million in all sorts of productions. So a lot of productions are coming back.
Hmm.
I believe Star Trek Picard, if I remember correctly, earned $25.8 million in production costs. So
Wow.
Picard was paid that much because they filmed here in LA. And if you're going to film a TV show, which is what California prefers as opposed to a movie, because a movie goes in, throws in a lot of money in one area, and that's it. They're done. They're gone.
Right.
But if you can bring a series, drama, whatever, and whatever it is, it's a lot of money for here. And believe it or not, I am not for tax giveaways. Let me tell you, if that's what we're up against, that's an industry that I do want to keep, because that's a lot of money for the local economy. So,
Yeah, it's like last year when Keanu Reeves came up to San Francisco to do some movie. I forgot what that was, but they were like, all the local media here was like, you can't go down this street or that street or that street for like 4 days because they're blocking it all off for his movie.
Yep.
yes, I was very much involved in it. Folks, had I still been in my old division, I would know where all the film shootings are, because back in the 90s, I handled the permit requests for the actual jobs. And what do I mean? It used to cost, I think it was $450 or $500 for a shooting day in LA County. You're never ever going to get this anywhere else, folks, because I actually know it. So the shooting permit came in, and it had an incorrect job number. So we were not able to bill against it. And I famously said, well, we cannot do this job because we don't have the funding for it. Well, I was overrode by my section head, my division head, and whatever. They says, you push it through because we are pushing for the industry to stay here. So, but we don't have a guarantee. Push it through. Now, this is an administrative problem. The
Yeah.
money was there. Don't get me wrong, but the information being supplied somewhere else was wrong. So instead of me holding up, they said, you do not hold up TV production here in Southern California. So I got the message right away. So anyway, for us, $500 would basically cover a day of shooting for, I believe it was 2 sign posters and a marking crew, meaning we would change the signs as needed for the shooting in that area for that day, which was kind of cool. So I knew who was shooting where and when. It was really kind of neat. I had access to what was being filmed, but I'm no longer there anymore. And of course, they changed the procedure now. So even if I was there, I probably wouldn't know anymore.
What signs would you change?
Well, it could be stop signs for traffic control. It could be traffic enforcement signs, because depending on when you're filming and what you're filming, traffic enforcement signs are unique to an era. So they would have to be changed. We would not put, it's illegal for us to put a non-standard, but we would remove the one that's in effect. The studio would put up the fake one, and at the end of the day, the studio takes down the fake one. We put the legitimate one back in place.
I see.
We would never do that. So the particulars is kind of neat stuff, and I don't even pretend to know all of it, but I was handling the permits for all of LA County shooting, which was kind of cool. It was. I wish I was still doing that.
Well, I just
job.
thought the filming crew was responsible for the whole thing of changing signs. I guess now they probably just CGI changed it these days. But
yes, and that's why some of that stuff has changed. But we are still responsible for flagging and assisting for traffic control and stuff like that. So we're still involved indirectly.
So
And
what if they had to put in a fake, welcome to this city sign? Was that you too?
No.
Okay.
No. They would probably do it on their own. Now, remember, you could put that up anywhere. So even though there's a city sign somewhere, you just don't film right there.
Well, I know, but I know that.
They would do it. We might have done it. We might have.
I'm just saying behind the scenes stuff that I'm kind of interested in, because that, when it says welcome somewhere and you look at you go Google it, no, they're actually in South Carolina. They're nowhere near Iowa, but they had to change that sign.
If they would ask us to put it up, they would pay us more money. The permit itself for 2 sign posters and a marking truck was $500 a day for the wherever it is that they were going to do. So they could pay more for other services. So even though I know, or I should say, I cannot give you that answer, I do know that they could pay for more. and we would readily help.
Okay,
The
I
taxpayers did
just
not
wondered.
lose out. The taxpayers made money off the film shoots. Oh, hell yeah.
I just wondered. That's just something
Yeah.
I thought about. I don't, because you
Yeah.
see all this stuff, but
When
not
you did the
anymore. It's all
labor-
CGI'd now. So I mean, they
Yeah.
can take a sign and just put whatever they want. I mean, it's also changed the fronting of a business that way too. They might have the outside of it, but then they'll change the title. I mean, you know what I mean? Everything's
Yeah.
done
This
that
was
way.
in the early 90s, folks. It was $500 back then. It's a lot more now. And when you
I
look
would
at the
think so
rate-
because 500 sounds cheap
Yeah, that
For having
now
a-
again.
for having a
90s.
crew out there. I mean, these guys they're not making minimum wage, that's for sure.
No, but if I remember, they would be earning about $15 an hour. So 15 times 8 times 2, and that's
I'm just-
$240.
I'm
And then
just-
you have the equipment, you charge the
Yeah,
hours and the
I'm
miles.
just saying
Oh, yeah.
the 500
Everybody was
didn't cover
making
the
money.
cost. I'm just saying the 500 didn't cover the cost. Then I mean, that's why I'm saying it's so cheap that it probably didn't cover the cost, or did it?
It did. And if they wanted us to do more, they would pay us more, which is kind of
Okay,
cool.
I
But
just
that's just an interesting little insight of things that I did and helped out on. And it was cool. So I was indirectly involved in, oh my God, probably over 400 different productions.
so
Yeah. I should have a producer's credit on a lot of stuff in Hollywood.
gosh, you get a couple points as well.
Oh, if only. If only, man. I'd love that. But anyway.
So, since we're on this subject, so in Chicago they're filming a new Justified series or whatever. They're filming in Chicago, which is supposed to be Detroit. But anywho, they had to stop production because a car filled with people shooting guns broke the barrier.
I read about that.
Did you see that?
Yeah,
I heard
it was a
about that
real
too.
shootout, and they had to stop. Wow.
Yeah, they had to stop production. And I'm thinking, well, you're in Chicago now, and it's Wild Wild West. So
I wonder if they got video of that.
I haven't seen it, but I just saw the headline. And read the article a little bit, but I didn't see any video.
You have to sign
I'm surprising if they don't. What'd you say?
No, that's what we have.
Works up for SAG-AFTRA since they were in it.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we have YouTube. I'm sure it's on there too.
Yep.
It might be if there's any footage. I'm surprised if there's not. I mean, you're thinking, what? You got how many cameras here and you didn't get it on film?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I mean, that's the first time. But like I said, it's Chicago. So, I mean,
That toddle in town.
nah. I'm just thinking that if they're filming in Chicago for it to be Detroit, which Detroit's not that far from Chicago. So I don't even, And at this point, Detroit might be safer.
Wow.
I know that's saying. Yeah, you know what I mean.
That's saying something,
It
man.
is.
Yeah, he is.
I know. Let's blame him right there. But folks,
Sure.
I do apologize. It is
Apologize
a lot
for what?
warmer than I care to admit right now. It's already closer to 90 some degrees in here, and I am sorry. It is getting a little warm. And,
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've got my windows open. That's why you can hear everything.
Well, why are
yeah,
you saying
right now
warm?
this
You're
thing
not
says
making
it's
us
only
warm.
73 degrees. Nah, it's a lot warmer than that. So I have to find out what it is. But it says it's only 75. But in here it is rather warm. Folks, I'm going to have to go ahead and call it. We are getting near the end of the program. We are at 5 hours. This has been a wonderful, wonderful program. I don't have to tell each and any of you. Look, you get the links on the website, so you're more than welcome. Casey, your commentary is really cool. Appreciate it. As Speedy and Almighty as well. Hopefully we'll have the big dog back next week, and who knows? We may have up to 5 people. And if Dreem's got some stuff going on. And a lot of it is hurricane weather. A lot of it is family. A lot of it is his business, man. It's super busy. So
Yeah.
I'm really happy for him. So I know he'll be joining us again in the future. So I'm going to have to get on his ass right now. Oh, what's that, Dreem? Talk to my lawyer. The fan. Talk to my fan. I know. If you guys saw it, there was nothing on there.
Yeah.
Thank
Look,
you.
we've got about 5 minutes, in about a minute each. If you guys have any last thoughts or anything, or what we should look forward to. But yeah, I would like to finish this before we get to the 5th hour. So this is Scorekeeper. Speedy, have anything?
I don't hear
1
my-
minute.
I don't-
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the 1 minute warning. I don't
Yeah.
think we have to today. We'll get to the next week. But our very good friend Tony Clark, it's another Cardinals are married to an unproven guy who was showing he can't stay healthy and not drop the ball in big one. What else can he do? Because Kyle Murray just got signed an extension, $230.5 million for 5 years, because Tony Clark said, well, nobody in the NFL wants him, but they do. And he's like, well, if they do, then they'll be stuck with him.
I
That's a
hear you.
crazy
Hey,
contract.
yeah, we actually did mention that one very briefly. Marty, do you have one? I actually got one right now. Tragedy. Denver Broncos player, 35 years old, dead.
What did he
Paul
die?
Duncan, a former Notre Dame offensive lineman who had a brief NFL career, had died at age 35 when a cardiac arrest while on a run in his neighborhood in Georgia. We'll have more details.
Oh.
He was pronounced brain dead. This happened. He fell unconscious on July 15th and was
Wow.
pronounced brain dead in the following days. Wow, 35, folks. Damn.
And he was exercising when it happened. Wow.
Exercising, yeah. Almighty.
Everybody have a good week. I don't have any other news. Oh, I guess I can say the Browns signed Josh Rosen to a 1-year contract. I guess just as right now to cover if Deshaun Watson gets suspended. But I don't think he's going to stick around once Deshaun comes back. But the Browns are preparing for him to be suspended for how long? We don't know. We don't know how long yet. 8 days, 8 weeks, or a whole season. Oh yeah. Plus, Deshaun Watson has threatened to sue the NFL if he's suspended for the year.
Oh, congratulations. Good luck with that, Phil. Good
Yeah,
luck.
that's not going to work.
You're going to threaten us if we suspend you? Oh. Yeah, okay.
Hey, I just saw the
No,
headline.
that's
I thought,
beautiful, dude. That is funny. I love it.
and that's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Hey, good luck with that. Because
Yeah.
how many people have sued the NFL and lost? So just because you got a big payday doesn't mean you got to waste your money all the time. You already paid off 24 women. I mean, come on.
Yeah, the team paid off 30.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
You'll hear more and more of that, Senator. But, yeah. He's paid off 24, not all of them. The team has already paid off 30, his former team.
That was Houston. Houston
Yeah.
paid off 30, and Deshaun has paid off 24, and we're waiting for how long he's going to be suspended. And do you know the Deshaun Watson story?
I do not.
Yeah, she's going to have
Well,
to get
he's
a little
accused of when he gets a massage from a woman of
bit.
sexually
During COVID, yes.
during COVID, sexually touching them without permission, and he would call them up on purpose to do that. But these are professional massages, not the parlor, not the whatever, the massage parlor type.
It's
These
not a
are real,
euphemism for something. These are health care professionals.
but these are health.
Oh, no, it is a euphemism for what he was doing, allegedly.
Oh,
And
no,
here's the thing.
people
But
that
he
they
was
hire-
calling in health professionals, and then he was getting them off of Craigslist as well, and then he would illegally touch them, and that's why he's got the. And this started last year or the year before, where last year it started that these women filed a class. They filed a class action suit, a civil suit against him, and it's been lingering for a year now, and he's finally kind of settling. And no criminal charges were ever filed, even though it went in front of the grand jury twice, and they refused to do anything about it legally. So he's just right now, him and the Texans are just paying off the women to keep it, just to make it go away.
And the reason why the Texans are involved is because they accommodated him in team facilities.
They got him his own hotel room.
The team's gonna pay.
They're
gonna pay.
They were enablers.
That's why when you said euphemism, no, there is. Yeah, it's real.
But anyway, that's and then the Browns signed him to a record contract, and they, so the Browns signed him because Texans for the trade, but now the Browns are thinking he's going to go to the Super Bowl, but right now he could be suspended. He was off the Texans suspended him last year. He didn't play.
Yeah.
And this year, the NFL is going to suspend him, so he may not play another year. So,
But his major money doesn't kick in till the year after.
well, he's already got the $40 million bonus. He got a $40 million
that's not gonna
signing
affect
bonus.
him. Yeah.
But
Is
this
that
year
in his hands already?
what's that?
Is that in his hands, the bonus already?
Yeah, that's why he's paid off all these women. And
Okay.
but this year the Browns at least are going to pay a minimum because they knew he might be suspended. So that's why nothing kicks in until next season. But it doesn't matter. The Browns signed a sexual predator, and some people are still excited about this. I'm kind of iffy because I think, well, actually, the sexual predator. Why are we rooting for this guy? But that's just me. So I hope I didn't confuse you by trying to catch you up on this as fast.
No,
as
that
I
was
could.
actually very well done, Almighty.
That was helpful.
Yeah, that was actually very well done. You did it in 2 minutes, dude. This has been lingering for 2 years.
That's a great stuff.
It
Now
is
I know why the heck
salacious.
everybody makes that face. Now I got it.
It is. Oh yeah. And the thing is, unfortunately, the player is incredibly talented. But
yeah,
this is.
Maybe that's something we'll talk about again because that's a thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's something that we will again.
Yeah. I mean,
this is not over. But
no,
that's why we laughed. I'm going to sue the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let us know how that works out for you, schmuck.
Yeah. So I mean, it was a big drama thing with Cleveland because the starting quarterback was in limbo for a long time. Then he finally got traded to the Panthers. So anyway, that's the gist of it. He's a predator. He paid off women, and that's the way it is.
That is our opinion on whether he's a predator with 24 women that he has settled with.
It's kind of iffy with 24. If it was 25, we'd say he's a predator, but just 24.
But they've paid off 30, so.
Well, the team paid off 30.
The Texans paid off 30, so I don't know where their 6 came from.
So. That's a tough call. It's so close to the borderline there.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean,
I just thought that we should give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, we should. I mean, it's only 24.
Get that sentence out of your mouth, Roger. It looks like it was choking you.
Oh God! But
I think I'm done for the day. I think my stomach just turned.
Yeah,
it was very difficult. Thank you for
get some Pepto or something. Take care of that.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Oh, we've been taking Pepto for this guy for a while now.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, because we followed it as the numbers went up as time went on, and more women would add to the civil suit. So
it was funny. Oh my God, I know we're over now, but it was genuinely funny when we were like, hey, wait a minute, but who's filed a legal or who actually filed a charge against him? And then one person actually went to the police the next week. It has been it has been the Keystone Cops on all sides. It has been hilarious as well. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to say that, but it has been.
Yeah.
It is comical on all sides.
It's kind of, it's like one of those, I don't know. It's a comedy, but it's yet tragic because, I mean, women were abused, but some of the shenanigans trying to get to this stuff taken care of was kind of funny. I mean, the grand jury refused to do anything about it. And twice. And I didn't think that was right, but maybe they didn't have enough evidence. You're not allowed to go into a grand jury and take a look around.
That's probably the problem. They didn't have enough. And if you don't have a preponderance of evidence, you're wasting everybody's time.
I guess they don't have any dresses or towels.
Well, plus like Roger said, only one person filed charges too. So maybe that's
right. Enough. Only one.
If all 24 did, maybe that would have got their attention a little bit. But just
I don't know how many filed near the end, but it was hilarious when we had commented and said, wait a minute, but this is civil. Where's the criminal? And then a week later, one person filed. It was hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, somehow that one person watched our show and caught our comment and said, well, we better do something about this.
Yeah, there's a lot to this. It's one of our favorite stories. So every time we get a chance to pile it on, sign us up. We're in.
Yeah, I mean, it's been and plus, like I said, what makes it worse is that he got a big payday also. So it's like he wasn't hurting.
But what happened when he showed up it's Cincinnati, right? The Browns, right?
Cleveland.
I'm sorry, Cleveland.
Cincinnati.
When he showed up, when he showed up in Cleveland, all the memes that were flying about the suicide hotline needs a new number, and it was horrible. It was horrible.
It was this. It was the.
It was horribly funny.
Well, it was like the sexual abuse hotline, not the suicide hotline. But
sorry, it was gallows humor at its best.
Yeah, and
There's
they
a
were
ball.
actually.
It was crazy.
But yeah. It comes, it comes with the territory.
Yeah. So don't worry, we'll be able to go over it again. Folks,
Yeah,
we are over. I do want to thank
too.
everyone. Yeah, we are over, and I do apologize, folks. That's
Why are
the
you
Senator.
apologizing that we went
Senator,
over?
do you have any last thoughts?
Not right now. I've covered pretty much everything, but it was good to talk to everybody, and I've learned quite a bit this afternoon about some sports things.
We do. We do. We've been a little all over the place in the last few weeks.
It's okay.
But we do cover the sports, and we do, because I've noticed, and I know I'm extending it, but Speedy has an expertise in the program that the rest of us do not. Almighty has an expertise in the program that the rest of us, as Big Dog, myself, and he's shaking his head, and you do as well, Senator. You're bringing another taste to it, another flavor to it, dare I say, that it just adds to it, and everyone commenting in the chat room too. We love to hear when our listeners are like, "Yeah, right on, Scorekeeper." I missed that one today, Tony.
When does that
That's
happen?
okay. Oh, Tony. Oh, well, you weren't here.
Happened.
You weren't here when Tony said, "I agree with you 100%." I was like,
Yeah.
finally, someone.
Yeah.
Someone did. Okay.
Yes.
No, I've arrived.
Yes. So it's all good. But everyone
So-
who is joining us, obviously, Matthew, Tony, Aisha, Gridiron Grill, Roz, everyone who spent some of the
Okay, thank you.
well, you're part of the program, so
Yeah.
and everyone else, it's really quite a bit of fun. It's our pleasure knowing that you come and spend time with us, folks.
Yep.
It's
And-
a
and
lot
just
of
think
time.
Just think of this, Senator. Now when they talk sports, you can add your own 2 cents worth and sound like you know what's going on.
Oh, that's never stopped me.
Okay. I wouldn't think so, but I thought I'd bring it up anyway.
Thank you for the gracious out. I'm good.
No, that was good. All right. On behalf of everyone, this is Sports Talk with the guys and the Senator.
Yeah.
We are the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday, and the reason being we're always so far behind. That's why we're the Monday morning quarterbacks on Saturday.
Saving the best for last.
Oh yeah. See you
Or
guys on the other
we're
side.
ahead. We're either behind or ahead.
There you go. Love long and perspire.
Wow, you guys are actually positive about that. I'm a realist. We'll see you guys. All right, guys.
All right, everyone.
Hey,
Take care.
Later.
All right. Thanks, guys.
I need more NyQuil.